the beach and on Clubhouse?
Yeah, because why?
I
haven't been out. No, I haven't been out for almost a week, except for a few minutes. On the genealogy, I literally have not been on it at all. So
I was about to text Jeff. I was like, "Where are the rooms? Like, I'm getting withdrawal."
That's
Seems
right.
like there haven't been any rooms, Mr. Jeff's room, in a couple days.
Yeah, it took me a while to just get my act together to leave town. So no time for fun and games.
I had to settle for politically correct.
Oh my God.
Well, I had some guests, and also, there's war time.
Yeah,
I've been in war-focused rooms.
Well, I've been reading on it, and then in our genealogy space Sunday, our friend Danielle is there. And she didn't have a shelter at her apartment. She had to go to her parents and stay with them.
That is so.
And I guess Claire is there. Did you see? Claire's in this room.
Claire?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see.
Yeah, so she's been running to shelters like crazy. There's a hotel,
I did see your really late night room, Jeff, the other night.
Wait, huh?
Yeah. I don't know, 3 a.m. here, so maybe it was early morning for you guys.
Well, I'm glad to be with you all now.
In your house.
What's that, Elena?
I said you're healthy for a change.
Yeah.
For a change. Easy like me.
No, she's right. I've been very unhealthy.
Crazy.
Where are we going with this?
Violet, take the higher road. Let's not go deeper. Let's not go deeper far. Violet, no, Violet. Balls in your court, Violet. Balls in your court, Violet. Don't go. Don't take the shot.
No. Yeah,
No, Violet, no. Bigger person Monday. Bigger person Monday.
That don't even go together.
It do though. It really do though.
Do better.
Let that nigga yo.
Listen, I got ice cream in the freezer. I'm good. I'll let you know about it.
Listen,
Violet, you can have all the smoke for me that you want. You're fucking hilarious. And I so appreciate the comedy. It's fucking gold.
It's just so funny because, I just want to take a tally, no pun intended, of, how often a woman gets called a whore in this room.
No. Can't play victim. Just let it go. Just move on. Don't play victim.
I would love. Oh my God. Why are we? Why
you see? Victim. Just let it go. Take it.
That is very sexist.
Just take the L.
But that's very sexist. Because why would you automatically assume that I'm settling for a victim status?
You're trying to get your
all I did was state
it's not a fact.
And he
turned us all down. It's not a fact.
He critiqued your fact.
Did I say it was a fact?
Making a submission.
Who said it was a fact?
That nigga critiqued your fact.
No, I didn't say it was a fact though. I didn't say it was a fact. Concrete just has this habit. Hold on. Concrete just has this habit of showing us what shoes he's wearing today and then running off with the laces untied and falling right on
the shoes. Come on, now you attacking me. I'm saying, Violet, choose a high road.
I'll choose a higher road when it comes to my foot going up your ass. Now, shut your ass up. Samoa.
Turkey Hill or Haagen-Dazs ice cream?
What?
Turkey Hill or Haagen-Dazs?
Ben and Jerry's.
Oh, you a fucking traitor. But damn.
God damn it. I lost my train of thought. Concrete, give me a hug, Samoa. Fuck you.
You was about to talk about, God damn it. Now
I did that on purpose. You saw what I did there? That's called Jewish science.
He wasn't even listening, Jacobus. He just wanted to jump on the bandwagon. Don be doing that all the
All All right, let her play the victim, and then we all say sorry, Violet, even though she was the violent one with the knife on her, the blood on her knife. Let's all let her play the victim.
It wasn't a
Sorry,
knife,
Violet.
it was a fork.
Sorry, Violet, and we're done.
Did you say
You're welcome.
fork?
Yes, a sport.
Oh shit.
Samoa, is that the most recent status? Your PTR?
No. I just haven't updated.
Oh, it's a shame.
How's the stock market?
Consistency is key.
That is true. That is.
Where are the finance people? How's the stock market doing today?
I was just thinking that, man.
It's doing pretty good. It's doing pretty. So sorry.
We're like my ETF is down $1. So what?
So it went down for $2 and $1 Samoa. You lost half, fam.
No, I'm with Vanguard. I'm up to like 350 or something like that. Yeah, but like we're up 19 or I think it's 19.4% over the last year or whatever.
My $17 got $17.20 in it, fam. I'm doing.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to see like how much of a good thing this is for Trump. I mean, I'm not saying that it can't turn into a bad thing. And where it would turn into a bad thing is the more American soldiers that die, one.
I'm sorry.
Or like the extended like length of the mission, right? Like that would also kind of go. So it needs to be quick, and Americans can't be dying for this to be like an absolute win on both sides of the aisle.
Have you ever looked at something Trump did and said, you know what, this is bad for Trump? I don't think I've ever heard you say the words bad for Trump in the same sentence.
So I can say.
Didn't I just give you like the bad and the good?
No.
I mean, listen. I think.
What?
But I think the short-sighted. But some more. I think it's excited when we say good for Trump, bad for Trump. I'm looking at the country. This is bad for the country, and this is my reasoning.
No, I said country.
No, you said Trump.
I said both sides of the aisle, bro.
But you said Trump.
Both sides of it. That's not
Right.
bad for Trump.
So the way I'm looking at it, so real quick, I'll give you my analysis. Right?
All right, go ahead.
I'm not strumming.
I'll tell you how to do that.
Okay, so the way I see it is like, listen, we built those military bases in this country, and we also signed a security agreement to protect them, blah, 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 and fight on their behalf. Right now, the Saudis are saying that the United States has left them high and dry and only protecting Israel. Other countries are looking at this. For instance, Japan, the Philippines, they're looking at this and they're saying, hold on. The Saudis and all these GCC states are spending so much money with the US and they're not getting protected. The Philippines is not spending that much money. So what do you think they are saying? Do you think other countries would be like, yeah, sure, come put a military base, let's cooperate when there is no protection guarantee? I think that's the bad part. You know what I mean? And I think it's the reputation thing. When you lose reputation, it's hard for you to get it back. That's the bad I'm seeing here.
Yeah, so like I started off by saying that this is going to be a good thing for America, right? Like for both sides of the aisle, because they've all like pointed at Iran as being like the number one sponsor of terrorism. Then I went into like where it could turn bad for Trump. This is from like his side of the aisle, where the more American soldiers that die will be catastrophic for him. And the longer that he's there will be catastrophic for him. But if it's short, sweet, and you mitigate like any type of like deaths or whatever this is, it's a win for the country. Right? Like the Democrats are going to come out and be like, yes, this is a win. And then they're going to try to change the headline back to Jeffrey Epstein so they can run on the myth. But it's good for them for this to be quick so they can bear underneath the headlines over the next 3-4 months.
What is short street?
Jebediah, they're unblocking you over there.
What is short street to you, Samoa?
Yeah, so like 4 weeks. If this goes like for 6 weeks, like if the tide's gonna start turning, and you're gonna see like this massive, because they're holding him to the 4 to 5 week thing, right? Even though Trump's giving himself like an off ramp with however long it takes. So he says 4 weeks, but then he kind of adds the caveat, however long it takes for us to reach our objectives, right? But for us on the ground, we want it in 4 weeks. So 5th week, 6th week, 7th week, people are gonna start running headlines like, whatever happened to the never-ending war guy? Whatever happened to the time to start a new war in America first? Whatever, right? And then you're going to see like the headlines of carrying water for the Saudi prince, headline of carrying water for Bibi Netanyahu. And when you brought up the Saudi prince, maybe it's just the Washington Post, but they're the ones who cut out the article. Remember, they said that he's the one who killed the journalist, that the prince killed the journalist from Washington Post or whatever, right? They're the ones who put out the post that it was actually the Saudi prince that was in public saying diplomacy, diplomacy, but in private saying hurry up and get him, hurry up and get him, right? So then when the Saudi prince, knowing that there could be a chance that the Gulf states are going to be shut up as well, only gives them like the green light to join like the bilateral military operation that's on point with America and Israel. And now you're seeing the European countries are also like jump in as well, even though they said we weren't going to. So something's changing to where it went from 2 countries to 9 countries, now 13 countries. But something's changing where there's going to be 15, 17, 19, 21 countries. Then it's going to be like political suicide to go against it when the whole world is for this one good thing. Right? So I'm just talking like from a political strategist like perspective. I could be wrong, but what's your chance of that?
Well, they stupidly attacked the Gulf nations, and now the Gulf nations are raising their armies to fight Iran. It's very stupid.
Welcome, El Normo Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Finley, you still there? Finley, you there? When you get back, I gotta ask you something, Finley.
Fuck your question. What was the name of that demon, Jacob?
Nah, because there's a bet going around, and I'm betting on him. And they saying this nigga eat with his eyes closed.
Oh my God. Oh my.
You gotta savor every single moment, bro.
You're not supposed to do that.
All right, I had a question. Do y'all think the president has dementia?
Let me ask El Normo a question. El Normo, you gotta hold on, Dominic. Hold on, brother. El Normo, you I would hope have a strong historical perspective. So can you tell me a conflict?
I do my best.
Can you tell me a major international conflict that wasn't about resources in the last 100 years?
Yes, World Wars I, II, the Vietnam War. Yeah. Let's see. Korean War.
What does resources mean to you? What does resources mean to you?
We're up to 5.
Yeah, okay, I got it. No. I think we might have a confusion.
No.
Wait, no. We might have some confusion. How do you define resources? How do you define resources?
Hey, okay, you got the question. I got the answer. So I will list them.
No, come on. Now bro, you're being dumb. You're being dumb.
I'm educating somebody dumber than me.
What is a resource?
Hang on. World War I, World War II.
Yo, y'all see I tried to talk to this fucking idiot, right?
The Korean
You see I tried to talk to this idiot, right?
I do. Calm down.
Yes. The Vietnam War. So we're up to 4. Yeah. So those are the major wars that I can name that were not about resources. They were about ideology. So now, I define resource the way the dictionary does and the way you do. What's your next question?
Yeah, so how do you know they weren't about resources?
Because I read books. You should too.
So what does the book say?
I went to college.
Yeah, what does the book say? Let's start with World War I. What did the book say about World War I?
Yeah, so World War One was about the beginning of the end of empire. So you had empires like Turkey, Britain,
The Ottoman Empire.
I'm sorry, you're right. The Ottoman Empire, not Turkey. That's correct. And so they were falling. They were no longer sustainable. And the constituent nations were there with their indigenous populations. Then,
why weren't they sustainable?
I didn't say they weren't sustainable. The empires weren't sustainable because they were spread out, and the indigenous people wanted to govern themselves.
Why did they want to govern themselves?
Because people do not want to be governed by foreign power.
Yeah, why not?
Because that's sort of a fundamental human yearning. It's freedom.
So you're saying it's axiomatic?
I would say so, yes.
So there's no reason.
Exclusively the rule. It's not exclusively the rule.
So you're saying there's no reason?
The rule. It's an Enlightenment principle. Self-governance is an Enlightenment principle that comes up in the 19th century.
Yeah, why?
So the world shifted.
Yeah, why is it an Enlightenment principle?
Well, because we learned something that was different, which is that every human being...
Wait, how did we learn that?
It was in the American Constitution.
No,
every human being...
What?
You know what? You don't really... You talk so much that you don't listen to them.
Well, you're saying a lot of things, and I want you to unpack them as you go so we can get to a deeper understanding. That's too much to ask.
You both have agreements that are talking past each other, and it's annoying.
I don't know about that. I'm trying to get clarity.
I think he just wants to talk. Questions down. No, I don't want to talk. You ask me questions, I'm giving you the answers.
Could I try to bridge the gap?
Yes, please. There is no gap. There is a gap.
There is no gap.
Not gap.
There's a gap. Just go ahead and fill it. Pause.
Pause.
World War I, World War II.
Okay.
Korean War.
Go on mute, Violet.
Yeah. These were about ideology. Communism versus capitalism in the United States.
And I don't disagree on principle, Norm. But if we're going to be very charitable towards concrete, right? The reason for his line of questioning, right, is okay. We have the decline of empire. We have all these vassal states or subordinates to Britain, for example, and they no longer feel justified in paying because they have been inspired by the Enlightenment ideals. But fundamentally, what is it they're paying for? Well, because they have been...
What do you mean they were paying? What do you mean they were paying?
I'm getting to that point.
It's a good question. Start with that.
Okay. So empire, like Great Britain, for example, they have extracted enormous, copious amounts of resources from those countries, which they feel they are entitled to by virtue of...
But those countries didn't have the ability to extract them. That's the whole point of empire.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Saying you have to pay for the invasion, you have to subsidize it somehow. It has to make sense, otherwise America becomes a charity instead of being charitable.
Yeah, fine. But again, then I think, maybe, again, if I'm being charitable, this is what concrete is alluding to. Would that be a fair assessment, concrete? Would you say that is where your line of questioning is?
It all reduces to resources and equitable participation, equitable participation in the resources, and the idea that they could not have done so without this overarching governmental structure is just illogical, given the workforce is going to be the local workforce, which would be the indigenous people to the land, right? Or the local inhabitants. So what basically a normal is giving us like an imperialistic sort of rationale for the subjugation of a people, and then say basically you didn't have the wherewithal to improve your life. Therefore, we need to subjugate you, right?
No,
we need to lord over you because you don't have the wherewithal.
You don't have a flag. Yeah. You don't have a flag, so that's why we're going to kill you.
Well, it's basically your children, your inept children, and therefore we have to manage you.
That's
right?
not what he's saying.
Oh, that's exactly what he's saying,
No,
Jacobus. You don't have to support him. Jacobus, you're not going to get him out of this. But try. Go ahead.
It's because you talk too much and you don't listen to. This is why you failed.
Can you stop crying, big girl? Little lady, can you stop crying? This is an adult room. No crying, little girl.
I'm not saying
Not you, Violet. I'm talking about El Normina. El Normina's crying.
This is why you failed out of school. You didn't listen to the. That's why you flunked out.
Could we try to be charitable towards
Yes, of course. If you tell me that his rhetoric doesn't boil down to ineptitude and inability, therefore you need this governance, then go ahead.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Because we all know that whatever extractions that are occurring are done by the local forces. Now, if there was an economic push that was necessary, that could have been given as a loan or a partnership, right? And then we have to show that ultimately it does boil down to we are going to, disadvantagedly take from the situation because we have the greater might. Financial might, military might, whatever it is. And he doesn't want to own that, even though his people were subjected to it in Egypt, and he wouldn't want to go back to that. They were subjected to it. They were subjected to it in a number of economies throughout history and exploited, basically. But he doesn't want to be exploited now, but he wants to argue for the exploitation of others.
Like the ignorant loser that you are with no understanding of history. Unsurprising. It's too bad because you ask a good question, but then you talk over the answer, and then you're left as ignorant as you were before you asked the question.
May I add something? In the case of what Brother Normal is saying, I don't think it's an imperialistic view. I think it's more or less an analysis and a critique of our social behaviors. For example, a people cannot call themselves free if they do not possess democratic and liberal institutions that are indispensable to their self-development. Literally meaning these people, if they cannot govern themselves, who do you expect to govern them?
That is a very good question. And to govern themselves democratically and sustainably and peacefully, so that as the generations progress, the economy can expand and they grow richer and richer. Kind of the way the United States did. And by the way, the way Europe is not doing right now.
See, I think
we governed ourselves peacefully, Mo?
I think the goal.
I beg your pardon?
We governed ourselves peacefully?
Yes, our country, United States of America, yes. And
no, we did not.
And other democracies, yes.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
No, I'm saying we do in 2026.
Yeah, we do. So
barely, but for the majority of our history, we did not govern ourselves peacefully. Well, we were the young upstart country. We did not govern ourselves peacefully.
Well, it takes a while to figure it out. You're talking 250 years.
Because they had to establish.
But yet we expect other countries to figure it out like instantaneously. If they don't figure it out instantaneously and do it the way we want them to do it, we're going to interfere.
No.
But here's the thing, Mr. Finley. The real problem is that when a disgusting Jew like El creates the ruler, you'll never measure up. So there'll always be a reason, right? Because what they do is they employ a standard. Nobody told them that they needed to employ that standard. But when they employ the standard, now they create the ruler, and now guess what? You always fall short. What a piece of shit Jacobus and El Normo are. Coincidentally, they're both of the same color.
Listen to the filth that comes out of your mouth like a true ignorant racist. Wretched is the word. Wretched, thank you. Yes, you are, as Frantz Fanon said, the wretched of the earth. Very sad. You learned nothing.
He was a good one. Huh?
Look at these two dirty merchants trying to tell us how to live our lives.
Listen to him.
Can't you get your own country in order? No, of course not. You don't have dual citizenship, El Normo?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
You don't? Oh, they wouldn't even give you a passport? That's crazy. You are a top tier lapdog, and you don't have a passport? That doesn't make sense. You're a top tier lapdog. You agree to everything uncritically. You are a zombie. And you don't
have a passport?
You asked a good
Stop
question.
crying. You're not a white woman, bro.
Crying.
You want the privileges of a white woman, but you don't. You're not a white woman. You gotta go through
You got the president. Well, why is he a passport?
No, but it's like a sign of fidelity, don't you think, Alex? That when you have the passport, you can proudly display it and talk about it in conversations.
I proudly display my American passport.
But I mean,
we're talking about the other one, dum dum. We're talking about the other one, dum dum.
You sound like you've never been out of the country.
You sound like you've never had an honest thought in your life. You sound like a good, obedient lapdog.
All you have is personal attacks. It's pathetic.
Well, I'll stop when you stop. I'll stop when you stop, dum dum.
You won't.
And you can cry all about all. Look, we can call the truth right now. I'll stop personally. Listen. I'll stop personally attacking you, but you have to abide by those same rules, you fucking idiot. You ready?
Listen.
You ready? And starting now.
I would ask this.
Oh, look at the out of control gorilla. Can't do it. 5 seconds in. Can't do it. And we're gonna start over right now, Eleanor.
I never make a personal attack the way you just did.
Just go ahead. We're starting now.
Okay. No problem. So you said which wars were not about resources? World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Major wars of our century. And by the way, the war we're in right now is not about resources. Next question.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because I studied these wars and I know the reason for them. For example, the Cold War, which I left out, was about ideology. World War II was about a fight against the world domination of the fascist powers.
All right.
World War I was about the end of empire. The Korean War was about a clash of ideologies.
Okay.
Vietnam War as well.
Okay.
Now, what's our next? What do you really want to know?
Yeah. So, well, Alex, let me try real quick. Because El Normo is doing what we call black and white thinking. If it's one,
no, I just answered your question.
And so we can easily understand that these conflicts obviously are very complicated and multivariable, right? And so, given that there's going to be multiple variables, we understand that resources is going to be a part of it, right?
With the first one.
And so, hold on, brother. And so, given that resources are a part of it, directly or indirectly, I still want to know which one wasn't about resources, because we know that the First World War, predicated on the fall of the Ottoman Empire, definitely has resources associated. 1 second, brother. Definitely has resources associated through the virtue of self-governance, right? Where governance is going to be control over a people, over a region. So by virtue of that inextricable reality,
it's really about representation.
Shut up. You gotta control yourself.
I'm after El Normo.
You gotta control yourself.
I'm after El
So
Normo.
besides refraining from personal attacks, you gotta refrain from childish outbursts and consistent over
But in that case, you wouldn't say a word.
Try to do it. Please try to do it.
In that case, you would not come out of your mouth.
Control yourself.
See, you're the one who's
I don't want to have to
control.
control. I don't want to have to tell you to control yourself, bro.
You can.
You're a grown man.
You want.
You're a grown man.
Yes,
you're a grown man.
One of us isn't.
I didn't interrupt you. Are you done now? You want to reset now? We're gonna reset on the interruptions right now. We're gonna reset. Hold on, Jacobus. We're gonna reset on the interruptions right now. I won't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Okay? Thank you.
We have no.
All right, we're gonna reset now. I won't interrupt you.
Agreement.
Please don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a unilateral. It's a unilateral agreement. I won't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. As soon as you start interrupting me, I'm gonna change my mind. As soon as you start interrupting me, I'm gonna change my mind.
Under consideration.
All right. Good job. Be quiet now. Be quiet now, please. Thank you. So the whole point is.
I've heard enough from you. I'll be honest.
You're not gonna stop?
What's that?
You're not gonna be quiet?
What's that?
So we're not gonna be able to have the conversation.
Well, I think we are having a conversation. Yeah.
You can't tell me that wasn't funny, Concrete. Come on, guys. Just have the conversation.
He's not ready. Alex,
ask a question, let him answer it.
I know he
ask a question, let him answer it.
While you're dancing, we've already addressed the topic and
Can you
finished.
be quiet,
Ready for the next
please?
question?
Can you be quiet, please? All right, thank you.
Okay, be brief, okay?
Shut up, bro.
Be brief.
Shut up.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
that's rude. That's very childish.
You gonna cry about it? You gonna cry
Concrete,
about
he
it?
was just
Sound
like, he
a
was
little
just,
girl.
Concrete, he was just, he was.
What's wrong with him, Violet? Let's talk about it, Violet.
What's wrong with that?
Every day is the same thing, Violet. What is it, Violet? What do you think it is?
If you're acknowledging a pattern, right?
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't you like, like.
What? What?
That's over his
The
head.
pattern is infringing on my rights, Violet. The pattern is infringing upon my rights, Violet. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Violet? I'm trying to ignore it and have a conversation, but he just won't stop. Right?
Protest time.
He is a petulant child, and look at his PTR. How old do you think this man is? How old do you think this man is?
He already said that's not
How
him.
old do you think this Epstein looking like is?
Wait, I thought you said you didn't.
How old do you think El Normo Epstein is? Does anybody know?
I can't tell you. That's
Who wants to bet that El Normo and El Epstein are related?
This is what you do when you say.
Who wants to bet?
All right, let's move on, guys.
Yeah, but concrete. We can move on. But I would again agree with the gist of what Norm is saying, right? But Norm, wouldn't it also be fair to say that ideology, to an extent, is shaped by the material conditions in that context, right? So for instance, like yes, of course, fighting fascism
I would
and
call that
Nazism.
a Marxist reductionist view that's been rejected by the 21st century.
Sure, no, but I would say it's a synthesis, right? So of course you have Weber that comes after and say, well, actually, the ideology shapes institutions and then the institutions shape society. But what I'm saying is fundamentally, the Nazis, the reason why they could even rise to power was because of the Weimar Republic, right? The material conditions were horrible.
I mean, a reaction against the failure of the previous. That's political, not resources.
No, well, sure, yes. They absolutely used it in part of their rhetoric. But I'm saying, like, if people weren't starving and prostituting children, the argument would be way harder to make. That actually
they're starving because of mismanagement, I would say.
Of course, yes, absolutely.
And
but I'm
they
saying,
started World War I and lost, and so they had to sign a bad deal for the armistice.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but I'm saying, like, you can follow kind of the thinking here, right? That is like, I'm not saying that's the only reason why things happen, but there is a clear chain of things happening. And of course, the consequences of them losing and then having to sign the treaty and then paying the reparations, and then they had hyperinflation, and then, of course, it was always there, kind of, bubbling under the surface. But then, oh, look, we are all starving, and this is all the Jews' fault, and now you should vote for us so we can fix it, So
and the communists. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the treaty we're talking about is the Treaty of Versailles.
Wait. No, you said German starving after World War I because of mismanagement?
Yes.
Didn't they have all kind of blockade and economic sanctions, and then the depression here?
But they agreed to it.
That didn't contribute to them starving?
There was not a blockade, but there was mismanagement of the economy. And then the fascists hyper-industrialized. And then they begin moving on their neighbors with the intent to dominate the world.
Yeah. But they were kind of robber barons, essentially, Norm, right? Because they said, well, actually, it's about Lebensraum. We want to protect, like Russia is doing today. We want to protect the diaspora of Germans living, like we claim that these parts of Poland and stuff actually belongs to us because of the...
That was ethnic, yes.
But then once the war machine started growing, they realized, hey, this is not sustainable. So we actually need to rob people now. We need all their fucking resources, or we're going to lose.
Yes.
So we're going to steal their art and their golden teeth and all of it. So it is kind of a consequence. Not saying that was the start, but the economy is somewhat
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Will we not say that before the United States entered World War I, that Germany nominally won that war?
I would call it a standoff. I would say it was a standoff.
All right. So I would propose this then. During World War I, didn't France suffer mutiny? Didn't Russia refuse to play war? And didn't Germany offer Britain a treaty because they was about to suffer starvation? Those are three facts.
Those are three interesting facts. I'm not sure where you're going with that.
I'm saying, so under the first premise, Germany understood they would have won the war if the United States never entered. Second,
yeah, they were at a standoff with France. That's where they were when we ended the war.
But France was suffering mutiny within its own army. Ain't that correct?
I don't know. I didn't know that. You may be educating me on that, but I'm not sure what that has to do with their standoff on the
on the Eastern Front. So they went for years with no movement.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is that during the beginning of the World War, Germany was whipping ass, and no historian could ever tell us why Britain, France, and Russia ganged up upon innocent Germany at that moment. Germany was no more than 80 years old, quite younger than the United States. Now, in that same regard, when you look at these countries that attacked them, I remember quite correctly that it was Britain building their naval ships, and Germany was making 3 times that amount every time they made a ship. So it was more or less a threat of national security rather than anything else. And then when you go back to, I don't even want to quote that negative man's name, Hitler, but his excuse was he called it, I don't know the German word, but a backstab. Why would he call it a backstab for the United States to enter the war? Who did he blame?
Well, he wanted to dominate the world. So anybody that doesn't go along with his vision of a German-dominated world is stabbing him in the back.
So would you say that, I'm going to say this first, there's nothing wrong with lobbying. Would you say the United States was lobbied into World War I?
No, I think the United States understood that if Europe fell, we would be the next. And so we fought the war over there so that it didn't come over here.
Have you ever heard of the NYE committee? NYE committee?
Yes, and I thought it was a NYE convention, but yes, maybe the committee.
Yeah, NYE convention, I'll go with that. Now, in that, they proposed an accusation that certain bankers, arms dealers, and even little companies, they benefited from the United States entering the war, and they was also claiming a lobby, and that would be the same accusation that Hitler gave.
Well, that's sort of a politically ignorant view, since it was quite clear that Germany intended to take over Europe and then the world, and it was necessary for the free nations to oppose them.
And that would be in World War II.
Both.
World War I, Germany was not attempting to take over the world.
No, I believe they were.
The treaties of Versailles.
Beginning with Europe.
I believe it wasn't until the Treaty of Versailles, after they took over their lands, and every country claimed reparations to countries that didn't even fight in the war, claimed a piece of Germany due to reparations of the war. And Germany said,
when you lose, that's the consequence of losing the war that you started. It's reparations. That's a convention.
So let's say this. If that's the consequence of losing the war based on the understanding, when Germany was making those submarines and that little treaty we had on naval fleets, if you come on your ship, if your ship drives by, I'm allowed to get in your ship, inspect it, and you're allowed to inspect mine. But since Germany was creating U-boats and submarines, they violated those so-called imaginary treaties. And that was
a so-called imaginary treaty. Yeah, so I guess you're saying that people could violate international law.
I'm saying, what laws can you put on the sea?
What law? Yes, there are laws of the sea. Laws of free trade.
Maritime laws.
Maritime.
Yeah.
And by the way, the final S in Versailles is signed.
But the only thing I wanted to say, Norm, and I hope you at least give me a little bit here, is just to say that yes,
where are you? You're not Slovenian, are you, Alex?
No, Scandinavian, Norm.
Could you sound like what's that guy's name? Slavoj
Žižek. Yeah.
Yeah, Žižek. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he does not sound like him.
He has a very unfortunate name for having a list.
He sounds just like him.
Ultimately, the only thing I wanted to add as a little bit of nuance, Norm, was the fact that, of course, yes, it was ideology, but of course, the economy played at least a sliver of a part.
No,
right?
are you doing it on purpose now? Because now you actually sound like him.
Yeah, sure.
Well, he did before as well.
He sounds like a cartoon character.
I mean, the economy is a part of reality.
Yeah. So not to say that was the only thing that played a part in it, but it is clearly an aspect of warfare.
The bigger question is, when empires fall, what will be the principles that guide the governance of the world?
Yeah, of course.
And, you know, the communists had one idea, and the free nations had a different idea. But by the way, people are still promoting communism, which to me is insane. But they haven't learned that, you know, probably 100 million dead bodies, 100 million corpses is probably enough to get the memo. At that point, we think, okay, this doesn't seem to work. Like the fall of the Soviet Union.
Does it not work, or have we interfered every time they've tried to do it?
No, it doesn't work. Soviet Union is a great
China seems to be doing it okay.
Because they become capitalists.
Part of their economic gains is capitalism, but they're still a communist nation.
Well, they fund themselves with our money.
They fund themselves with their own money. What are you talking about? They make their own money. What are you talking about?
No, we sent all our jobs over there. You missed that part. That's
their fault?
No, that's capitalism. That's not communism.
They're still primarily a communist nation, though.
They're communist internally and capitalist externally. So it's a contradiction, and they know it.
They're a communist nation that without capitalism, they would surely fall. Yeah.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, we're a capitalist nation that without socialism we're gonna fall.
Why would we fall without socialism?
Because the greed, fam, the greed. It can only be sustained so long. So we replaced. No, we added the Band-Aid called credit, right? And that Band-Aid is slowly becoming too small for the wound. It's only a matter of time before it falls.
That's why they call it social.
That's a very weird idea. What's the wound?
The wound is people's personal debt, fam. It's like
personal debt.
You take away.
To go into debt.
You take away credit. You take away credit. Most people could not live. They can buy houses, cars.
Credit is an engine, is an economic engine. That's a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's not. But the problem is that we're getting to the point where people are over leveraged. The average car loan in 2026, it was 8 years and $700 a month.
A
That's
car loan is
insane.
a waste of money, but a loan for a business to make money.
People don't have choices, sir. We don't have mass transit in this country, so they gotta buy cars. How is they supposed to get around? Bicycle?
He's gonna play dumb, bro.
I know he is.
Legitimate.
And you don't have to
unfortunately, what they did, I think still got
you buy what you can afford, not what you can't afford.
Is they're mistaking international trade with capitalism, right?
That is what it is.
Capitalism is going to be the public owning the means of production versus the government owning the means of production.
You mean communism?
And international trade is just simply, selling goods to other countries, right? So your internal economic system, exactly, thank you. So your internal economic system is separate from your international trade dealings. And the reason why they're a powerhouse internationally is because they, produce things that the majority of the world needed for quite a long time. They got really good at it. They reinvested in their community and their education and so on and so forth. And now they're moving towards more sophisticated goods and services, and they're going to dominate in that as well.
They're actually
at which point, when they have outsourced, because of the diversity of their economy and the diversity of their population, they can run both a low margin textile business and a very high margin software business, right? In fact, there was a guy, I forgot his name, but he said that 10 years ago,
they were graduating like 300,000 college graduates a year, right? You know what that number is now? Mr. Philly, you want to guess?
Say it again, Concrete. I didn't catch that.
10 years ago,
graduates in China?
10 years ago, or roughly, I don't know if it was 10 years or roughly, but there was a guy who was saying that they were graduating like 300,000 college graduates a year, like 10, 15 years ago. Do you know what that number is now?
Is it in the millions?
12 million college graduates a year. They got their numbers through the roof,
in a nation
which is why they have at BYD 100,000 research and development engineers, right? Just
how many of those
department
graduates are happening domestically versus internationally?
Irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. I'll tell you why it's irrelevant, right? The reason why it's irrelevant is because they have
I didn't catch Silgar's question. What did he ask?
Well, what I'm asking is what proportion of those Chinese nationals graduating from those higher education, systems domestically in China or internationally here in the U.S. Largely, it seems, I would guess the majority of them would be here in the U.S. And some people are even suspecting that's like a national attempt at them to steal knowledge from us, essentially. I mean, some of these research.
Yeah, but you're speculating. You're speculating, and if you look at the
I'm
top
not speculating insofar as like the FBI has researched this and put.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You're speculating about. Come on, you conveniently picked what you said. What I accuse you of speculating about. What you're speculating about is the fact that our educational system is the one that's like bolstering their graduation numbers, and we all know that wouldn't, like, just intuitively, that doesn't make any sense given the sheer size of the graduating class if it is around 12 million. When you have schools whose total enrollment is 5,000, 10,000 at the top levels, right? Harvard doesn't have that many kids. Harvard doesn't have that many kids enrolled, such that when you are, and then the population size of the Asians isn't that billion, and the Asian size isn't that high outside of like the single digits, such that you're not gonna get, if you did every graduating class of every university with their Asian population, you're not going to get anywhere near 1 million graduating, right? 12. So that was pure speculation on the reason why they're graduating so many people, right? Could somebody get this fucking weirdo leash, bro?
Their state.
Hey, Red Room, can you help me out with that normal? Because nobody else wants to help. Please, bro.
Another emotional thing.
He won't shut up, bro.
Shit. All right. What's going on?
Yeah, let's have one mic on comment. Let him finish his point.
He finished already.
We were having a little back and forth, Stilgar, Mr. Finley, and myself. But this fucking weird ass dude won't shut the fuck up, bro. He won't shut up.
Okay, so look, if you want,
what did you say, Alex?
3 times at the top of his
4.7 million graduates in America every year.
If you want to count for
how many are Asian
state
or Chinese,
if you want to count for Chinese state-sponsored students coming to the U.S. to learn all sorts of research information and kind of soaking up the U.S. post-secondary educational system in a way that's advantageous to the Chinese state, I don't know that you're having a serious conversation, because if you're not willing to account for that, then I don't think we're talking about things, in an all things being equal kind of scope.
Can you try that again? Because I'm mistaken. I didn't understand. Can you say it?
China dumb, America smart. China pay Chinese men to come to America to learn American shit and bring that education and productivity back to China.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Thank you, brother. Here's the problem, and it's just rooted in not understanding cutting edge research is going to be done by like PhDs, right? And if you looked at the amount of PhDs that they graduate, you'd shit on yourself, right? PhD engineers. What's happening with productivity is like within textbooks, right? And those textbooks are being scanned by their AI. And their AI is then going to be able to regurgitate it to everybody that wants to study it. They don't even let their kids fucking get on social media like that. They even sent out a thing that no one's allowed to even invest in cryptocurrency. The idea that they don't know how to be productive and they have to learn productivity from America is insane. Insane.
Why would you know? It's not productivity. It's proprietary knowledge that the Chinese state doesn't have access to.
So still, there you go. So
all you have to do is look at the amount of Chinese nationals that graduate from post-secondary education in the United States, and how many of them are sponsored by the Chinese state.
So Stilgar, you're saying they're coming here getting all that knowledge right from us, and then doing it better than we do?
No, they do it worse, actually.
They do it better than we do.
Okay, so they screw everything up.
Listen, I didn't land. You gotta be quiet for 2 seconds, though. You gotta be quiet for 2 seconds, man.
I got 2 seconds.
So they are definitely doing better than you, right? So I'll give you an example. Their infrastructure, like road building technology, is light years ahead of us, number one. And their freaking battery technology is light years ahead of ours.
Their bridges fall down.
No, they don't. What are you talking about?
They literally fall down. I'll give you a list of all the bridges.
Yeah, give me a list of all the bridges.
Yo, Red Room, you gonna help out with this fucking asshole, bro? Please?
Well, okay, hang on. Finley, to your point, you're right that their infrastructure seems to be moving at a pace that's significantly faster than ours, right? We try to do like light rail in California, and we spend $1 billion and get overpass that doesn't even work, whereas they are growing exponentially overnight in terms of this sort of infrastructure. That's the execute knowledge isn't the same thing as the possession of knowledge, really. I think we can draw in there, and I could concede that you're right that they seem to be performing better than we are in the modern era with advancing as a society. They're doing it very quickly. They have some advantages that aren't present under American governance, right? First of all, they get to do whatever the fuck they want, and their populace doesn't get to tell them otherwise. That's a good start. The kind of lockstep mentality they have breeds the ability to do those sorts of things without all the idiosyncrasies and potential speed bumps and pitfalls that we have being a union of 50 independent states. So there's some complexity there. The thing that I'm getting after specifically is like when we're looking at post-secondary education. You got a call?
Yeah, he did, unfortunately.
So I want to tell you a little bit about the bridges since we have a moment. So Chinese bridges, the last one that fell was in 2025 in Anki, caused by a combination of rapid high-pressure construction, inadequate environmental impact assessments, and corruption and poor oversight. There's tons of, one of the biggest problems is they do this stuff too quickly. Rushed safety checks, as with the Yangming-Tan Bridge collapse in Harbin in 2012. So you've got Hanqi Bridge in Sichuan. You've got the Yangming-Tan Bridge in Harbin. Substandard construction and no oversight. And then they overload their trucks. So we see them trying to copy our software. By the way, I go to the software shows, for example, in Silicon Valley. Every year you see these Chinese guys with their shoes off, copying on their iPhones the slides and the PowerPoint demonstrations. Next year they come back copying the products that they see being pitched at the Silicon Valley trade shows and doing it poorly. So again, the engine for their economy is American consumption. Their economy is imploding right now, the Chinese economy, and so is their population because of their bizarre one-child policy. They're actually way below reproduction, population reproduction rate. So I forget what it's called, like fertility reproduction rate. So I would say that China is growing, but they're not a serious adversary to us in terms of innovation. And economy. Without us, they have
that bridge that fell in 2025 was from was after a landslide. A landslide happened. Same thing. Wait. Same thing. With that was the environmental impact. They didn't research the environment. The two in 2025 were due to the Mother Nature, right? It wasn't an engineering fail.
Mother Nature.
It wasn't an engineering fail. Like it wasn't an engineering fail, right?
It was an engineering fail.
It was not an engineering fail.
No, they didn't study the environment.
It wasn't an engineering fail.
No, Finley, it was. And I'll give you an example with the beams. So in America, we have beam length, let's say 2.5, whatever the unit is, okay? In China, they try to save costs and they say, I think we can get away with 1.5. And so they cut corners, just like they do with the paint in our toys that we buy from them. And sometimes those cost-cutting measures, be it bribery or otherwise, can be deleterious. And so that's a very good criticism because, for example, if they're not mixing their cement or their concrete properly, it's a potential risk. They're free to do it there, but in places where they have contracts, the buildings collapse. So how does that happen?
They don't care about their own people.
Yeah,
they don't believe in individual rights.
Yeah, that's a whole separate conversation, right?
No, that's why they don't do adequate construction.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond now. No more. You can relax for a second, fam.
People die. I feel relaxed.
I'm gonna respond for a second. I'm gonna relax for a second.
That's all right. I'm very relaxed.
It's called a conversation, fam. So a conversation.
I'm enjoying this conversation.
But I'm not enjoying you interrupting me when I'm trying to have.
Well, you're
taking the conversation.
Yeah,
I will, because I forget about you as I do every time I get up there. But now I'm gonna have a conversation.
No,
I'm gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna have a conversation. Thank you. So again, it wasn't due to their bad engineering, right? That is not why bridges are falling down, right? They're also building bridges a lot faster. Their infrastructure is a lot better. The battery technology, now I will admit, they took that from us because the battery technology that we invested in, we decided to divest and they bought it. They bought the technology and they made it better. They freaking made it better. The in-road charging technology that they're trying out in Detroit and a couple other places, that's their technology. They're the ones that created the technology. Here's the crazy part. Even Tesla, the Tesla car, there's a Tesla car that exists in China has a longer range than all the other Teslas here. Why? Because they got to compete. Why? Because the Chinese technology is better. Are you going to tell me that it's better because they didn't do environmental impact studies or whatever? No. You're going to tell me it's better because they are better at battery technology than we are. They just are.
Yeah,
right? The same thing with their.
Why are we doing this, Finley? This is wild, man. We're mixing truth with like nonsense, Finley.
I'm not mixing truth with nonsense. The same thing.
When you're talking about the Teslas, let's Finley, like right now.
What did I say wrong about the Teslas?
Okay, you were talking
they do have a
about
Tesla that has higher range than most of the Teslas here.
Okay.
That Model Y. They have a Model Y, but that has a longer range than the one here. Much longer range.
It has a longer wheelbase and it fits 6 people. Okay? That's what it has, a longer wheelbase. All right. Yes, oftentimes they might premiere something over in China before it does in the United States. It's going to work its way over to the United States. All right. I want you to look at China's electric car industry prior to Tesla coming over there. And then look at it post-Tesla. Tesla was the one that was able to create the electric car industry in China. They can thank Tesla for that. As it relates to like Tesla, how well it sells in China. This is ground zero for obviously Chinese electric car manufacturers, which are subsidized by the state. And Tesla still outcompetes them. They still sell
Tesla's not the number one selling car in China.
I didn't say they were the number one selling car.
I
never said that. I didn't say that they were the number one selling car. They were the number one selling car up until BYD just surpassed them. I want to say last year, 2025.
Right. When
the Model Y was the number one selling car in China.
When BYD expanded, they blew past Tesla in China and the rest of the globe. And the rest of the globe, and they're not going to be caught.
Hey, Anthony, what's up, brother? Good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yo, like Finley, listen, man. The techie that China is advanced in certain ways, and then not different ways. The whole race right now, the whole game is AI. That's it's like that's where it's at. And is China going to win that race? It's a coin flip. I don't know. If I'm a betting man, I think the United States has an insurmountable lead. That's my opinion. Can China potentially close the gap and win that race? Anything's possible, bro. But can
I ask a question?
Sure.
That AI thing is so flood. I want to go after the next.
Are you saying that Tesla was the first electric car over there, or was they? You said they outsold?
No, that's not what I'm saying. They were not the first electric car. Do you know BYD's history? Do you know how long, do you know what kind of company BYD started as, and do you know how long they've been selling electric vehicles, even to the United States, for a long time, man? Yeah, so that's not what's being said. All right. What I'm saying is that the electric car industry in China did not take off until Tesla got there. Tesla has a deal in China that no other company has ever been able to get.
Own their factory, yeah.
They exactly. They're the only company that has that deal. All right. So I'm not saying that Tesla created the electric car industry in China. Not at all. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, right. I was just reading it. It said Tesla was founded in 2003.
I'm after Seven Son.
Whereas China began significant development of its own electric vehicle industry, including the 863 EV project as early as 2001. While Tesla popularized modern EVs, they did not exist before electric cars conceptually, or in the case of China, early industry, before substantial government-backed EVs initiatives. It says Tesla Motors was incorporated July 2003, and China's was 2001, focused on EV pure hybrids and fuel cell vehicles. It says Tesla China entry. Tesla did not enter the China until 2014 with local production at the Gigafactory Shanghai started in late 2019. So you're saying that when Tesla hit China, then China's EVs blew up then, right?
Rise the EVs in China, absolutely, 1,000%. You can look at
Q. I call that.
You can look at he asked me a question.
Anthony's getting attacked, so let's let Anthony.
No, he's not getting attacked. He's not a victim. No. Fucking A, bro. Anyway, so the whole point is Anthony interrupted Mr. Finley to say that he was mixing truth with lies. And then just went on to explain. Stop. He's not fucking attacked, bro. Stop being a mom to a fucking grown-ass man on the internet. Stop being a mom to a grown-ass man. Anyway, so the whole point
for identity.
All right. I added Anthony to the queue because he's part of the conversation. There's Concrete, Finley, then Io, then Anthony. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the point that we were originally on was the superiority, the technical, intellectual superiority of China that was being contested by El Normo, right? That they don't have superiority, that they're merely copying Americans. He gave the anecdote. Of I went to a software conference and I saw Chinese copying information, right? Yo, Red Room, you gotta do something with this fucking weirdo, bro.
No.
You gotta do something, bro. He's gonna keep testing. He's gonna keep testing boundaries.
I don't care if he's telling lies. I don't care whatever.
He's gonna test boundaries, bro.
We don't care. It's his turn.
He's a ghetto hood rat.
It's free speech, sir.
He's a ghetto hood rat. Treat him like a ghetto hood rat. That's what he is.
Speech. I'm exercising my free
speech. He's a ghetto hood rat, bro. He's not gonna relax.
Go ahead.
All right, can you please move him if he keeps interrupting?
Go ahead.
Can you please move him if he interrupts?
He's already going.
Can you please move him if he interrupts?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get
the question is, can you please move him if he interrupts?
I think the answer is
Are you afraid to move him, bro?
Did you see the stage? Are you looking at your phone?
No.
Okay, well, don't worry. Go ahead.
Why can't you just answer a question?
He's already been moved. Damn, go ahead.
Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. It took a long time. Anyway, so the whole point is Stilgar's not here to argue it, but yeah. So his whole point was that Mr. Finley was mixing truth with facts, or mixing mistruths or lies with facts, and he didn't show any lie that Mr. Finley told, right? And the idea that you think that China is full of dullards who have no fucking intellectual creativity is crazy as shit. But
it's Miss Finley.
Yeah, they're definitely not full of dullards. And Stilgar made the argument that they're taking our knowledge over there, and that's why they're so smart. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense because they're outdoing us, right? Either we're dumb and we're sitting on knowledge, or they're actually smarter, right? Because they are outdoing us. Their infrastructure is better, right? All of their infrastructure is better than ours. They have in a matter of 10 years converted. I think half of their energy is now green, right? Because they understand that you cannot continue this dumb oil game, right? Renewables is the wave of the future, and pollution is a real thing. They believe that it's a real thing over there. We don't. All right, their EVs are better than ours because we have in America. The reason that EVs have not taken off in America is because I'm sorry, we're dumb. Right?
Yep.
We're dumb, right? They have a much greater infrastructure, right? Because they have invested a lot into it. We decided to do government subsidies to get people interested, but Americans still won't buy in. We're still selling very large, expensive gas-guzzling vehicles because this is what Americans have been brainwashed to believe is the wave of the future. And we're going to continue to do the very same thing while the rest of the world advances. But getting back to China, there's no proof that we're smarter than them. There's just none. They're outdoing us at our own freaking game, including the capitalism game, because they became the second biggest economy on the planet in a matter of 30 years, 40 years? That is freaking amazing, and they're gonna pass it.
Yeah. So, Finley's absolutely right. Like, look, if one out of every two AI researchers is Chinese, then we have a problem. And China said this 10 years ago. They're like, we're gonna have 100 million AI data scientists by the end of the decade. It's a different kind of space race. It's the space of AI. And if you think that we're so ahead, no. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, was like, well, sometimes the Chinese are ahead. So if the guy who's selling the GPUs, who has every interest in making America and butter up to America and make us sound great, if he's the one who's politely saying sometimes they're ahead, then it's just humans. You can't simultaneously say that the people in Taiwan are brilliant, but the people in China are dumb. It's the same people. So don't do that. Don't underestimate your adversary. It's the worst mistake you could make, America.
All right, Anthony.
All right, so it's a few things. All right, I'm just going to stick to the point that we've been focused on. China is definitely a huge competitor. I'm sorry. China is definitely a huge competitor. The red bar just popped up. I didn't know if you guys could hear me, but saying something.
You're still good.
Anyway,
You're still good. Keep it right there.
You loud and clear. You loud and clear.
All right, beautiful. Thank you so much. So, as it relates to what's going on today, what Normal is saying is spot on. The birth replacement rate in China, it's screwed. The demographics are screwed. China has huge problems. It's as far as what really matters. The thing that we need to get behind, it's two things, and they're related. It's AI and it's energy. And our policies right now on energy are really bad. But I don't think it's bad enough to stop us from winning the AI race. When we start talking about the Magnificent Seven, those companies in America that, are widely imitated throughout the world, especially in China, the people that helm those companies are what give us our advantage. It's really about the people, the innovators. Elon Musk, by himself, when we start talking about Starlink and SpaceX and, all of that stuff, it's getting data centers in space, the AI centers out into space, which, some people, of course, are like the naysayers, it can't be done, it's impossible. this is where the American innovation and exceptionalism is going to come in and play itself out. This is our secret power. You know, like, we can import the talent. It's not like we're getting a lot of the homegrown talent. We can import the talent. People love the ideals of America. People want to be here. People will, you know, abandon their country to come here. They're, at this point, like, the smart thing that Trump's done is he's actually focusing on technology workers as opposed to just, you know, like this lottery type system nonsense. The American citizenship is worth it, and people should pay to get in here, and we should, you know, like, get with innovators, and those are the people that we should be focused on bringing to the country. I'm not really worried about China like that. Is it like, should we ignore China? Of course not. It would be to our detriment. But, you know, like, I want you to imagine, Taiwan is right there. China feels like Taiwan it should be a part of them. You know, China's military is all of this, it's all of that. Why hasn't China just run up and taken Taiwan? Why? There's only one reason, and that's the only thing standing between China taking over Taiwan. And given all of the power that China supposedly has, you know, still hasn't happened.
I don't know that we could stop them if they decided to invade them anyways. I think our country's great. I think we overestimate our greatness, right? I think that we overestimate it. We totally underestimate China by tenfold. And yeah, they got a birth problem, but so do we, right? And our way of solving that problem has been immigration, right? But we've decided, nah, that's not a good idea no more, right? We're anti-immigrant in this country. Yes, illegal and legal, right? Because we're undermining, with respect to like the tech bros, we're undermining our American grown talent by bringing in people and underpaying and undercutting our American grown talent, right? We're not investing enough in K through 12 that we have enough American homegrown talent, because who was that was talking about how grad schools are majority non-Americans, like all of them. All of them are immigrants, most majority immigrants. That's a problem, right? And at some point, there's going to come a point in which the importation of talent is not going to be enough, right? And we should not want it to be enough. We should want to have grown talent, right? Between the constant wars, the political interference, our tariffing of other nations. Like, at some point, we're going to isolate ourselves. We're just going to kind of be stuck here while the rest of the world moves past. And I've said it before. I think China is setting itself up to be a better global partner than we are, and I think it's going to benefit them long term. And they're going to pass us and leave us in the dust because our arrogance. How's the scripture go? Pride comes before destruction, and Holy Spirit before a fall. And I think that's where America is headed fast.
Finley, man, I hate the sky is falling, you know, China's going to run past us. I hate that narrative, and I don't believe it to be true. It's not just that I hate it, it's that I don't believe it to be true. You know, like, look at Japan, right? Obviously, Japan has huge demographic problems. Can Japan go to, let's say, Africa, the continent with the youngest population in the world, and just import a bunch of Africans into Japan and integrate them into society? The problem with that is then Japan would stop being Japan. It wouldn't be Japan anymore. The United States does not have that problem. We are a nation of immigrants. We have no problem just bringing in as much people as we need to serve our purposes. And they're going to adapt to our way of life. They're going to bring some, you know, vice versa. They're going to bring some flavor, and we'll integrate that flavor into our way of life. This is America's superpower. American kids, black, white, Asian, whatever, they're not focused on the books. They want to be, you know, YouTube influencers, and this is what matters to them. But at this, and you know, like the average American can't read on a ninth grade reading level. All of that stuff is messed up, and I wish it was different. But we can still compete because we are the destination. I want you to look at people trying to come to the United States versus any other country in the world. There's no comparison. We are where people want to be. And as long as that's the case, as long as Elon Musk can come from Canada, with however many dollars he had in his pocket at the time, and create industry after industry after industry, you know, America's going to continue to dominate.
All right. So Anthony is giving us. So Anthony is being very politically expedient and he's tailoring his rhetoric to the audience, right? Now that is very underhanded, because if it were a homogenous MAGA audience, he would say, kick those fucking brownies out. Get them out of my goddamn country now and don't come back, right? So we know that in this environment, he's going to say, well, we love the immigrant. Oh, no, as ICE is rounding people up and kicking them out of the country, both American and fucking non-American, right? So we know Anthony is being very duplicitous right now. But that's a side issue. The main issue is that he doesn't have a long-term historical perspective. He doesn't understand that America wasn't always the world hegemony, right? That was Britain before America. And before Britain, I believe it was Spain, right? And America's only been the hegemony since World War II. And the reason why we became the hegemony is because Europe was in trouble, right? Europe got fucked over for their own reasons. I'm sure we could delve into that, how they caused their own demise. And we could see how America in its stature is diminishing and is fragile and is vulnerable to being usurped, right? We know that it's reality. And because Anthony lacks historical perspective, and I wish that he would, increase his historical perspective so we can have a more informed conversation, so he can see the actual threats that exist and understand that when America was the hegemony, it was because of being a manufacturing superpower. And it's because it had all this goddamn gold, right? It sold to the world and had strong industry and had strong exports and therefore had a whole bunch of gold. And so after the Bretton Woods Agreement, the Bretton Woods Agreement was, we're going to peg the dollar to gold and we're going to peg all other currencies to the dollar, right? Therefore, because they're the big dog, we can trust them. They got all the gold. They're the ones who are going to, be the hegemony after had fallen and couldn't maintain it anymore, right? World War I or II or both. Anyway, Bretton Woods. What was Bretton Woods? 1944. Anyway, so that's World War II. That's after World War II. All right, good. So the whole point is from 1944 to about 1960, we were on the gold standard. No, 1971, we were on the gold standard. We got off the gold standard because we couldn't keep up, right? Everybody had dollars because when you buy American goods, right, you have to convert your currency into dollars. When I sell something, a Kit Kat bar, a Ford truck, I want dollars. And if my dollars are stronger than your dollars, you got to convert your dollars to my dollars, right? And give me my dollars, right? So other countries need dollars. That means we're sending out dollars, always sending out dollars. And if they wanted their gold back, we would have to give them the gold. So what ended up happening is France started hoarding dollars because they said, yo, we see America increasing all of their exports. That means they're sending out a bunch of dollars. We're going to hoard dollars ourselves. We're going to collect a bunch of dollars, and then we're going to tell them we need our gold for our dollars, right? Have it, then they're going to collapse as a nation, which is why your boy Richard Nixon said, no more conversions, motherfucker. You can't convert no more. You have to just trust us on this one, right? And because obviously we still got the gun, then therefore you can still instill trust, right? All right, so we're off the gold standard. We're now doing a different system. So what ends up happening is we're still a fragile economy, as we can see from 2008, Great Depression, fucking 2001, and the next one, fragile economy. China increasing their manufacturing, increasing their military might, increasing their power. That's the natural transition. I'm sorry. Britain had the military might. Britain had the hegemony. It transferred to America, and I think now what we're seeing is a transfer to China. And you have to realize that the components of a hegemony and how China is developing those components. And currency is a huge part of it, and that's slowly changing. So I think even in our lifetimes, we will see, especially if we go through 08 again. If we go through 08 again with China in the position that they're in now, we definitely will be seeing a shift. And and now look at what we're doing in the Middle East. I don't think that helps in any way, shape, or form. I think these are the throes of a dying nation. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Ooh, so kind of sounded like Jeffrey Sachs for a second there.
What you saying, Matt?
I said you sounded like Jeffrey Sachs for a second there.
Who's Jeffrey Sachs? I need to look him up.
You need to look him up. He's a Columbia professor of political science. I mean, the guy's an expert in this thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's
Jeffrey
really,
Sachs.
Well, hold on. This is wild, man.
What Matt is doing, he's giving his positive affirmation.
I think it was Samoa and then Finley.
You're right.
I think it was Samoa and then Finley, right?
You all this shit. I got you, nigga.
Exactly, Coquito. That's exactly what we want from you, brother.
Okay. So Finley was supposed to go, but
Finley first.
I guess Anthony. Yeah, so I'll just go since he's not going. I thought that was a pretty good perspective. I think that let's say everything that we're going to grant is like the reality, and how what you're seeing right now is a reshuffling of the global order, and America says, how could we collapse China? Well, let's go for his left leg, and that would be like the funding mechanism of energy, right? And China knows this is coming, so China's attempting to move from fossil fuels to renewable energies as fast as they can. But because of the manufacturing, like mecca, so to speak, they can't, right? They can't, so they're still anchored down. So this is America's, right, like a motive here to collapse China, or for all of their like exit routes, by basically creating a coalition of the OPEC monopoly, as far as America being the main distributor as well, choking off points for China to like get ahead of the game. I thought what Anthony said was pretty clear. Like, the closest country to us is China. So the only way you're able to kind of like gain degrees of distance is by putting an elbow like in between you two. So we can grant everything that Concrete's saying and say from this point forward, you can see why these things are being done, as far as Cuba, let's say Venezuela, like within our own hemisphere, and then branching out to empower the Gulf states, Israel, and everybody in the Middle East. And then as a coalition, you'll have Europe, you'll have the Middle East, you can address the Indo-Pacific, right? Like as a collective, like, groupings of sorts, right? So then you're gonna be like, hey, Saudi, we're doing good business, Israel, we're doing good business. Britain, even though they're grinding their teeth right now, they're still going to be involved. Germany, France. You got three different continents now, right? 3 different continents roll-troning up to keep the status quo. And for China, that can't look good. It just can't look good. If anybody can offer escape routes for China, how are they going to be able to sever the attachments that America has anchored in as far as like the Gulf states, OPEC, the monopoly that's like taking place before our eyes. They'll get Canada involved. The EU's already like pissed off, but they're gonna have to be a part of it because they don't want to see any drastic change for the short term like grief, right? So how does China get out of this predicament?
Small, you landed. Okay, you closed up. All right, so here's what's up, Matt. Just thank you. All right, I want you guys to notice something, right? When Concrete landed, he landed on, the situation in the Middle East is like the last gasp of a dying man, some shit like that, something along those lines.
Throes of a dying nation, empire.
Okay, throes of a dying nation. This is embarrassing, y'all, all right? Because he cannot see the direct line between Iran and China. He can't see the direct line between Venezuela and China. He thinks these things are completely unrelated. This is utter and complete madness. Has anybody heard of BRICS, maybe? Does anybody know that acronym, the I, what the I stands for in BRICS? It's not just India, all right? It's not just India. Anyway, listen, the long and the short of it is Iran sold a shit ton of oil to China. China was all up meeting with Maduro like day before his ass got snatched up out of there. Yo, we are actively disrupting China. We are actively moving the pieces on the chessboard against China on purpose. This is not by accident. And you know what China's doing? They're saber rattling. They're not doing jack doodly squat. They're not sending any, weapons to Venezuela. They're not sending any weapons to Iran. They're not sending any troops. They're not sending a navy. They're not doing anything. They're talking about how bad it is what we're doing. All right? As the United States says, you cannot invade Taiwan. We're doing what we're doing. And you know what China's doing? It's sitting on its hands. That's what they're doing. As we're telling them, where do you guys think all of the, super AI chips are being manufactured? Taiwan, maybe? So we got the super AI chips being manufactured in Taiwan. It's right across the street from China. We're halfway around the world, got all kind of shit separating us. And China's still sitting on its hands, but you guys are so ship daddy when it comes to China? Whose man's is this dude Concrete? Somebody come get your man. Your man is down bad. He has no idea what he's talking about. 1960, then it says 1971. Like, okay, like we got rid of the gold standard out of desperation. Like, this was not a strategic move for us. Somebody make it make sense. Like the US dollar, I'm gonna tell you what was a mistake. Joe Biden weaponizing the SWIFT banking system was a mistake. All right? Joe Biden using the SWIFT banking system against Russia the way he did, that was a mistake. And I want you to go and look up when Joe Biden did what he did, and I want you then to look up what happened to the price of gold. Since the SWIFT banking fiasco with Russia, the price of gold has more than tripled. More than tripled. And that's because of an idiot that we had with his auto pen freaking weekend at Bernie's idiot, did not know what he was doing, and letting abdicated his responsibility as president, let other people run the government, and this is how we ended up in the position where we're at right now. Thank you for listening.
I don't know why that auto pen thing is an issue. All presidents use auto pen. There's no way that an executive at any level is signing every single document that needs to be signed. Like literally, there's no way. It's impossible.
I'm gonna have to figure
There are literally thousands upon thousands of documents that they gotta sign. So auto pen is the thing that everybody uses, including the one that we currently have, right? But I want to get back to the China conversation. America is doing what America does. It's foreign policy circa 1945, 1946, 1947 that we're still doing. This idea that we can bully our way to the rest of the globe. But while we're bullying our way, China has quietly replaced us as their soybean hookup. They're going to Argentina. They quietly inked a deal with Canada, allow BYDs into Canada so Canada can start producing BYDs, which they're selling everywhere on the globe. Are we selling our cars around the globe? Barely, right? So while we're bullying everybody, and doing, in my opinion, doing Israel's bidding in the Middle East, trying to foster peace that will never foster the way that we're doing it, right? Because we started the drama in the first place. But while we're doing this, China's making friends. They're making buddies. They say, hey, you tired of that abusive wife of yours, America beating you up? Come on, talk to me, baby girl. Come on, let's do business. Because I said this earlier. Countries are trying to make money. They're tired of freaking warring. Only America thinks that they can war their way into dominance and prosperity. Meanwhile, they're ignoring their own freaking family, right? We went from second in reading in the world to 35th to 36th in a generation. You think that educational foundation is going to be a foundation for which we stay this great country? Hell no! And we don't want to import people, right? Even though we've done that literally every generation up until now, that was the thing. That's how we grew. That's how our economy continues to grow, because I think immigrants are responsible for half of the Fortune 500 companies, right? But now that we're going into this super isolation, as we can do it all by ourselves because we're the biggest, baddest, and bestest on the planet, this is not going to continue to work. It's not going to continue to work. It's falling apart before our eyes. In my lifetime, China will become the biggest economy on the planet. And listen, they've been around 5,000 years or 3,000 years, whichever is, Matt will correct me. And they figured it out. We're only 250 years old, barely, and we ain't got it figured out. And we're not going to figure out because we got rich really quick. We're the rich kid that doesn't understand a hard day's work. And this is a very oversimplification of America. We're the rich kid that doesn't understand a hard day's work. We've forgotten the fundamentals, and we're going to blow our wealth in a generation.
It's my turn, man. So, Anthony, I don't think you understand concretely what Concrete was saying, right? And I think a lot of people, when they think the dying empire, they think it's going to be sudden as opposed to being gradual. One of the key points when the British Empire died, 1956, the Suez Canal crisis, right? When they asked the United States for help, and the United States said, nah, brother, I can't really help you with this one. Now, what did we see today? Keith Starmer went in his, their Congress, right? And he said, listen, we're not going to be able to help in this fight. It's not our fight. We don't think it's just, and we're not going to send our boys to die. We are seeing that people that the United States used to rely on kind of saying, not really into this right now, brother, give me a call later. Secondly, 2 weeks ago, Keith Starmer again was in China, right? He was well received. He signed a trade agreement with China. Also, we see that the European Union signed a trade agreement with with the South American counterpart, right? So where we are seeing a block of nations creating other trading partner and they're leaving the United States out. Our number one trading partner, Canada, also went to China and signed a trade deal agreement. Now, electric car from China is going to be able to they're going to sell electric car from China all the way to Canada, bypassing the United States. This is money we're losing. These people are creating different avenues to survive because they see that the collapse is coming. One thing I wanted to address to you is the immigration thing, right? Now, we do understand that Trump is sending a lot of people home. For the first time, the Wall Street Journal reported in 2025, we saw a negative immigration, which means more people left the country than people came in the country. Now, we're going to turn around and say, well, Trump sent a lot of people home. Great. The troubling number is 150,000 American families left the United States and went abroad. That's alarming. We are seeing our own citizens now leaving the country because they are looking for better opportunity elsewhere. People are no longer coming in, our people are leaving, and that's not a good sign for the Empire Island.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think I'm so glad we're having this conversation because the picture is becoming ever so much more clear, especially with that submission Matt just gave, coupled with the submission Anthony just gave, where he mentioned BRICS, right? And then Matt followed up with the meetings and the arrangements, the economic benefits that these people are going to get. So I looked up BRICS to see the member nations, and he said, what does the I stand for? Well, I think primarily the I stands for India, but because Iran was added, it could also stand for Iran. Oh shit. I didn't even know Iran was a part of BRICS, right? But Iran, BRICS isn't a military agreement, it's an economic agreement, right? So don't think of BRICS as being NATO. It might evolve into that, but currently it is an attempt to usurp the dominance on the dollar. And if you understand the importance of being the reserve currency, being a part of international transactions, being able to use Forex to like see the market, manipulate the market, because Forex transactions have to go through Jamie Dimon, which is JP Morgan, and Bank of New York Mellon, right? BYN, I think those two. Those are like the clearinghouse for Forex transactions. So they can see the market, who's buying what, who's collecting what, so on and so forth, right? And they can manipulate the market. So obviously having the reserve currency is very, very important, right? It's very powerful. And they're losing. And obviously, if Iran gets in bed with China, that's not going to bode well for who, right? That would be Israel. Even if your neighbor is not even making violent overtures towards you, but you see him getting healthier, working out, stronger, he doesn't have to threaten you. You know that nigga's getting fit. He got a fucking martial arts boxing trainer coming through. Mike Tyson's coming through to help him learn how to box. Oh shit. The nigga has, that nigga's been waving at you. Say, hey, good morning, bro. You good? You good? Okay. And he's like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. You looking. You say, yeah, I'm good. But I don't like what I see over there. I don't like you. I don't like seeing you getting healthy. I don't like you seeing you getting buff. Especially the last time we had that little conversation about how your shrubs or your tree was leaning over into my yard, right? And I remember I talked to you a little recklessly. And if the next time there's an encroachment in my yard with your shrubbery, I can't speak to you recklessly anymore, right? Because you're buff and you're strapped. So your economics precede your military dominance, right? And so that's what ultimately Israel has to thwart. They got to stop them from leveling up equity because they immediately would become a threat, never threaten them. And now the picture is getting very clear, very clear. And yes, so America stole the oil from Venezuela, fucking up the oil in Iran, but that isn't going to have, in my opinion, long-term implications. And we are going to diminish as a nation. But diminishing as a nation doesn't mean you stop existing, right? Spain diminished as a nation. Britain diminished as a nation. We will diminish as a nation. Doesn't mean we go away. It just means that our world becomes more dictated by somebody else. And if China decides, once they've reached that throne, that hierarchy, that position in the hierarchy, if they decide to open up their borders and create a safe environment for expats or whomever, if they start getting their citizenry to speak English in a more and more prevalent manner, 20 years, English becomes like a required language over there, and they start building communities and say, hey, come over. Oh, you can't buy a house in America because the average house is 1.5 million. Why don't you come to this American-like city here that we made in the Hong Kong province, and then you can fucking live your life like a normal human being.
Wait, Concrete, what province? What province?
I got that. Please, chill.
Yo, bro, the ties are, 20 years. I'm about to call it. Fuck it, I'm calling it. 20 years, America is not going to be the dominant nation. China's going to be the dominant nation. BRICS is going to be the dominant cooperative. And we are going, and they're going to have to shed Americans. You're going to have to shed Americans because your dominance is going to reduce your opulence, right? That's what's happening. Damn it, I figured it out. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, man.
Yeah, so I just want to point this out.
Wait, it was on me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Samoa. I'll go after you.
No, you good. Nick, you're right to me. Yeah, I think the problem here is that when you hear Matt's pessimistic view, where he mentions Canada and the UK and all these certain things, what he forgets is that there has already been agreements that are committed to the United States of America, and now that these agreements are starting to get to the negotiation stage as far as the USMCA, the ink deal with England or with the UK and the United States of America. So we could clearly say that it's a hell of a lot more sophisticated or comprehensive than it is, which is like a headline, okay, America's gonna lose out, right? So if you look at the Canadian deal, as insignificant as it is, you can clearly say 49,000 vehicles, dropping from 100% tariff to a 6% tariff. Canada's looking out for their short interest and making a little bit of money. That's fine. Over 75% of money, or 75% of their exports go to the United States of America. So then you just pick up a couple of percentages on tariffs for whatever's coming in from Canada. No problem. Problem fixed. Then you look at the UK. The UK is, America's our best ally, so on and so forth. They're already entrenched in these agreements with the United States of America. There's no decoupling. The only world that Matt's view exists is if there is a decoupling. There's no decoupling. Absolutely no decoupling. So I think that's just for the birds. And it's just like low fruit, right? If you're looking at what's actually happening, is there's a reshuffling of the order. And there's a lot of people that make a lot of money, bro. And China's sitting there looking okay, America just brazenly just walked in. And they didn't steal the oil from Venezuela. They purchased it at a fair market price. Venezuelans aren't out any money. They're making money. And if you can remove the cancer that exists within the body, there's going to be a short period of a recovery time. And then you're going to forget all about it, because the life that you're going to live is way more promising with a neighbor in your hemisphere. Venezuelans are happy. Do you not see them? They're jumping up and down. Now Iran's another story where we're going to buy their oil too. Now nobody had a problem with us buying Venezuelan oil when Saudi Arabia spit in the face of that president, Joseph Biden, and he went to Venezuela to buy oil. Nobody had a problem with that. So now we're going to buy all of Venezuela's oil. We're going to trade directly with Iran by removing all of their sanctions, which ultimately were the reason why we kind of pushed Iran and China to one another, because of the sanctions that we had there. So when Trump says, hey, Iran, let's play good. We'll remove all the sanctions. We'll trade with you. We've already removed the sanctions in Syria. The Middle East is going to be 2026 to 2030, NATO 2.0. And the Europeans are just going to have to deal with it, right? So then you're going to have this united front against China. And China's going to have to change their behavior. They're not going to be able to push out these predatory loans. I don't know how you say Fannie Mae in Chinese or Mandarin, but if anybody can look that up on Google Translate, but they're not going to be able to go to Africa, to with these predatory loans so that they can just buy up a whole bunch of territory. Like, we know what that is. That's modern day colonization. People are already hip to the game. China is playing with an old playbook. America's like, yeah, allow people to move how they move, and when we decide, we're going to drop the hammer. And the hammer's just been dropped on two of China's main alliances. And then Iran messed up so bad that he just pushed all the people that were sitting on the sidelines. They said, we don't want no problems, no mas, no mas. These idiots push these guys to America's side. That can't look good for China at all. And now he said something about the UK not being a part of this. The UK announced that America is using their bases to like knock down ballistic missiles and to launch like offensive strikes from all of their bases. He had like this change of heart in 24 hours. I wonder what happened. What happened from saying, this is not us, to, okay, America, you can do it? What happened in 24 hours? China wasn't on their line, right? China wasn't on their like back channel. Somebody else was. And we can clearly see who it was. There you go.
Samoa is so smart, man. I salute you, bro. Thank you for, like bringing some actual intelligence to the discussion. Thank you so much. Listen, y'all, Europe is nothing without the United States. All right? You take the United States out of NATO, NATO collapses. All right? Now, I challenge people to go look up the countries with the largest outflows of rich people and the countries with the largest inflows of wealthy individuals. Number one, with the largest outflow of wealthy individuals, no surprise here, is none other than the UK, United Kingdom. Who is number two, largest outflows of wealthy individuals? Could it be China, maybe? China. Wow, China? Who's number one in terms of receiving wealthy individuals? What country is number one on the list? Anybody heard of Dubai? Number one. What country's number two in terms of receiving wealthy individuals? US of A? This eviscerates all other arguments. This by itself dismantles all the nonsense that's been being spewed on this stage. When people who choices that can exercise options, they show you with their decision making where the money's at, the smart money's at. All right? The United States and Israel, say that Israel ran up in Iran. We ran up in there. Where's the outrage from the Middle East, those other Middle Eastern countries, man? Where's the rallying support for those from those other Muslim nations? They're actually blowing Iran bombers out the sky. They're the United States and Israel. Why is Israel hitting up hotels in Dubai? I need you guys to make it make sense, man. I really don't get what you guys are trying to why. All right? Ultimately, the rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. That's the United States. They've been predicting the fall of the United States since 1776. All right? And they're going to keep on predicting it. I'm not betting against the United States. I think it's crazy to bet against the United States. Thank you for listening.
And I don't know why the barometer of a country's economic success is rich people. Like, rich people are always doing good. That's just that's the nature of capitalism, right? Like, even during COVID,
You're misquoting me.
You're misquoting
me.
No, I'm saying you were talking about the inflow of rich people. You're saying we're number 2.
Where people choose to live. The
Right,
rich
but
people
I'm saying
have the option of
right,
living where they want to. Slowly, brother. I'm not talking about the rich people in the United States. I'm saying where rich people choose to go to live.
But that has no bearing on nothing, right? Because rich people are always have a choice to wherever they go, and they're gonna have high quality lives no matter where they live.
Point, Finley. That's the point. You're
right, but I'm saying
my point.
I'm saying that doesn't mean anything. If a rich person if all the rich people decide to move tomorrow to the DR, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that the rich people decided to move to DR. It's not a good barometer of anything.
It means absolutely a whole lot.
It doesn't mean anything. Just like the stock market is not the lone indicator of a good economy, because the stock market always trends upward.
You're mixing things that have nothing to do with each other. When we talk about where rich people choose, if all of a sudden a bunch of rich people chose to move to DR, you'd have to investigate why is it? What is it about DR that's making these people come here? It's logical. But when people who have the options to move anywhere in the world, choose to go to a particular place.
But the rank and file, it doesn't mean anything.
It means everything.
It doesn't because for example, do rich people get up in arms when gas prices rise? No, they don't. It doesn't affect them. Neither do grocery prices, right? Like this stuff affects the rank and file. These economic indicators mean nothing to rich people. Like they don't mean nothing. Hell, it doesn't mean much to freaking upper middle income people either. Not much at all. It means something to the rank and file. Those are the economic indicators that we need to watch, right? Which is why I brought up the school system. You know what I'm saying? Which is why, like these things matter. This is where we're failing as Americans. Yeah, rich are doing amazing in this freaking country. The K-shaped economy we talked about earlier, right? One group of people in this country, the economy is amazing. The other group of people in this country, it is horrible, and it's only getting worse. That's where it's gonna matter in the long term. That's where we're failing. That's where we're short-sighted. We cheer on.
There's a concept called quality of life. Rich people.
Come on, Anthony, please, brother. I call next.
We cheer on the wealthy hoarding wealth in this country like it is great. It is a good thing. It is not. At some point, like that house of cards is gonna fall. At some point.
That's time, right? And
come on, bro.
It's not. It's not. That listen, it's not raising all boats. It's not. The average Americans are getting further and further in debt, right? Further and further in debt, and their net wealth is not increasing, right? There is a problem on the horizon. I'm gonna leave it there, because I'll be honest, economics is not my forte, and my responses are more philosophical than they are technical.
Can we speak?
No, but
definitely.
Thank you for being honest. You can get in the queue, whomever that was.
I'll go after you. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. So Mr. Finley is correct, Anthony, and I'm glad he's doing analysis beyond the rah America that he was doing earlier in the conversation. I think we are now helping him level up analytically, and so in his attempt at leveling up and looking at economic indicators, he just looked at the wrong one. As Mr. Finley said, the inconsequential one, because we're talking about the health of the nation, right? And why rich people move selfish reasons like tax benefits or political disalignment, right? Which is, I don't like what's happening in the nation. I think they're going to attack my wealth. Let us leave, please, and thank you, right? Because we can afford to, right? And we'll just change our address. We'll keep the villa, but we'll change our address where we pay taxes. We'll buy another villa. And when political environments get better, we might remigrate, right? It is irrelevant to the real numbers, and we can go over those numbers. When we look at economic reports and what they discuss, they talk about GDP, the growth of your GDP. Is it 3% growth, 2% growth, no growth? What about your inflation? Is it 2%, 3%? What about your interest rates? What are those looking like? Is it 3%, 5%? What about your unemployment? How many of y'all niggas has got jobs? Is it 3%, 5%? Those are the relative numbers of a nation, right? Because what? Inflation deals with your purchasing power. Interest rate deals with your cost of money. Employment rate deals with how healthy your economy is. Same thing with the GDP growth, right? Those are the numbers we care about. GDP per capita. What about that? What does your balance sheet look like? Where's your money going? Is it going to paying off debt, or is it going to, build infrastructure? Which means, is your money being spent in a healthy, productive manner? That's what we want to know. We don't give a fuck about the rich. Guess what? We care about the industries. Are the industries growing and healthy? Or they have high profit margins, right? And like Mr. Finley said, the stock market is disconnected, is disconnected from the real economy. They have been thoroughly disconnected as of recently because the stock market is global. It is built on financial engineering, and the real economy is built on doing work. Stock market is how much can I flip Bitcoin for XRP for fucking Apple stocks and make money, right? That's not the real economy. If you look at how many people live in the world of finance, how many firms are in finance, how many people it employs, how many people own stocks, how many people trade, you'll realize it's not that big of a number. Actually, I'm gonna look it up because I'm curious now. Pause. So, Anthony, thank you for looking at economic indicators. You just gotta look at the right ones. And ultimately, okay, we're not gonna keep the world's hegemony. We don't deserve it, and it's gonna transfer to China. Accept it. And all the saber rattling, pom pom shaking, booty clapping. None of that's gonna change that. Thank you. Have a night.
Do you want to go, or should I go ahead and continue to dismantle the nonsense that's being spewed on the stage? And kudos to Finley for acknowledging that economics isn't his strong suit. Instead of pretending like certain people. Because if we're going to talk about who's the powerhouse of the European zone, who's the powerhouse? Anybody? Germany, maybe? I would like you to look at post-COVID Germany's GDP. Please, all right? I want you to go look at France and the way that the country is just collapsing. I don't understand why people do this nonsense, all right? It's not like we can get reliable numbers from China. You know what I'm saying? We won't even talk about, how this state really just, props up their companies and all of that nonsense that comes with that. Everything that these people are talking about as it relates to where rich people choose to live, it has to do with a very simple concept. It's called quality of life. When you have the wealthiest people in the world choosing a couple of destinations by far above all others, those destinations being Dubai and the United States, it's a calculation about their quality of life. And it's a very straightforward thing. There's a reason why these are the destinations. There's absolutely a reason. And to act like it's completely disconnected from, even the average man, that has nothing to do with the average man's, quality of life. It's completely nonsense. A poor person in America has a much better standard of living than the vast majority of people in the world. In the world, a poor person in America. So to pretend that even those amongst us that are doing the worst don't have a modicum of security that the vast majority of people that live across this planet that they don't enjoy would be a lie. We have all kind of safety nets in this country. You could be a homeless person and show up at New York Presbyterian, one of the best hospitals in the world, and you will get excellent medical care as a homeless person. They will address your heart issue. You will get stabilizing care right then and there. There are plenty of places in this world where they won't even see you. You will not even be seen if you don't have the finances for that. You know, listen, I understand you guys haven't been able to achieve on the level, certain people speaking, haven't been able to achieve on the level that they would like to. And because of that, they really they resent America. They resent the idea of America. They resent everything America stands for because they blame the system. They don't blame themselves. They don't start with the man in the mirror. And I get that. And it's sad, but it's the truth. They're rooting for America to fall. They can't wait for the demise of America. I get it. I understand why. But you know what? We're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Can I say something? It's interesting you say that, like your point of view. Like one of your point of views, like when you're saying like kind of like America's so great, but your ancestors came here with ownership papers, not immigration papers. You know, like I don't understand how you can even say like this country is so great. This country is garbage. When you go other places, little kids can play outside without getting stolen and raped and dismembered. And then you say stuff like, people are jealous of our, freedoms and all this other craziness. That is such a propaganda. We are laughed at around the world. We're bullies. We have nothing to sell. We have nothing to offer anybody but weapons. We don't go around the world helping people. We invade people and then steal their resources and sell them. So trust me, nobody is jealous of Americans. They're laughing at us. Look at the way we live here. We literally work till we're like 68 years old and then retire and die like 10, 12 years later. Like, parents don't respect kids, kids don't respect parents. There's all this molestation going on. Look at our president. Did you see those files? Did you see those Epstein files? That is our president. And look at his wife. That's who little kids in this country look up to. Like, no, this notion that this country is gonna burn. This country is gonna fall. And you know what? We can't wait till it falls.
I'm after pretty.
That's a fact. Let me get next.
I got it.
We can't wait till this country falls, and it's gonna, because every wicked regime has fallen. And I love Trump. You keep doing it. Keep doing your thing. Keep going all out. Because now America's gonna get what they asked for. And that's gonna be blood shed on our soil. It's gonna happen. It's only a matter of time. I'll land.
So that was a great submission, pretty.
I don't know if it's great.
Family.
So
I'll settle with that.
I'll next. So let me go through. So let's attack your points about America being the worst country and it needs to and that you can't wait for that to happen. First and foremost, you probably wouldn't survive in a collapse of this, nor would your kids. They're not prepared to live in the conditions that the majority of the rest of the world does. Outside of that, you can't boil water, you can't farm, you can't actually make things. You couldn't do the survival. As terms of, we have to work to 68, clearly you've not been to many Latin American, South American, African, Pacific, Indian, Asian countries, all that exist, even most of the European European countries where the elders don't get like a retirement package just to sit back in some utopia and relax and get to travel all the time. In fact, they work until they're pretty much dead, or until their kids say, hey, you know what, we're going to take care of you, we're going to put you in your house. But instead in America, you throw your elderly in nursing homes at a vast alarming rates instead of actually taking care of them at home. In terms of kids getting kidnapped, those numbers actually don't align. I mean, shit, you just had, what, 500 kids kidnapped out of a school in Nigeria. You've had multitudes beyond measures, accounts of kids both in Africa, Latin America, South America, and again, Indian and the Pacific Islands being kidnapped, sold into child slavery, sold into child marriages, and the numbers don't actually lie on that, as well as Europe. That shit goes on astronomically. They just don't catalog it the same way that we do. So you even have it going on in Canada, but no one accounts for that. As far as your entitlement of like, we are not the best and most nation that helps rebuild, well, you know, Philippines, Japan, Australia, and most notably Taiwan, many other islands throughout the Pacific Rim would disagree with you, as well as, again, in some African nations it hasn't gone as well, but they still have helped rebuild in many areas and offered prosperity through it. Oh, and we forgot about the big one, Europe itself. We helped rebuild. Hats off to that economic investment. At least they're able to stand on their 2 feet after having 2 world wars plague them and wipe out half of their population. And then you have the intrinsic factor of Canada reaping the benefits of the U.S. and uplifting them to a status that they're comfortable with, that they don't have to actually produce or do very much in comparison to what other nations have to do. As far as the exportations of the U.S., we do. We actually give a shit ton of money. We provide defenses. We secure the seas to ensure shipping lanes and goods are transported. We sacrifice our men and women at almost on a monthly basis to ensure those rights of other nations. We offer protection. We are usually the first to be attacked or to intervene when another nation is actually under threat. We actually stockpile them, hence Ukraine. We offer them defenses. We offer them munitions. We actually tax dollars. We offer them supplies. And in fact, most charitable nations around the world, the U.S. ranks the highest at grossing over almost the rest of the entire world. So it eclipses that in far as their own private donations through churches and other funding groups, which we all are aware 90 cents of almost every dollar has disappeared in some kind of facet or in somebody's pocket. But still, Americans give overall. Then our organizations that we fund, Doctors Without Borders, doctors doing this, nurses here, blah, 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 Peace Corps. We fund a lot of those things, and we have an overwhelming and massive amount of young Americans that actually go and give their time and volunteer to do this. We have them all over the world that enterprise on these things. Do they always work? No, but at least they try and they're out there doing that stuff. You have young men and women who don't go in to destroy nations. They actually help build. You have the Army Corps of Engineers, the Seabees. You have a variety of battalions that exist throughout the military that help do an amazing amount. You have the Coast Guard that not just monitors and does assets of protection, but they also make sure that the buoys are marked, that, you know, tides are charted. They do a lot of things at danger to themselves. They they use icebreakers and break out ice. They make sure passageways, they're tracking things. So we set up communications and satellites. We invent those.
It's all propaganda.
Okay. No, that's actually, so I listen to you. You can be quiet now. So
you're just ruining all this lies that
again, you can be quiet because again, you're incorrect.
Facts.
Yeah, you haven't given any facts. That's the problem.
White man, you love it here.
Yeah, and then furthermore, to go on with your other shit, their dumb ramble again.
Pretty. You gotta be pretty on mute. Come on, Daryl.
As far as Trump and the Epstein, yeah, he's mentioned a whole lot of times. Yes, you guys, like, you went out and said, oh, yeah, he flew on Epstein's jet between 93 and 96 with 8 flights. Problem is that Epstein Island wasn't bought until 1998, so he never went to the island. You actually don't have a smoking gun on anything with Trump as far as connection to that. You have a lot of hyperbole, a lot of allegations, but no smoking gun that has existed in those files or has been disclosed to to this point thus far. So now you're just sitting there going, oh, here's my facts. I'm just going to give rhetoric that I've heard on TikTok and say this or some other talking point. As far as the country burning, we've done that before. We had a civil war. It didn't go well for anybody on any side. Extreme poverty, extreme suffering, extreme loss of fucking life. But yet somehow or another, people like you think it would actually benefit it. And somehow you would rise up to a state and we would have this magic utopia. I hate to tell you this, it won't rise from that. It will not accomplish that. It will not achieve that. In fact, if you wanted to have a civil war, there would be massive amounts of blood in the street. Soccer moms like you would be attaching C4 to Roombas, trying to think you own something, and it wouldn't fucking actually matter. So at the end of the day, you sit there and scream from your bell tower, your ivory tower that's shielded and protected to you by that red, white, and blue flag, and then you scream how horrible it is, yet you would be the first one to scream if any of those infringements or any other nation came into here and started to say, hey, you're going to do it our way, and you would be hell-bent on saying, absolutely not, you're not taking away all that I have on this nation for some nationalistic goal. So spare us that.
Are you done?
Are you? Because you just got packed up and cooked.
Now let me answer you, buddy. First of all, I'm a manager, and I'm not even going to tell you where I work. I travel whenever I want, to wherever I want. I travel all over Africa. I travel all over Europe, okay? All over the Caribbean, all over the United States, all right? Anytime I want to any place I want to. We go for weeks, okay? So you don't even know me, first of all, to even talk about I'm a soccer mom. Nah, honey, you don't know who you're dealing with because I know America. Yeah, white people like you love it here. This is your land of milk and honey, right? But guess what? We built this country. We built this shit for free for you all, under chains of bondage, and then y'all will rather kill us than pay us. But you'll pay everybody else. You'll pay those fake Jews. You'll pay them for a 6-year Holocaust, but you enslaved us for 400 years. All right? And prior to that, everything you did, everything you and your ancestors did, you're going to pay for it, thus saith the Lord. So all these little riches and all these little cheerleaders you have, y'all ain't even living in reality. You really think America goes around the world and does things? Let me hip you to something. When they go and assist people, they make them put their water sources under a private company, right? They go over to Africa and lie to them and saying they're giving them immunizations and it's AIDS and everything like that. They experimented on the black community up until like 3 years ago. So you better not ever in your life try to check me when I know the dirty history of this country. And you know what? You're talking about, oh, we got all these freedoms, we got all these rights. No, you got those rights. You got those rights. Even though we had to fight civil rights, we had to actually take our country to court to stop bombing us, to stop just oppressing us. You guys come in our neighborhoods, you circle our neighborhoods over and over and over and over and over again, but yet our president is being accused of being a child molester, and you just defended him when I stayed up to 6 in the morning last night watching every one of those files. Y'all are gonna ignore it. You know what I'm saying? And then you come in spaces like this, and you talk about how great America is. Nobody in the world thinks that. Nobody. Trump just did the best thing he could have did. He bombed Iran. All I can say is hallelujah. Bring on the bombs. America is getting bombed, and people like Anthony, you're on the chat talking trash. As a black man, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I wanted to say.
That's all I gotta say.
You know.
Peace.
Thank you, Pretty. Don't leave, Pretty.
Make America black again.
Don't leave, Pretty.
You know, I think the issue
She definitely would leave, right? Because like a lot of her claims are kind of baseless. You know,
Were you in the queue?
I thought I was because I asked to go behind Viking.
Okay, all right, I must be.
And like you know, I just feel like two things can be right. I think like Vikings speaking from us Americans as a collective, because even if you're black, when you go to other countries, they don't see you as black; they see you as American. I think when you know, like one of my homeboys, he's in a 3, he's in an SFAB unit. They were in Northern Africa. They see him as American. They don't see him as black. And I think, hey yo, you got a hot mic. Yeah, and I think like I don't see like a lot of what she said is like baseless claims, like or I think she should do her research. I get the whole hip motto on Clubhouse is just to demonize America, and America has committed atrocities. No one's not saying that, right? Every country has issues, right? Some countries like to hide their demons. The thing about America's demons is that they're very much transparent. You can just look it up. Of the country to pretend like there are definitely people that want to come to our country. My brother was in Turkey recently, and he said once the woman in there found out that he was American, she literally was begging him in the clinic to take her with them back to Washington, D.C. And the lady at the front desk had to tell her in whatever language they speak to chill the fuck out. Like the lady, he said the lady at the desk started reprimanding the lady who was sitting next to him, like, yo, chill out, you're looking ridiculous, you're sending us. You know what I'm saying? But the lady very much begged him. I can tell you, I've seen this same thing walking through the city of Kabul. Like, I don't know why we have this delusion. Now, and that's what I'm saying. If she did her research, then it's not like she's entirely wrong, but she's not entirely right. Like when you go to Europe, they don't care to come back to America. You know what I'm saying? They're like, okay. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you when our military shows up, when I was at Hohenfels, Germany, working with the Lithuanians and Romanians in a joint task force operation, they were happy as hell to see us. Right? They said, oh, Americans here, we got the best living. When I was in Poland and the Ukrainians came there and they trained with us for a little bit, they said, oh, we love y'all bases. They like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe you don't know that because you don't do joint exercises with other nations, right? And maybe you don't know that because you maybe don't travel to impoverished countries, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you go to Mexico on your vacation, but I'm saying, like, if you're really out here traveling to countries that America's worked with, you see that they're very much grateful for us. Do some countries detest us from a leadership perspective? Without question. But I can tell you that the people that live there day to day, any of them, if Pretty hates it so much, any of them would trade with her. I can tell you they would. I know people in motherfucking Afghanistan that would trade their kids to just trade places with her. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I get it, but at the same time, like, you gotta do a little bit of research, man, before you just come in saying that, because it's not gonna fly in here.
All right. Rashad, you basically said nothing. You basically said it's worse over there, and nobody argued whether or not it's worse over there. We're talking about the atrocities that America has committed in order to get its stature. You basically said we like your bases, which is you have money to spend on your bases, right? Where did the money come from? Pillaging the world, robbing and stealing all over the world for centuries. Oh, okay. So basically you're the guy at the bar buying all the drinks and you think that makes you a good person. How'd you get the money? Oh, I sold drugs. Oh, okay, cool. That's why we like you, right? Because you got nice stuff, right? That lady wants to come here because that's what she thinks is the solution. And it might be the solution because nobody said it's not worse other places. What we're talking about is what America does, and you want to talk about what other niggas are doing. So that was a bunch of nothing because it didn't address the point. And you should just accept, yes, America's fucked up. It's probably going to lead to a decline, and somebody else is going to take the number one spot. It's okay. Let someone else take the number one spot. They'll probably end up, if human nature is correct, doing the same exact thing that America did, right? because humans be humaning over time. And it's just one leader replace. What did they say? Say goodbye to the boss, say hello to the new boss, or some shit like that. Anyway, the king is dead. God save the king. Anyway, I'll remember the saying later. But the whole point is, Brad got cooked. Brad got cooked because what Brad did was Brad infused propaganda, as Purdy said, into his presentation. He took old virtues and he tried to use that as to a reason why you get to be an atrocious entity, an atrocious nation today, right? It took the things that they broke in Japan and then say, oh, but we fixed it, but you broke it. Oh, but it was their fault. But we think that you didn't have to go that far. Or we think that some of that shit was false flags, right? So you have to appeal to a certain narrative and a certain cherry picking of data in order to have this extreme nationalistic view. And unfortunately, the extreme nationalism is definitely one of the qualities that are going to lead to the demise. It's partly a control mechanism, right? Get them looking and thinking in one direction. Rah, 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 sis, boom, bah. America. But it's also detrimental because you're getting manipulated. You're excusing everything. And we deserve the leadership that we got because y'all niggas did select him. Y'all had such a violent response to Obama, a violent response to a woman, and that was before they got really, really woke, right? So you can't blame it on wokeism because the Hillary Clinton campaign, I don't think was that woke as compared to Kamala. Kamala is kind of like understandable because the wokeness had gotten out of hand at that point. But that wokeness was a response to the intransigence towards Obama. The more intolerant you got, the more fucking free-spirited they got, right? And so there's that ideological war. But what's really happening is that y'all can't cohabitate. And y'all hired a fucking strongman idiot who's going around fucking up the world, and it's gonna cost. And it's gonna be our fault as a nation that we couldn't fucking cohabitate. We couldn't elect a reasonable, rational person. We couldn't get out of the pocket of Israel. We couldn't not be robber barons stealing resources from around the world. We couldn't be fucking profiteers off of our own nation through financialization, fucking 40, 30-year mortgages, fucking health insurance. We couldn't stop ourselves. We as a nation couldn't stop ourselves from being self-destructive, and we will deserve the result that we get. And there is a God and there is a balance in order to things. It's mechanical. It's not aspirational. It's mechanical. You can't fucking gorge on the world or engorge yourself on the world and fucking not have fucking stomach ache, right? Not have all type of responses. It's unnatural. But anyway, yeah, Brad, you got cooked, and Rashad, you said nothing. Thank you.
So, well, we got the Tarantino effect from Concrete here, trying to cheerlead some kind of facet. They actually didn't get cooked because, again, the U.S. is not over in Africa injecting AIDS into people. You didn't have the smoking gun in Trump, so all of her claims were baseless. So you supporting desperately to try to find another woman to give dick pics to is probably not going to be your best chance at winning a debate with me. But we can go ahead and do this. So a lot of you would want to go back to colonial times and basically say America is horrible, it should never been created, and that blah, 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 America is all this bad. But mind you, U.S. don't even realize that it was the British colonies that had slavery. They didn't realize that the British government was the one that actually established the British African slavery unit to actually export slaves to the colonies. And while they were talking about freeing slaves, you know the one place they weren't going to free them? The Americas. They sure as shit weren't going to get rid of that fucking workforce because guess what? It profited them. So America fought a revolution and made its sense. And a lot of you guys wish for America to fail. It's weird to me that in 250 years, coming further than any other nation in history in terms of its accomplishments, even though it has made significant woes and it has caused harms amongst people, and it has to basically acquiesce to demands of its people, and it has brought forth different perspectives, it overall has advanced despite what you said, particularly in terms of where other nations rely on. The U.S. being the sole superpower world does give it the right. It had a counterbalance. It was the Soviet. Now, Russia and China are beneath the U.S. The U.S. now leads in supremacy around the world. It is an empire. And as an empire, its interests are, hey, we want free trade. We want trade to be exported. We want to be able to make money. And most of you, including Concrete, who couldn't fucking survive a day without fucking mass processed food, fucking Starbucks lattes with like cum sprinkles on them, and sucking that shit down for convenience, the ability to send dick pics through internet to women on a audio app that was created in America, all of these things would not be founded unless it was actually Americans doing this. The idea that there is some other nation out there that's doing it better than us and we need to acquiesce, you've never lived in those places. The idea that you would fucking pack up and actually go try it, I would be bemused at that. Because I honestly tell you, we get a lot of expats who said the very same thing and are now trying to come back to America, and they're failing at it. Because guess what? Once you revoke your citizenship, you get to stay where you're at. So this idea that somehow the failings should be there, in terms of the U.S.'s involvement in Iran, you forget the 40 fucking years of fucking terrorist activity in multitude of countries. It wasn't like these guys were so nice and were interfering with their government or anything along those lines. Multiple administrations tried to play nice, tried to acquiesce to him. Fucking Obama gave him a plane load of fucking cash and said, here, I'll free up assets. I'll talk trade deals with you. Still nothing. Still absolutely nothing. And again, they continued. What is it? We're at 60, 70,000 terror attacks sponsored by Iran since 9/11. So now you're looking at this and going, as a world leader, as a supremacy, while you have all these people out there and saying, hey, you're the big daddy on the block. What are you doing about these? And everybody looking up to you, and you have UN resolutions after UN resolutions after UN resolutions, and nothing comes to it. There comes a point where you can poke the bear so long. In terms of Japan, yes, we had the little oil conflict that existed with Japan that you can argue maybe led them to attack Pearl Harbor, but the U.S. didn't start that engagement. It was a trade war that developed into a hot war. Now, you're going to argue that, oh, poor Japan, because we dropped 2 bombs on them and show them that you can leave shadows on sidewalks, all of a sudden means that it's such a bad thing that the U.S. did this. No, it's not. It's called war, and our enemies were not going to quit. They were actually sticking it out, and they were doing the same thing until they actually saw that. Until the emperor came out and said, I surrender. That was only after the second bomb dropped. And it's a good thing he did it because we didn't have a third one. So now, when you look at that and say, hey, Japan was looking on where to surrender. They didn't want to go to the Americans. They were talking about the Russians. They wanted to surrender to the Chinese. They wanted to go all over the place, but they weren't willing to surrender fully, and they wanted to keep their arms. The U.S. was not about to have that. You attacked us. You attacked one of our states. You shot men in their bunks. You shot civilians. You targeted them on baseball fields, softball games, and while men were sleeping and on duties, and somehow you think that you as a nation get to walk away from that. That's not going to happen. That will not happen. And you forget about all the other countries that were infected, including China, who, like the rape of Nanking, like you forget all these other historical things that actually add to it in your quest to say America's bad. Is America perfect? Absolutely not. But I'm willing to bet not a single one of you would go to fucking Botswana. Not a single one of you would go to the Congo. Not a single one of you would go and hike it out in Peru and live down there for 5 years thinking you're going to have some kind of thing. You can barely survive a fucking cruise ship on a carnival line. So now you're going to tell me that, oh, we got to go try these others that are doing so great. Which place is doing better than America? You're fat. Obesity rate is almost 70% across the nation. We have the fattest poor people in the world. We have the most wealth in the world. We have the most trade opportunities in the world. You have people leaving the workforce for online opportunities. I'm pretty sure the entire continent of Africa would love to have that fucking opportunity. You have absolutely no gall, no bearing to build anything because you're sitting here just going, hey, you know what? I pay tax dollars. I have all the supreme social safety nets. If I get out of work, I get unemployment, I get Medicaid, I get these. Other nations don't have that. They don't have guaranteed protections. They don't have that in mass anywhere in the globe. So now you're sitting here under the comfort of that flag that you hate so much, saying, I can tell you how to do it, but here, right now, we need to burn. You want to burn it all, take it off. Let's start this fire, because I can promise you, you won't be the one left standing. I can promise you that if it's someone like me, I will personally take everybody who wanted to kick that can and I will eliminate you. I will carpet bomb that area and I won't give a damn because I'm that guy. I don't really care. I want the privileges that I have. I want that blue passport to mean something. I want the strength to show. I don't want a nation like Iran being able to put our sailors on their knees for operating in a Gulf, which is fucking international waters, and thinking somehow they can own it. Firing on our ships, killing our soldiers without any provocation, which they have done numerous times. How about targeting Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and numerous other countries, the French, and backing that up? You forget going to a nightclub. Kids should be able to travel the world and go to a music festival without having to worry about getting raped, tortured, and kidnapped and murdered in the streets. That shouldn't happen, whether it's France, England, fucking Israel, fucking Dubai, fucking anywhere. They shouldn't have to worry about that. So now you want to sit there and say, oh, we need to burn it because it's the white man's. Well, you weren't jumping ship to go back to whatever your DNA tells you that you from, because you know why? Those people over there in Africa don't want you. They don't claim you. They don't treat you as what Rashad said, as a black native, a welcome home prodigal son. They treat you as an American. And you are not welcomed in their communities. They're not going to give you voice to power. And you are certainly not the guy that women are going to stand behind to say, hey, protect me when the wolves at the door. You are the guy who cries, pretends you're a woman, puts a shroud over your head and ducks in the corner, and you leave it for men like me to stand up there and face that. And the other women that serve in the service, like a Patty, you'll relinquish your fucking masculinity for a woman to go have to fight that battle, because that's the type of man you are. You just want to bitch and moan on a hot mic, but never accomplish anything in real life of any substance, and which is why your name will be forgotten about while others will be remembered.
All right. So
he told no lies.
Next, Anthony.
All right. I called after.
No, you get in. It's Anthony. He's already in the chat.
Next. Where's Anthony? Is Anthony even here? Anthony, are you here, brother?
And then you got Rashad.
Yeah, then it's me next then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a queue.
Go ahead.
I mean, I agree with everything he said, man. I think he dotted every I and crossed every T. You know, I think the point we're kind of like, I think both of you existing in our nation is good for our nation. The idea that we have people in our nation that are taxpayers that critique our nation is a good thing. And then you have those people who defend this nation so that we can keep these liberties. I think, and I said this before, and I think Brad has heard me say this too, and even Oleg and the moderators. The issue with, I think, people like Concrete, and I don't want to single him out, but it's just we hear this on Clubhouse a lot, and it's that they see things in, like, I call it a Disney movie. That's how a 2-star general told me. He said they see things in a Disney movie where it's like, this is the good and then this is the bad, right? These are the good guys, these are the bad guys. America is the bad guy, and eventually. What his point was that it's not like that. Once you remove the morality from things, you start to see things in clear of what they really are. The entire thing with Iran, to be honest with you, comes back to the idea that if Iran ever gains nuclear weapons, it could be really bad for the surrounding countries and for U.S. soldiers. Now we see this because once a country usually gains nuclear weapons,
you become a force where I have to respect you. Now, that's all good until I realize that you have crash out energy, where it's not that you can beat me in terms of military might, but you would just decide to kill yourself and everyone else in the room around you because you would self-destruct. You would suicide before you let me just beat you and take an L. Now, we see this. I'm going to go really fast. We see this with North Korea. North Korea on its face is not stronger than many countries, right? I would say their military is not even stronger than the Polish military, to be honest with you. But they have nuclear weapons. So in that might, I have to respect you because you would just shoot nuclear weapons. I would shoot nuclear weapons. And after the nuclear weapons are over, I would still win the war, right? Because eventually, after the nuclear weapons are done, you still have to have soldiers on the ground. When the nuclear weapons are over, you would wreak havoc on the ecosystem. So in short, you would cause catastrophic damage to Japan and all the neighboring Pacific countries, even though it was a 1v1 between me and you. So what happens is because they have nuclear might, though, we have to respect them. So you have this country with this dude who occasionally shoots ballistic weapons over Okinawa, like we don't have U.S. soldiers there putting their lives at risk, but we just be like, okay, he's just stupid and just wants to shoot his weapons. Now, to end it is that the same thing could potentially happen with Iran. Now, Israel is basically, at this moment, we know, the only country with nuclear weapons, but they're a U.S. ally. They're not a threat to us. The difference is Iran has never really been in a good space with us, right? Only to a certain extent, right? Probably 1979. And then ever since then, it's kind of been like, yo, they don't fuck with us. Obama gave them $1 billion and they still didn't fuck with us. So the thing is, because of that, it's like we can't allow them to become a North Korea in the Middle East, because then we have to respect them and we would have to capitulate to them to a certain degree. They would have a seat at the table. You need to look at international conflict and what happens as this is about might over right. It is about, am I stronger than you? And entire world history has been around that. Even I'm a descendant of a slave myself. That was the age of European exploration, but it was very much the same thing now. If I am superior to you, then I will take advantage of you. We saw this because the Native Americans couldn't defend themselves from the Europeans, right? So what they do, they took the land from the Native Americans. But guess what they didn't do? Guess what the Europeans didn't do? They didn't take the land from the French. They bought it from them. They bought Florida, Louisiana Purchase. You know why? Because it was a country that could defend itself. So they said, you know what? I am not entirely superior than them, so I have to respect them. And now use that logic for the entire way a history has happened. When you think about Venezuela with Maduro, it is the same thing. The U.S., a superior country, is telling you, do not do business with our adversaries. You say, fuck me, and you start dancing at parades. I am superior than you, so I will take advantage of you since you will not capitulate. So we go in, we snatch up Maduro, we put him in a Nike Tech, and now he's, you know, feel me? Now he's in New York City doing drills. So it's very much the same thing. And everything has been that way. Russia to Ukraine, do not join NATO. Oh, you look like you might join NATO. I am superior to you. I will take advantage of you. This has always been how politics have worked. You need to take out the Disney thing about these are the good guys and these are the bad guys and they're going to get what's coming, because it's not. It's never going to get what's coming. It's on who's superior and who's better.
All right. So you're okay with might makes right, except when it's your people getting subjugated. And unfortunately, because we know Brad's lineage, same thing applies, right? And right now, you put on the American uniform, and this is a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome, where you got kidnapped or you were starved out and you had to get on your knees, and here you are, after your forefathers fought and bled for their freedom, you are now subjugating yet another generation. Oh man, and you're excusing it, you're celebrating it, you are promoting it, you are encouraging it. You have failed the mission. The karmic loop that you're in must continue until you have reached enlightenment. You have not reached enlightenment, Rashad. Go back to the first grade. Brad, same thing. And for myself and the others who have graduated and see the errors of our forefathers and don't participate in the continuance of their stupidity, we get to fucking graduate and move on to the next level, the next universe, where there is a more enlightened group, and they'll have their own challenges, right? They'll have to figure out how, with their tranquility and their leisurely time, that they are still productive. Y'all niggas haven't even beat level 1. How to play nice with others. What in the holy fuck? What is wrong with y'all? Really and truly, what is wrong with y'all? Why is the lesson so fucking hard to learn? You can protect your home. You can help others without agreeing to subjugate innocent people. Okay, you're scared, right? You think, oh, they're gonna come back and beat me up. But you already admitted. North Korea's sitting over there. You ain't fucking with them. So now you're saying I'm a bitch. You're saying I'm a bitch because I can only do it to the weaker amongst us. What? And you're proud of that shit? I know you ain't admit it, but you said it. I can only fuck with the weakers. Right? That's bitch boy behavior. Y'all are better than that. Rashad, Brad, you're better than bitch boy behavior.
We do fuck with North Korea.
1 second.
Like a lot.
1 second.
Like a real lot.
One second, brother. When you tell me, I see we have another contestant that has raised his hand unnecessarily. I had to deal with Brad, and I had to deal with Rashad. And here goes Tim.
I'm just being autistic about the details. I can't help it.
It's not. Well, the tism is the tism, and you can control the tism, but that doesn't make you correct, right? Being, having Tourette's and talking and having the tism doesn't make you correct.
Should I say it?
Whatever.
Should I say it?
Actually, 1 second.
Right.
1 second, brother.
Should I say it? Blame it on Tourette's?
I didn't interrupt anybody. If you feel hit, you go ahead and feel hit, and then you give your submission. But you stay on mute, please and thank you. Now, Stilgar would like to say, I fuck with North Korea. Okay, great. Is that in the way you fuck with Venezuela? No. So then we're talking about two different types of fuck with. Is it the way you treated Iran? No. So we're talking about two different types of fuck with, right? So we aren't talking about the same type of fuck with, right? Because a fuck with would have to be you go to North Korea and you fucking kidnap Kim Jong-un. You ain't doing that. So be quiet, please and thank you. Anyway, where was I?
It's actually an option that's been.
1 second, please. 1 second, please. Thank you. Yeah, until you do it, you ain't done it. Oh shit, I like that. Until you do it, you ain't done it. Anyway, it's back to my fucking rant. So we got Rashad, Stilgar, and Brad over here beating chess from marginalized.
What is the topic?
From marginalized, subjugated lineages. Y'all got to do better, man. Y'all got to do better. Because all you're saying to your children is, I'm sorry. I didn't fucking know it was going to come back to haunt me. I didn't know when I was an old man, my enemies would take advantage of my feeble nature. I didn't know that my enemies would fucking, combine and, take advantage. But you did know. And you knew that they were gonna fucking retaliate. You knew that that's how the life goes. Oh man, what's going on, man? Well, I gotta do it. Nigga, what else am I gonna do? Huh? Diplomacy, huh? Game theory, huh?
So America irritates me because we simultaneously embody the seven deadly sins. Like we embody them: greed, pride, lust, gluttony, wrath, even slothfulness.
politics, in our daily lives. Like those things are as American as American pie, right? But we call ourselves this Christian nation. That's why it drives me crazy. We don't freaking Christian nation. We're not. We're not. We weren't founded. Some of the people that helped found this nation were Christians, yeah. We weren't founded in Christian beliefs, Judeo-Christian beliefs. We weren't founded in that crap, man. We weren't. We weren't. Jesus Christ, we claim that we were founded under. We believed in none of that crap. None of that crap. None of it. We're hypocrites then, we're hypocrites now. And all of this terrible foreign policy is going to come to bite us in the butt because the rest of the globe is going to be tired of us. Just like that, every other great empire, we will not be the greatest for long. We're going to fall too, right? Not that we're going to disappear. We'll still be here. We aren't going to be this. Well, no, we'll probably still beat our chest because we dumb. We ain't gonna realize that we not like we losing because we're losing the educational game. We're winning the money game barely, right? Barely. We just got a bunch of money, a bunch of guns, and we're dumb, envious, gluttonous, wrathful. And then someone has the audacity to say, America's a bad guy. Yeah, we're the bad guy. We're the bad guy. Just because I'm related to you don't mean I can't call you out. If my uncle is an alcoholic, I can call my uncle a freaking alcoholic. Doesn't mean I don't love my uncle. He's a freaking alcoholic. Call him what he is. If my brother's a bully and I'm calling him out for a bully does not mean that I don't love my brother. I'm telling this dude, stop being a bully. I care about you. You're doing bad things. You're living a bad life. I'm calling you out. That's all we're doing with America.
The same thing applies to fat.
And we're fat. We're telling America, listen, we don't like your
stomach.
We don't like your ways. We don't like your imperialistic ways. Stop it. We're telling them to stop it. We're telling America to lead by example. We're telling America to be the global example. Lead by freaking example. We're telling America if democracy was so good, right? If it's so good, why don't people just sit on their own and do it well? But no, the rest of the world says, well, we don't want to be like y'all. Y'all some hypocritical bullies. It's your way or no way. You ain't even got it right.
I wanted to say one of the things in like my last name is a slave name. All right, so I can attest to these things. I know my great grandfather fought in World War II. I think it is kind of funny to me how people on Clubhouse think they're the litmus test for how other people should live their lives, especially black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's real funny because like other black people will tell black people, oh, you're a coon or you're a sellout because you're successful. Like in 5 years, I can decide if I ever want to work again, I'll be getting 2 pensions. But you in 5 years won't have 1. But I'm a sellout. I think that if I think about my black descendants and brethren who died, who thought this country was worth a damn and was worth fighting for, so that we can all sit on Clubhouse and cap about how we're so noble. Do their lives not have merit because you don't agree with what they
the emotional argument now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like I think that if they this country was worth a damn, then I have a responsibility to those black men to pay it forward. Now, you don't have to have that obligation, right? This is not North Korea where you have to join the military and you have to die for your country. You don't have to do that. It is a choice. But to sit here and judge someone else, especially when you are in a minute, well, yeah, I'm not going to say that because that would be like coming at somebody. To say that when you are not in just because you're not in an advantageous position, to me is kind of just like a disingenuous argument. Because like, just because you're not winning don't mean we not winning. Like, if I'm winning, my family's winning in life. You know what I'm saying? My mom got to see her sons graduate.
What are you talking about
You feel-
right now?
I know.
You're mad because he's rich and you're broke. At least I guess me. Whoever.
I didn't say rich. I just said successful.
Yeah. We're mad because he's successful and we're not successful.
Right.
That's the only reason why we're saying these things because we're not successful.
No, I think for you to believe that you're the litmus
if I were
test.
successful and I were saying these things, then what would you say?
No, I think if you for you announce yourself as the litmus test for if I'm a sellout or not, to me is what I'm getting at. Like Philly, because I'm not talking at you. I'm actually trying to have a.
I kind of implied it, baby.
Philly, who are you?
Just to throw you a bone here, it's litmus, not litness.
My bad. Thank you, Stilgar. I'm saying, like, who are you to tell me if I feel like I'm winning in America and that my family lineage is proud? How are you as another black man to tell me, nah, that ain't it? Y'all all sellouts. Like, who are you to me? You just met me. You don't know me.
Well, you want me to respond to that?
If you're in the trash, it's nighttime, and you're wearing that mask and you're furry, I mean, I gotta call you what you are.
Well, better yet, what we can do is we can get like slave diaries, right? And we can get other diaries and testimony from people who have been subjugated, bombarded, succumb to imperialism, and we can do an AI conversation with them. And so we could take your ancestor and we say, hey, ancestor, I am okay with America invading Iran. What are your thoughts? And they'll be able to actually take all the diaries and all the attitudes about imperialism and nation conquering, and then give you a response. And we don't even need AI to use our imagination, where I think your grandparent would say, boy, do you know what I went through? And you're like, yeah. And you're doing the same thing they did to me? Yeah. And then we just, would great-grandpa be happy? And I think he'd say, nah. I don't think he'd say good job for doing to another group what they did to me. Right?
So you're telling me what you think that my great-great-grandpa was saying.
Yeah. Logically.
So but you've never met him a day in your life.
But we still have logic, brother.
I know. Wait. We do have logic. I just used logic when I just said what I said, sir. You're telling me. So you're telling me.
You asked me a question.
Wait. So I know. Wait. Because I've talked to my great-great-grandmother. So you're telling me what you're telling me. Stay with me real quick. I'm using the logic that you're saying I'm not using. You're telling me that you can tell me more about what my great-great-grandfather would say than the woman that he was married to. That's what you're telling me.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Yo, concrete, you wrong. Just because your grandparents didn't like getting bit by the dogs and sprayed by the water hose, we might have enjoyed it. My grandpa might have enjoyed that crap.
That true, Rashawn?
Did your grandparents enjoy it? You can't answer a question with a question. Like, you just say yes or no to mine.
All right. So I do. Hold on, Seventh. Hold on, brother.
You answer my question.
Hold on, 1 second. So Seventh, you can go after me. And so you asked a loaded question, right? So within a loaded question, there's going to be like a premise that I don't agree with. Now, I never agreed that you know about your grandmother that you do, right? So I'm going to just simply say what I am saying is that we can logically deduce whether or not your slave family members okay with what you're doing in other countries. I think we can deduce that.
I think if we built this country to be number one, and my ancestors helped build this country to be number one, then they understand, because they've been a part of the feeling that obligation to continue to keep this country number one. And I think what it is that
so you're not talking about your slave ancestors.
Yes, because I think
the slave ancestors or the not slave ancestors? Which one?
Did my ancestors not help build this country? Yes.
No. I'm asking you. When we ask the question, are we asking the slave ancestors or ones that were not in slavery? Which ones would we ask?
We're asking all of them.
All right, so the slave ones, I don't think they'd be happy with what you're doing. The ones who were in Jim Crow, I don't think they would be happy with what you're doing. The ones that were like after Jim Crow, I don't think they would be happy with what you're doing. In fact, your contemporaries, I don't think they'd be happy with what you're doing, right? I don't think anyone in your recent lineage up until today
would be happy with what you're doing in Iran. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you would be pleasantly surprised. I think the thing is that you're saying things, like I said, yeah, I think you're saying things in a black and white perspective, like a Disney movie. I think you're seeing things in like a perspective of this is right, so this is how it should be. I think
that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm applying standards.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that is not how politics have never worked like that. Politics have never worked
politics,
like.
We're talking about morals, brother.
Right, but I'm saying you're and that is exactly the point that I'm driving to. You're trying to put morality in politics, and it's never been there.
I never said anything about politics, brother. We're talking about morals by themselves.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying though, those morals don't apply to politics.
Okay, we don't need to apply them to politics.
Right, so I'm saying even if we weren't number one, the next country that would be number one would also not use more morality.
Yeah, we don't care about whataboutism, brother.
I know. You just said whataboutism if we put all our answers together and started talking to them through AI. That's the biggest whataboutism ever.
Whataboutism?
Yes, absolutely.
I think so, but I'll think about it.
I think my question is very important here because, Rashad, when you start using the word sellout, then my thing is, what in our culture, why did we consider a certain group of people sellouts to the regime of the original movement of the people? Why were they considered sellouts? And if you're using that word, saying somebody's calling you a sellout because you're successful, I don't think people would call you sellout because of your success. I don't see that being valid. So I'm like, what standard would be considered the sellout standard that they could apply to you? What would that mean? I mean, what does that look like?
If he's taking money and it's to the detriment of your community, don't be mad at him because he's successful.
Well, so I think that I think people that if you're poisoning your own community and you're a drug dealer, I think that's a sellout. But in our community, and I'm sure I'm sure you can attest to that. That in our community, our black communities, they celebrate that. If you're a drug dealer and you become successful, they praise you, even though you poison people to get there, and you specifically our own people. But to answer your question directly, I don't think there can ever be an actual answer because the people on Clubhouse can't judge me because you don't know me. Like for me to judge you, but I don't know a single thing about you other than your own political opinions and how much you love the country that you lived in your entire life and that your ancestors helped build. For me to use that and just say, hey, you're a sellout is a little bit, I think, kind of like foolish.
Black people celebrate the selling of the drugs and they celebrate the capitalism.
Well, Finley, I want to say this too. What you said just now, I don't think I'm from the hood, right? I'm from the bottom of the bottom, right? I was always raised up in all that shit you talk about. Never have I ever seen black people celebrate a drug dealer. Now, what I did see
get the fuck out of here. They celebrate the capitalism, fam.
It's the most popular part of culture in America.
What are we doing? Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm gonna say this. I am from the streets, right? I was out there and I was a certain type of person out there. Never did I see people celebrate drug dealers. What I did see is that people who were celebrating what money looks like, what money can do.
Exactly.
Right?
By nature of drug dealing.
Wait a minute. That was just whether you worked at a good job or if you sold dope either. But what I'm getting at is that I've never seen nobody celebrate a nigga selling drugs.
Brother, when was the last time you saw a Hollywood blockbuster movie about George Washington Carver?
He made a bunch of money, Silgar?
I just seen a document.
He made a bunch of money, Silgar?
I just seen a
I don't know why that matters.
Because that's what I'm telling you that they're celebrating.
Okay, but look at the richest black men in the world. That's not what's celebrated. The people that are celebrated are fucking drug dealers turned rappers.
It's the money. It's the money.
It's just the money. Okay. Then you should be easily capable of providing me like 10 different examples of people that are popular in modern pop culture that weren't drug dealers and have a ton of money.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Brazilian entertainers and athletes
Are
that
you
fit that mold.
a black
What are you
person,
talking about?
Phil? Are you a
That's
black
an appeal to authority argument, Seven.
I mean,
Seven.
Seven. Seven. Son, I agree with them though. Like I'm from West Baltimore. I had a brother get murdered. I had a brother murdered the same year I was born. One of the hardest things I ever watched in my life was my brother get jumped into a gang. I can attest to what he's saying. So drug dealers are celebrated in the black community. Listen, none of the kids that I grew up with seen a drug dealer with rims on his shit in a Mercedes and said, "Yo, I want to be a doctor." Like, no. We celebrated his success.
To be clear,
we celebrated his success, but we also saw how he was getting money. If he was getting money through poisoning our community, we wanted to do the same thing.
To be clear, that culture is exported primarily to the market, and that market is white America. You can blame the market for the supply, potentially. I think there's room for that argument to say that, like, it's white kids buying up these albums and watching these movies and watching these TV shows, and you export what sells, and if it bleeds, it leads. We can get into that all day long and the inequities in that equation. But the fact of the matter is like, the biggest impact to American pop culture, Finley makes a reasonable point about sports and athleticism. That's pretty far up there. But it's drug dealing. It's hip hop. It's that's the soup du jour, man. And there's no way to like pretend that's not the case.
Say this still,
because of the money.
Because I come from the era when hip hop started. Hip hop didn't start with drug dealing. Hip hop didn't start speaking about drug dealing.
I don't know what anybody said about starting.
Well, wait a minute. Listen what I'm saying. Because you use hip hop. Don't use hip hop in that, because that's not hip hop. Real hip hop didn't even talk about drug dealing and celebrate drugs. But when you get into
just the most popular formats of hip hop, that's all.
Listen what I'm saying. The rap culture, right? The murder culture, right? The drug culture, right? That came from an industry that, like, let's go to Scarface. Scarface wasn't black in the hood. Scarface didn't represent nothing black, period, right? But why did you get kids wanting to say, I get money like Scarface, so I'm like Scarface, right? Because the industry put that image out there, that we are going to show you what drug dealing looks like, right? The riches, the women, the cars, but they also showed you the end result: death, jail, prison, life sentences, and shit like that. So when I say that in today's culture, that they don't celebrate drug dealing, they celebrate.
It's the money. It's the money.
Right. I got you, Finley. I'm with you on this, because, but look, with Trump, now I'm gonna bring something realistic. Was Trump a drug dealer? And they celebrated Trump in the hood like a motherfucker, right? They thought Trump was the shit. Oh, Trump towers, Trump this, Trump got money. They celebrate the culture of money and what money can do. They don't celebrate the actual result of why the money is there. They don't celebrate drug dealing. They celebrate the look of what money does, right? I understand what y'all trying to say, but nobody's out here saying, yay, this nigga sell dope. I want to be like this nigga. No, they're saying, yay, that nigga got money. I want a Mercedes. I want the chains. I want the women. I want the bottles of Cristal. I want the pop bottles and all that. But then when they get down to the bottom of the hustle, right? What the hustle looked like, what the hustle really meant, they were like, well, wait a minute. I don't really want that shit. And so death came with it. Prison came with it, right? Nobody is celebrating drug dealing. They're celebrating the fashion of money. I will agree with that. But I want to get back to my question to Rashad about the sellout thing, because being an activist, Rashad, how you say, Rashad? I'm an activist. I'm a real urban guerrilla type brother, right? You can look me up. I'm online with the shit I'm talking about. And what we deem is sellout, right? Nobody don't know you. You're right. They don't know your lifestyle. They don't know nothing. Just because you applaud America, just because you applaud and want the fabric or the dream of the American pie and this and that and so forth, that doesn't make you a sellout because you're successful, right? successful in business. I'm successful in a lot of different things. But that doesn't make me a sellout. Nobody in my community can say, well, he's a sellout because my contribution and what I do doesn't allow me to fit that category. But when you are a bootlicker, right? When you go against the grain of your own community for your success, when you will step on the necks and the backs of your own people to be successful, then you can be considered a sellout, right? When you use your people and their movement and their qualms and their concerns as a stepping stone to get you there, and you don't look back or reach back, and there was nothing but the crab in the bucket movement, then you're a sellout, right? Nobody can call you that because you're successful. But if you're using your own kind and their oppression and their concerns and their environment as a stepping stone, like, give an example. At one time, because I want to say this because we just got out of Black History Month, right? And we lost the pioneer within our culture.
Not me. I'm still in Black History Month.
I got you, bro. But then, at one point, I considered Jesse Jackson a sellout, a big one. Him and Al Sharpton. But then when I start doing the research, when I start looking at the fabric of who these young men were when they were young men and what they tried to do, where Dr. Martin Luther King was considered a sellout. Malcolm X to some people was a sellout. But then, like I said, when you can look at the title, Step and Fetch It, Uncle Tom, Sambo, you know, those type niggas. We got them in the White House right now. We got them kissing ass right now, right? We see them on the TV right now, you know. There's no such thing as oppression. There's no such thing as systemic racism. That's a sellout.
So I would say, like, the thing is, you don't, and that's what I'm saying, like, one of the things I remember, like, I had this conversation with a sergeant major. He said, you don't know that, you don't realize this, but you touch new Black men lives every 2 to 3 months. He said, Black men under you right now who you lead every day. You know what I'm saying? And I remember, I think, like, I got back in August, and in September, I had a soldier calling me. It was a Black kid. I couldn't even remember his face. I couldn't even remember this kid's face. He said, is this Sergeant Powell? I said, yeah. He said, I just wanted to say thank you. You know, I was on you when you was at Fort Hood, and you really just remember you talking to me about, like, being successful and things. I want you to know, like, you have an impression on me. I'm about to get promoted to sergeant at lunch. Just wanted to really call and just tell you, like, I really appreciate you taking time. Like, couldn't even remember this kid's face. He said his name and everything. I was like, we was on duty together. He was like, yeah, we was on holiday block leave. I got put on duty. So wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. The thing is though, I touch Black lives every day, but I don't come on Clubhouse because you don't know me and I don't know y'all. The fact that you would come, that we come to Clubhouse and we pretend like we need to parade around Woo and contribute, when most of the time the people on Clubhouse, people they touch in the Black community are the people in their immediate families, right? They don't actually create and try to contribute to the entire Black community. They just touch their immediate family lives and then they go about their day. And it's almost like that's more of proximity to the Black community, not actually reaching back into the Black community. I just think, to me, is that, like, there are different ways to peel this out. We've gone drastically off the topic of the room because we've turned into a dick measuring contest about who's a sellout and who's not. And I'm saying that I don't even know why we have this conversation with people who are saying we don't fuck with America, but we're gonna reap the benefits of living in America, while clowning the people who contribute to the fact that we can reap the benefits of America.
Are you in the service?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
yes,
that's why you're getting all that. I got it.
I'm saying, I'm saying, but I'm from an area just like you. I'm from West Baltimore. It's one of the most violent parts of Baltimore in the country, like not in Maryland. So I've been from both ends. I was raised in a single parent home. I guess we're making this a dick measuring contest. You know what I'm saying? I was raised in a single parent home. Me and my brother are the first from our generation to graduate with high school diplomas. That's fucking crazy,
If
right?
he's the only one pulling it out and you don't, it's not a dick measuring contest.
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? It's just me being there. But I think it's like these things. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you real quick, and then I'm gonna let everybody else have their say so. If you've been in the service and that's your stance is that you love her, you fought for America, you fight for its liberty and its justice and so forth. Hey, salute to you, kudos to you, right? That is a sellout, you know. I see that you went and did something that your heart felt like you wanted to do, and you went and fought for your country. Cool, right? But there's those of us.
Wait a minute.
Like Mike.
How does that not qualify him as a sellout by your own definition earlier?
He's trying to give him a soft landing, brother. Come on, let it happen. I'll wake it up. I'll wake it up.
So what I'm gonna say is that, brother, if you fought for your country, that's cool, fine. There are those like me, right, who might see things from a different point of view. I would never fight for this country because of the history of my people, right? I wouldn't do that. Now, am I reaping the benefits of you fighting for America's safety? Of course, you know it's there. That's a different aspect. But are the systemic racism that exists within our culture, do I see that? Do I want to fight for that? Do I want to fight for the white supremacy that exists today in these systems? No. Do I want to fight for the financial system that will do shit that we can't get loans? That basically it's hard for us. Do I want to fight for a medical system that is biased, against my people? Do I want to fight for an educational system that does not really care about the average black child's education to a certain degree, and we have to, do that at home? Do I want to fight for this gentrification of our communities? Do I want to fight for all that other shit on the other side of the fence? No, I would not, right? Me personally. I fight against that type of shit. I'm at city council meetings. I'm not bragging about me. I'm just saying, and I'm very active in this community. So I see the concerns of the bottom tier people. I see what they're in these projects, in these housing developments. I see the shit that our people are griping about, right? And wanted to change, but we are lacking in our own selves to where we're not active enough to get into these areas to make these things train. No, we want to do the old and I called it that. We want to thing and we shall over march and bullshit like that when we have to be more proactive as a people, right? And I get that.
Thank you.
And wait a minute, I'm finna land, ma'am. And Rashad, again, salute to you, brother. But then remember, there's also another outlook on the other side of this fence where people can deem you that, but they don't really understand it all properly. But that's for you if you feel like you don't have to do nothing. If you feel like being a part of that part of Baltimore, that fabric out there in that community you came from, and make a very great difference and lead it by example instead of just being, Clubhouse don't mean shit. They don't know a motherfucking thing about you, your lifestyle, or none of that. But for you to make a difference within your own, then we lead by that example. Like you say, keep working with the youth. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. It makes a difference. And I appreciate that.
Is it okay if I can speak now? I wanted to speak.
All right, I'm after you, Miss
really
Fifi.
quick. Sounds good. Hey, Rashad. Are you east or west Baltimore?
Baltimore?
West.
Are you talking about where I'm at right now?
No. Where you grew up?
West.
What high school?
No, I didn't go to school. No, I didn't go to school there.
Okay, because I'm from Baltimore. I just wanted to make sure, there's a way I know my Baltimoreans.
Oh, okay, no. So it was just too bad. So I was born there, but I grew up in Virginia. But we kept going back there every summer because most of my family is in West Baltimore.
Okay, that's what's up. All right, you never know. Okay. Nice meeting you.
Oh, nice meeting you too.
And you know, and just like Seven Sun said, you know, we're in some trying times, and of course, you know, you don't have to do what you don't want to do. It's just that there should be a bridge. We should be understanding each other. That's all we want to get to. Everybody have your own individual, you know, mind, but somehow we don't have to be spatting with one another and going at each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely right. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like I said this earlier. I said people like concrete and need to exist in America because the standard is that someone will always needs to be there to say, "Hey, yo, you're fucking up on this." You know, even if you're doing shit on the other side, someone needs to be critiquing. That's even in the army. In the army, when we leave from the front, right? But I can tell you, as staff NCOs, when we get in the room, the sergeant major tells us, "Hey, yo, you're fucking up on this. You're a piece of shit on this." But then we go out and talk to the Joes. You know what I'm saying? We got to show face and everything. But when we go back inside, when the leadership goes back inside, it's all about critique. It's all about critique. So that's why I say I never knock them. But my thing is when you say, hey, because you're doing the dirty work that I don't think you should do, that I wouldn't do, you're a sellout. You're on some cool. When it's like, whoa, wait a minute. My ancestors built this country. It's documented. I can show receipts. Like, but when I think about every black person that's died for this country that thought it was worth a damn, that thought it was worth dying for, I feel like I have a responsibility to them. And no, it's not just the people that are born out that live across from you in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So I think the Black Caucus as a whole has many facets to it, and just speaking from one side and then saying every other such is trash to me is just a little bit reckless.
Thank you for your service. I've got to say that my father was.
Thank you for paying your taxes.
My Vietnam Army. May he rest in.
All right. So Rashad is doing the intellectual two-step where he knew that he was dead to rights on the moral argument. Then he made the might makes right argument. I guess like a pragmatic argument. And then he lost because the pragmatism that he's employing is the same pragmatism that was used to enslave his people. It's a might makes right argument where you weren't doing anything with your lazy ass. Might as well come and build this country, right? And it is sellout to then take your history, actually your current condition, right? Your fight is not over, sir. You are still fighting for diversity, equity, and inclusion, even in your role as a part of the imperialistic force. Because even in the imperialistic force, there's a hierarchy. There's promotion. There is, a granting of permission where you're saying, please, may I go to another level? And there's a judge or a group or panel of judges who are going to say, you're not worthy. And you're going to say, but why? Why, sir? Have I not gone and pillaged and, destroyed for you? I said, yes, you have, but not to our liking. And it is your Negro skin that we do not like. And you'll say, but that's not fair, sir. Why? Why have you forsaken me due to my Negro skin? And I said, because we can. And guess what? Like it. You're going to say, that's not fair. You're going to say that there ought to be a law. Guess what? The law is the law of the Joe. And you ascribe to it. You subscribe to it, right? So you are self-defeating, young man. I like that self-correction, bro. Thank you. You are your own worst enemy. Because nobody told you to say, what's happening is right. Right makes right. You could have just stayed on mute. You could have let Brad carry the torch because he's he doesn't have the same obligations as you do currently, and we know that you might not be able to be candid, right? You don't want to down the organization that you work for, and if you stayed on mute, we could respect that. We can think of you as being the silent opposition. You didn't have to be the vocal, proponents, right? The vocal cheerleader. You wanted to do that, and I don't think that's part of your duties. But I could be wrong. Maybe they say whenever there's somebody talking bad about America, Sergeant Rashad, you make sure you speak up on behalf of America. Maybe, I don't know. You'd have to explain that, or you don't. You don't actually have to. We'll just like infer or whatever. But yeah, bro, it's a bad look, Rashad, and one day you're gonna have a moment of reflection. And he was like, and I think you're gonna say, if you haven't already, damn, I really fucked up. And we could excuse you, right? We'll forgive you. But right now you're also, you're also promoting other young men to do it, right? You're also saying, hey, you can do it too. You can talk out of both sides of your mouth. You can go and destroy innocent people and claim to be, doing right. Same thing as drug dealers do.
Hello?
The same thing that drug dealers do. They sell drugs to the community and they hand out turkeys. So it's a rationalization and absolving of responsibility. You're doing the same thing. But again, we forgive you because you might have did it when you weren't realizing. It's okay. But all this extra shit, extracurricular activity, no thank you, sir.
So Rashad, you have the same animosity toward drug dealers. If tomorrow they legalize them all, you'd have that same animosity toward the drug dealers?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So you have that animosity toward the legal drug dealers.
What kind of drug dealer?
I have animosity to all drug dealers because a drug dealer came out.
Well, there's a huge difference between like a dealer versus like a fucking crack and
so it's only toward the crack, weed, and cocaine.
I'm talking about the legal ones. I'm talking about.
Wait, what about the heroin dealers? They don't count. I feel like
yellow bars. I'm talking about like you have the same animosity toward them.
No, because I'm about to tell you if you just let me get the words out. So because a crack cocaine weed, not fentanyl, but crack cocaine weed drug dealer killed my brother, took my brother from me. My mom had to identify the body of her dead child because of a crack cocaine drug dealer.
It's a personal issue.
Well, you asked me a personal question.
I was speaking in generalities, but
you should say that personal. You should say that then.
So I have to ask Rashad. Does Rashad have an issue with the drug dealers to Rashad's family? I can't answer in generality.
If you want to speak in generalities, you should address the room then.
I was talking to you. I was asking your opinion on
right. So that's why I say that's why I answered the question personally because you're talking to me.
I said drug dealers.
And you asked me.
In any event, if
you don't want a personal answer, then address the room.
I'm not having a conversation because clearly you want to be.
No, I answered the question. You asked me a personal question. I answered.
Listen, I was not trying to have static, right? I have conversations.
Just put Bill Fayaz so friendly. So he's
a little sore. A little sore. Okay, got it.
But also, Concrete, I want to compliment you on your white person impression. It was actually really good.
Oh, that was good.
When you were doing the soldier who was doing something, you didn't do it good enough because it was. I was like, actually, I was genuinely impressed by the impersonation.
Hey, Rashad.
Hold on, Seven. I'm not done. Respectfully. So the reason I asked that question is because like the legal drug dealers kill more people, have a more are more detrimental to all communities actually, including ours, than do the drug dealers. And I take issue with the fact that people think that poor black kids celebrate the drug dealing. No, it's the money. It's the money. If drug dealer didn't make no money, they would not be looking up to drug dealers. They look up to athletes, entertainers,
Because of the money. There's a reason that Yo
Finley,
There's a reason. I didn't land.
Why are they celebrating the crack dealer and not Eli Lilly?
Eli, who the hell is he? They don't know who Eli Lilly is. They can't see Eli Lilly. They don't know who he is. They can't see him. They can see athletes. They can see entertainers. They can see the drug dealers. They're in front of them. They celebrate what they can see.
They can't see the Sacklers.
If there were doctors,
they can't see Purdue Pharma.
If there were doctors in their communities flashing the bling and showing off their lifestyle, they celebrate them too, right? One of the reasons that I stopped, I had diamond earrings in my ears speaking in the class after one day, right? And I took out at the time I drove a Mercedes, took out my car key to find a coin to flip, and the kids were so enthralled by my car and the earrings, it threw off the whole message, and I stopped doing it because I understand what was drawing their attention, right? They're drawn to the money, to the lifestyle. It's not the freaking drugs. And kids celebrate what they see. Drug dealers are in their communities. They can see them. They can see athletes and attention on TV. Eli Lilly ain't all over the freaking TV that they can see them, right? I hate that y'all put black kids.
Eli Lilly's not a guy.
That y'all put black kids. Y'all measure them by the least common denominator. You measure them by the least common denominator as if they're dumb and they're drawn to the evil and the bad. Right? No, they're drawn to things that are capitalistic. In America, we celebrate overindulgence. We celebrate materialism. And they want to be like the people that can have access to the materials. That's what they are celebrating, not what they're doing. And if you have issue, and I'm gonna land here if I can, because I ain't interrupting none of y'all. And the issue that I have in principle, right, is that we take issue because we were taught to take issue with the capitalistic drug dealers, right? And we're not taught, we don't have a principal issue with them because if we did, we'd have the same beef for the freaking pharmaceutical companies that rape and pillage our communities. Yes, Walgreens rapes and pillages our communities. Another conversation for another day. So does CVS. They rape and pillage. So does the addiction rates. They're high. They kill more people, way more people. Right, and they make way more money, and it's legal, right? But y'all look at what we're trained to look at, which is the freaking drug dealer. Not saying they're any better, but in principle they're the same. They're the exact same.
You're making excuses for
El Normo. I wasn't talking to El Normo because I know that you are in. I know you are in bizarre world. I know that you're in bizarre world, and you're not going to make any sense. You're going to get a bunch of questions. You're going to say what I say out of context. You know what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm not talking to El Normo.
That's fine.
Does still gonna live there too, though?
You're making excuses for crime, for death, and for poison.
Stop it.
Not the Israeli wagging his finger. Not the fucking terror on humanity. Not the war crime.
I'm sorry. Did I make it? What excuse did I make?
You said,
what excuse did I make?
Because of the money. No.
What excuse did I make? What excuse is that? I'm sorry. What did I excuse?
He doesn't know what an excuse is.
What did I excuse? What did I excuse, El Normo?
Dope dealing.
He was too high on his high horse.
How did I excuse that, El Normo?
Because you tried to deflect away from the poison and.
How did I deflect away from the poison, El Normo?
Because you focused on the diamond earrings and the Mercedes.
What? Why did I focus on the diamond earrings, El Normo?
Because you are making excuses for crime.
Once again, we're back in the circle. What excuse did I make again? What excuse did I make again? When did I make that excuse? When did I excuse it? I'm sorry. When did I excuse it?
They're not focused on the drug.
Who is they? Who is they, El Normo? Who is they, El Normo?
They?
Who is they?
The they in your sentence.
Who is they?
The kids in your community. The kids in your community.
Kids. Which kids specifically? Which kids?
Bullshit.
Which kids? Which kids have more El Normo?
Your kids, you fool.
I don't have any kids, El Normo.
El Normo is slow, man. Come on, Philly. You already knew that, bro. He's slow. He doesn't understand. So the message was pretty simple. He didn't want to be somebody who was flaunting wealth and distracting the message. That's what he was talking about, the diamond earrings and his car keys, right? And when he says that they're not enamored by the drug dealing, which is destructive, they're more enamored by the money, that is just a fucking reality, you dumb. So when we look at how people are lauded in the community, it would be through discussing their accomplishments. So never in the history of Negro existence has somebody said, "Girl, did you hear about my grandson? He just sold 27 kilos the other day to that Colombian poppy. Oh, I'm so proud of him." No, that never happens. What we're proud of is when they say, "Oh, my son just graduated from school. Oh, he just did this other thing." Physical accomplishments, mental accomplishments, not drug dealing. It's almost like something's wrong with you. And
too bad he didn't talk.
We know for sure that you are happy with a despot like Trump being a despot and doing despot ass shit, right? We know you're happy about that. Huh?
Stop celebrating.
And we know that you're happy about that. Same thing for Benjamin Netanyahu. So when you sit here and finger wag on some moral high ground, you are the real fucking troglodyte, right? You're the real caveman celebrating. You are the real caveman celebrating caveman behavior. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Celebrating.
Hey, Rashad.
You dope.
You celebrate worse than dope, dum-dum.
Hey, Rashad.
I celebrate victory.
You celebrate murderers, dum-dum.
Hey,
what murder is that?
Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump. Do I need to continue?
Prime Minister.
You probably supported Ariel Sharon. You probably support fucking the Likud party. I'm sure you do, you fucking piece of shit.
Democratically elected prime minister. Not dope dealers. Not dope dealers.
Democratically elected means you can do whatever you want. Democratically elected means I don't care if you kill people.
You go with your
part of the conversation, because we had this conversation for about an hour before you came in the room. So that's not. I think you might be mistaken.
No, he's not mistaken. He's dumb. He can't help it.
Mister.
Hey, Rashad. I'm not at you, brother. I heard your stance and I'm cool. But I do have a question. Are you a soldier first? Or are you a black man first? Which one are you?
I'm a black man first.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because that means a lot. You know what I mean? If you can read between the lines, that means a lot. You know, because I do see my brothers sometimes get in the service and they are soldier first. You know, I done ran across them. I done ran across some hot nigga dudes out the service.
Oh, without question. Absolutely.
Yeah,
we run across them all the time.
But you know what? I think it's the mindset of how you carry your...
You see him every time you look in the mirror. I couldn't help.
I think it's the mindset of how you carry your authority. Let me give you an example. I don't know if you heard of these people that I'm about to say. Some of them from the Nation of Islam, they were in the service. As people like Sergeant Joseph, right? Sergeant Joseph was in the service in the 60s and 70s, right? Very, very militant-minded, army-based type brother, right? I love him, right? He created Cobra, if you know anything about Cobra, which is an underground military faction for black people. They are by the millions. Unless you know them, you won't know them, right? I met some, and they infiltrate systems. They're in the police department. They're in the penal system. They're all over. And they are prepared that if shit hit the fan, they are already in the systems to really fuck shit up. But I love Sergeant Joseph, you know, and I think his mentality was he got into the service for whatever reason he got into it, but while he was there, everything that he learned, he brought back to the community, right? Have you ever read these books? The Mini Manual of an Urban Guerrilla and Psychological Operations of Guerrilla Warfare? You ever read those books?
Negative, sir.
Okay, cool. those books are urban guerrilla military base type books to show you how to organize in your community, show you how to create. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. A lot of people don't like these little YNs, as they call them, and their ability to shoot and kill each other in the blink of a motherfucking eye. But from an urban guerrilla standpoint, we need those young men, right? All they need is a change of mind behind the gun, right? I took that duty within myself too, to go and, like, the GDs, give you an example. The GDs and the BDs in my city and the Crips and the Bloods.
What are the BDs? I know the G's. What are the BDs?
BDs?
He lost me.
They the house. That is Black Disciples.
Oh, Black Disciples? I never heard of them. They in Milwaukee, Kendall?
Yup.
Yeah,
it's a lot of BDs here.
You never heard of the Black Disciples for real?
No, I never.
The Black Gang?
G's, VLs, Latin Kings, those are the games.
That's because they not big out here.
Well, so then I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of the the gang culture, but in South Carolina, the BDs and the El Rookins are connected, right? Out of Chicago. And so a lot of those brothers like that, because I am from the streets, I elevated myself, right? I went to a different level in life, bro, just to say that. But I'm very well connected in each one of those factions. Like, those brothers will ride for me and all that shit if it came down to it. I don't use that. I don't abuse that power. I love those brothers love me. And being that, you can go look me up on Rashad if you feel like it. I'm online. I am the CEO, if you want to say so. I'm the leader or the creator of Black Men United Coalition of Brotherhood and Sisterhood. We are on, we in social media. We got a platform out there, and I wanted to give back to my community, right?
That's a hell of a domain name.
Yes, it is. It's called Black, because you know why, Stilgar? My Black men suffer, and we are not united. We're supposed to be the head of our households, right? And I know you've heard this, Stilgar. We say that men are the head of the household, right? If you're the head of the household as a man, then that also gives you the responsibility to be the head of your community, right? And if you're the head of your community and your household, then you're also obligated as a responsibility to be the head of your nation. My young men are in lack, or they're landastical in that department. We don't unify like we should. We're not in a when we did the Million Man March, it looked good, right? It was a very beautiful sight. But then there was no reaction after that to where we became a united front of Black men and doing very positive things. So Black Men United Coalition, the brotherhood and the sisterhood, is doing that on a daily. I'm on the phone daily. I live in Denver, Colorado, but my base is in South Carolina. And so I talked to some of my members last night. We moved. We doing things for the community and with the community. But like my brother that's a millionaire in South Carolina, he did the Juneteenth last year. Spent over $1 million something. Well, what we were doing, we're trying to get the vendors out there to make money. Black businesses, right? Only because we suffer in those departments. We suffer in the contribution of that because we lack trust. I just canceled. I can show my event and all that shit. I just canceled an event because of that same thing about our people not being united enough. And so a community rose up against me because I'm from that community. I wanted to do that community, and my own Black brother, who had a qualm about it because I was bringing something different, spoke up and out against me. So I canceled the whole thing, right? It's a better way. So I'm approaching that now in a different light with like-minded people. I got it. But so the name is exactly what it says. We are a coalition of brothers and sisters striving to do a better thing in our community than march and sing songs, than march and sing Negro spirituals. We are to march around in stores and restaurants and shit like that to be seen. That's not work, right? That's a front. But what I am concerned about is the lack of unity in my society. My social construct is damn, right? The Bible says, my people suffer for lack of knowledge. So what is my duty to do still, God? What you think my duty should be?
Brother, I think you got me confused on what I was critiquing. I just said that's a hell of a domain name. I hope you're using acronyms or something. That's it, big dog.
I'm called the BMUC.
Yeah, bro, look, I'm not going to tell you how to contribute to your community. You know better than I do. Do your thing, go.
That was a good response. I have to let you know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he followed his way out of that. I gotta give him.
Bro, look,
he wasn't finna get pinned in the corner.
I'm not in the business of telling black men how to police their own community. That's their business.
Yeah, and not in far as policing, we're not policing.
Wait, you're not in the business telling black men how to be a good black man?
Yeah, and to be clear, what I mean by policing is general interactions, right? Like how you help rise up your community or steer them in a direction you think is more proper for them. That's your business, man. I don't get involved in that. I think you know more than I do.
I got you. Right, and you know what? That's cool, and I like the fact that we can have a conversation about it because it gives understanding. People, outside the culture and outside of, we live in two different, and I've been telling people this online, especially on Facebook and some of the shit that I wind up putting myself in. No different than chillism, is that white people see a different perspective, right? They don't live in the same world we live in. And you can hear it in conversation, right? You can hear about some of the things they say. God gave me a revelation, just me personally. I wanted to relate better. So God said, pay attention to man's words, and they'll express their true nature. So when I listen at people, I can say, well, that means that they're uninformed. I don't call people dumb and stupid. I'll just say they're not that well informed on the subject. So, it's cool. Your choice of word was wrong, policing. No, we don't do that. But I think we're striving to be active, proactive in our situation, right? It's needed from the men and the women. If you would be honest with me and understand, brother, and I called you brother, is that black people are the bottom of this social construct.
That's a motherfucking lie.
Well, what I mean by that, okay, I'll give you okay, well, what I mean, I'm not talking about us individually. I'm talking about as a collective, right? Like, I'll give you an example. I live in Denver, Colorado. You got everything out here that you want to see that manifests what I'm striving to explain. You got your Spanish area, and it's very well situated. You got your Jewish community, and you have your white community. And when you get to the black community, you don't see the same things. You don't see the same environment. You don't see us being self-sufficient. You don't see us running for own businesses in that manner, right? That I see other communities. Like in the Jewish community, when we ride through Cherry Creek, look it up on your phone. When we ride through Cherry Creek in the Jewish community, the houses over there are millions of dollars plus. They got their own center, they got their own church, they got their own swimming pool, they got a lot of shit that's theirs. It's Jewish.
It's gorgeous over there too.
It says it on their signs when you go through Cherry Creek, right? They got their own little plazas and all that. But when you get to the black community, it is so gentrified that it's not a black community. Denver don't have a black community no more. And which is cool. There's nothing called the hood out here. They don't have none of that, right? So, or you can say your hood. There ain't no fucking your hood out here. And so, when I say that,
so what's that neighborhood by downtown that looks horrible?
Colfax. It's just
by the Capitol, just past the Capitol. It looks horrible.
That's Colfax. It's called Colfax.
Yeah, that's Colfax. Other than that, like the other shit is all in like Aurora.
Yeah, and so
guys, I hate to break it to you. Atlanta is Wakanda. Denver is white Wakanda. I mean, it just is what it is. Denver.
Yeah,
it's definitely not.
Hey, but
bro, where's whiter Wakanda than Denver?
North Dakota.
Iowa.
Have y'all been to Utah?
Have
y'all been to Utah?
North Dakota.
Good God.
Well, Utah too. Utah got a claim too.
He
but
might
North
have me on the
Dakota-
Utah thing. North Dakota's got 6 people. There's more horses than people there.
Nah.
Y'all know I'm long with it, and I apologize.
No, it's all good. Go ahead.
Yo, my boy said Nashville is white people Wakanda.
Nashville?
Yeah.
Nashville is a mixed community.
Yeah, Nashville is very
Like they show the white people, but it's actually all.
It's very diverse in Nashville.
Nashville's black as shit, brother.
Yeah, it is that too.
Yeah,
Got a lot of Spanish brothers over there too.
But you know what? I guess what I'm saying, sister, not to maybe offend you when you say, well, speak for yourself. I think from a generalizing point of view is that we as black people, we are at the bottom of this total pole that I spoke of from a social construct level as far as being a united people, right? That's what I'm really getting. Jewish Chinese people, when they stick together, Mexico, they'll live 15 people in one little goddamn house.
Son, have you been to Chocolate City? Have you been in D.C.? Have you been some of these other states that have a large black community in? Because
Yes,
you're losing me.
Okay,
We didn't come a long way from the bottom of the barrel.
No. Don't get me wrong.
And Senator, I also want to point out that when I have conversations, I'm talking about with like my neighbors, like some of my colleagues. They think that we're that group. They think that we're the group that sticks together, and their groups don't. Like that's what they think.
And okay, to answer that first question, I lived right. I live right up the street from Atlanta. I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. So I was back and forth to Atlanta like every weekend. You know what I mean? Charlotte is another one, right? I was born in Brooklyn, New York, but we can't even name that. But when you get into...
You're a New Yorker?
Yeah,
New York City?
But I was born in Utica. But I lived on Utica Avenue, Herkimer Street, and all that.
You from upstate?
But I left there when I was 5 years old. I was raised in South Carolina. But when you look at Detroit, Chocolate City, well, go look at Detroit and that community, right? Then go across the track and look at the other side. What I mean by that, the bottom of the totem pole, even in Atlanta, which is Chocolate City, go down through Bankhead, right? And really look at Bankhead, and then go over there to
You mean Buckhead? Buckhead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Buckhead. Then
No,
go to Decatur.
it's Bankhead. There's a okay, it's different from Buckhead? Okay. Yeah.
Yep, there's
Yeah.
2 different ones.
Yeah, then go look at Decatur, right?
That's where the bombs come from.
Yeah, and then go look at those areas, and then go to the out. Now, what I will say is that there's a group of people in Atlanta, and I'm trying to connect with them. They're doing like a new Black Wall Street type thing down there. So I see the progression, but that's not on a general scale, right? That's not every state in this country of black communities. Everybody's not moving in that same faction, right? But go to the Jewish community in Denver is no different than the Jewish community in Montana or Texas or anywhere else. And then,
because they got money, fam.
Exactly.
They got a lot of money.
So now let's look at what money is, right? And what money does. Sister, I think you might can agree when I say this. Y'all can tell me to shut the fuck up, I will. But look at the black dollar. Our money doesn't rotate in our communities as much as maybe I should say it like that. Financially, we're at the bottom of the totem pole because financial literacy is not something that we.
It ain't the literacy. It's a combination. It's a combination of the fact that we don't have that generational money. We don't have that inheritance. Like a lot of blacks that make it forward, A divorce will wipe them out. A freaking bankruptcy will wipe them out. They don't have.
Brother, white America doesn't have generational wealth either.
They don't. You said what?
White America doesn't have generational wealth.
They got houses, fam.
No, bro.
They got homes.
No.
They got homes. When I say generation, I'm not talking about. When I say generation, I'm not talking about Bill Gates type money, or even I'm talking just regular.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
I know you're talking about.
House. Yeah, they got more.
Speaking on behalf of white America, for the vast majority, I'm talking about.
They got
90%. That's just nothing.
They got that than we got, fam. That's what I'm trying to say.
They have the opportunity.
That's why they are able to hedge these stores. That's why their household wealth is more than ours, right? More than ours. Even if you take out the top what 5%, 10% of y'all, it's still more than we got, right? And it's because of the systemic stuff. A lot of blacks do own houses and property, but like things like property tax rules and dumb property tax seizures will take them. It's not a matter of because we don't.
And HOAs, don't forget
right.
homeownership.
I hate HOAs. Hate HOAs.
I could not live in a community with that shit right now.
I hate them.
Yeah, bro, you're just talking about people problems now. I'm telling you, like.
But I'm just saying.
Stoker, I have a question. Why is it whenever like somebody brings up a valid point against the white community, white people get so fucking upset all the time? We do have generational wealth. We also have privilege that lies within our skin. If you don't want to recognize that sounds like I'm speaking now.
Spare me your sipping. We're having an adult conversation. You interrupted me.
I'm speaking now. And I said your name.
Okay, princess.
Stop enabling yourself. You're not a victim. Thank you.
You're applying to me a gross overestimation of my own position based on the behavior of all white people, as is the soup du jour on Clubhouse of black people aren't a monolith.
Yeah.
Neither are white people. Get off your fucking sympathon.
But they do own homes way more than we do.
No, but you're empirically wrong, Stilgar.
Right.
The wealth gap is demonstrable and measurable. So when we use whites as the benchmark and we talk about generational wealth, you have a benchmark in your mind, which would be the white version of generational wealth. But if the Negro can see what the whites have achieved, he will use that as a benchmark. And then he will be able to say, we don't have generational wealth. You see how it's relative? Your benchmark is not our benchmark. Our benchmark is not your benchmark. But the numbers are not the same. Home ownership and wealth accumulation are different. They've been different. They will always be different. I actually looked it up not too long ago. The 80s, it was $34,000 for the black community in terms of wealth, and it was $34,000. What did I say?
Let me be clear.
I said one second, brother. I'm going to land like this.
You're making an argument.
You're trying to change. You're trying to change it now. You're doing the mind Bailey fallacy.
I'm not trying to
You're doing the mind Bailey.
You're
doing the mind Bailey. You're changing.
Okay, don't take my shit
the
argument. I'm digging a hole.
You're changing. One second. Let me land. Let me land and you go. Let me land and you can go. Let me land and you can go. We all heard what happened. 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 We all heard what happened.
Lady, you don't even know
the black community wealth was $3,400, and the white community was $34,000. That was in the 80s when I last checked it, right? So obviously that number is different today.
Brother, I didn't make it a calculus based on wealth disparity. I didn't say wealth disparity wasn't a thing.
Did you hear the part that I said about relative? Did you hear the part that I said about relative?
You're arguing points that I don't disagree with you on. You're arguing points that I don't disagree with you on. There is a wealth disparity. There's a home ownership disparity. I didn't say
when we say wealth, generational wealth, what do we mean?
Very clear.
When we say generational wealth, what do we mean?
Is largely considered not a thing across the entire North
America. Wrong. Because guess what?
Okay.
Here, I'll tell you why.
My point.
Because
for me.
All right. No. You're trying to escape it,
right?
Listen, bro, you're trying to escape your point.
I'm trying to clarify
when we say generational wealth,
misrepresenting.
when we say generational, look.
I think the chief authority.
All you gotta do, you're not gonna get out of it. You're never gonna get out of it. All you're gonna do is make yourself look worse. You're not gonna get out of it. So when we say generational, well, nobody stopped you. Nobody stopped you. You're trying to stop me. When we say generational wealth, you know that we mean, here, I'll just give you another way to think about it. What white people have. Think of it that way, and then you'll understand. When you say nobody has.
That's my.
No, yeah. Misusage of the word. You're right. Yes. Misusage of the word, because there's obviously a standard usage and a standard meaning across all people, right? Generational wealth for Bill Gates is the same thing as generational wealth for Stilgar, which is the same thing for generational wealth for concrete, right? Because they're all the same number.
It's not that complicated. Generational wealth.
Okay, got it.
Pass down assets.
Got it. And guess what? If you, as a black man, have a watch, therefore, when you bequeath it to your child, therefore you have generational wealth. Obviously, that's not what we're talking about. I hope you understand it now.
Yeah, you still understand my point. You couldn't steal my position because you don't understand it. So I don't know how you form an oppositional opinion about it. I don't understand.
You said what? Well, let me do this real quick.
Okay, Stilgar doesn't get to go then. Okay.
Go ahead, Stilgar.
No, hang on. I want to catch up my generational wealth for my turn to speak. Is that okay? If I give you guys the $6.75 passed down to me from my.
Do you see how seamlessly he goes from being interrupter to victim? Okay. Stilgar, that is a domain that is exclusive to white women, bro. You can't do that, bro. Only white women can do that, bro. That was a seamless transition.
When people are misrepresenting
my opinion. Seamless transition, bro. You gotta have more shame than that.
Come on in. Step on my balls. Yeah, the refrigerator's over there. I'm supposed to be charitable.
But why does it have to be done? Why can't you just acknowledge the fact that you're
I'm not the authority on my position? Who knows what I think better than me?
Welcome, Stilgar.
Well, you know what? Let me do this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me do this.
And they're willing to turn you into a victim after they watched you blatantly overtalk.
I'm gonna hold you down.
Wow. That's that. Hey, white privilege is diabolical, bro. I'm not gonna.
Let me do this and bring a.
You got the white privilege of not being able to.
One mic on Stilgar, the interrupter. One mic on Stilgar, the interrupter.
I want to clarify my point at the Stilgar. I want to clarify my point. I'll be brief.
Okay, go ahead. Let me do this and bring a little light to the conversation, so we all have some understanding.
Hold on a second. Respectfully. But you know, you're not really.
Yeah, Stilgar, go ahead, bro.
No, man, I want to donate my generational white privilege wealth to them.
Look, everybody works for that white privilege, bro. Look at this. I want to help that white privilege out. I never told him to stop interrupting, but I'm definitely going to advocate for him to keep talking.
Because
I want to clarify my point then, real quick. Stilgar, I even clarified my point, right? And I specifically talked about home ownership, right? And I just looked it up, right? The home ownership rate amongst blacks is like 45%, right? You know, and in the whites is 74%. That's the gap. That's the biggest contributor to the freaking generational wealth gap between blacks and whites. And your average white has that, blacks don't have it, which is why we're so freaking far behind. And it is freaking systemic.
I agree with half of that, and I disagree with this half of that. And
what part do you disagree with? Go ahead.
It's abundantly that black America holds less wealth than white America, even when adjusted for their size, representation, and put in the population. Indisputable. It would be obscene for me to try to make an argument to the contrary. What I'm simply explaining is this idea of generational wealth being so robust in the white community is asinine. It's just not true. Something like 0.5% of wealth makes it to the second generation of the individuals who earned it. Passing down wealth to your progeny is a pastime in America that's long gone. It's long gone. And this idea that white America is doing so wonderfully because Mama and Pop passed us down the farm is just not true. It's just not true.
Well, let me
be clear.
I didn't say.
You're speaking about white folks at large, like white people generally.
Yeah.
I think. I'm like,
there's like six families that's able to pass their money to their kids.
I'm curious because
it's the end.
I don't know what the pushback to that is. It does seem like I would like if I were to guess I would, and that this is just like just a guess. I'd say most people aren't leaving like a bunch of wealth for like their
their kids and stuff.
In fact, most of the wealth is gone by the third generation. Second generation.
I'll respond.
Nobody's arguing that.
Exactly. That's basically what it boils
And y'all are misusing the term generational wealth.
I'm not misusing the term generational wealth. I clarified it when I made the statement. I clarified. I said I'm specifically talking about homeownership specifically. I literally said that.
But that's
and
wealth.
we're arguing
That's
that
wealth.
because
There's no need
and
for
now,
the extra
and
word.
now we're arguing it ain't generational because when daddy passes down to the kids, the grandkids ain't gonna get it because the kids don't wake up.
Well,
that's not the point.
Kids don't
It's still generations that got houses to fucking pass down.
He just didn't like the. He didn't.
The majority of the property is sold by the second generation, so you can't hand it down.
I was responding
down to the kids.
I know race is involved in everything, and that's gonna add a little edge to the conversation. But can we just not freak out when we hear something that we don't agree with? Can we just have it?
I like to respond to the Seven, just go after me, bro. Seven, just go after me, bro. Just go after.
Who am I going after next?
Because I was asked a question. Let me respond to the guy who asked me a question. So the pushback is simply that wasn't the argument. That the whites aren't as wealthy as they used to be in terms of handing over generational wealth. The entire argument was that the Negroes are looking to build generational wealth. And for some strange reason, your boy Stilgar had a violent reaction to it, right? Why? Because obviously he hasn't thought about what we're talking about. Because he's saying, you're victimizing yourself. You're saying you don't have generational wealth. Well, guess what? I didn't get the Ferrari from my dad. I didn't get the Ferrari from my dad. So obviously we're both in the same boat, bro. What are we talking about? You complain about generational wealth. If I've only got the New Hampshire home, oh my gosh, and I got to share my sister with the summer home, right? That's what he's doing, and that's why we're in two different worlds. And it's a relative term to whomever is saying it and what they are conceptualizing in terms of generational wealth.
So when I said that we live in
and I'm gonna speed you up, Seven Son, when you're talking. Make sure you don't fucking cry about it.
Well, you know what? If you're not finished, go ahead.
Just be a little bit courteous, bro. That's all.
I am. I will, and I apologize. You hear me apologize.
All right, no problem. We're good.
Okay. So, y'all know me. I like to bring a little bit, talk to things from an education. I don't argue about my personal. So, when we look at generational wealth still gone, right? We brought up homes, but we forgot about the financial institutions that kind of garner or kind of govern this generational wealth. And so when we look at black people, right, and it comes to the loans that go here in America, there are a bunch of different problems that black people face when it comes to loans and grants and certain shit like that. Sometimes not so much with grants, but most definitely with loans, with the banking system, and shit like that. So when we look at the information that's given on that about immigrants and black people and Mexican people, did you notice, still, God, that why you don't see a lot of black-owned businesses in your city, but you see a lot of Indian gas stations, you see a lot of Indian stores, you see a lot of Spanish, contracting and shit like that in your community, and you'll see a black person own something maybe every 1 out of 20, every now and then. It's due to the banking system. And so if you go look up why we don't receive loans and stuff like that as other people, it'll tell you right here. And let's read a little bit of it.
You trying to teach us about redlining?
Brother, let me help you out, okay? I made it abundantly clear, but I think I'm going to have to do it again. I understand that there's a wealth disparity, even when adjusted for population size, between Black America and white America. I was not arguing that point at all. And I understand that there's a disparity in access to home ownership between Black America and white America. But what I'm explaining to you is that white America is not handing down the pickleball courts at the Cape Cod. It's just not happening.
Nobody said they were.
That was very specifically said, and that was very specifically the point.
More to the point, we don't care. More to the point, we don't care. So when you say, oh, it's not happening in the white community, guess what? We don't care.
I don't remember nobody saying that.
And you know,
well, then it must be we don't care. That's because we didn't care about it. We were talking about the Black community.
And you know what, Still Guard, you're right. White people aren't doing it as they used to back in the day. But and there is a population difference. There are more white people here in America than Black people.
Brother, I just said adjusted for population, did I not?
Right, and I got you.
We don't have to adjust for population. The wealth disparities go per capita. Why are we adjusting?
I'm agreeing.
That is what per capita means, Finley, is adjusted for population.
You don't have to because the wealth disparity numbers already do that.
What is the core of your what is the core of your disagreement? Because this is retarded. This is AIDS. This conversation.
Yeah, we can move on. To be honest with you, we can move on because nobody remembers the part where all I was pushing back against was the idea that
quibble over the fucking.
I absolutely love that you just said it.
Inconsequential bullshit.
Well, I agree with Still Guard. I agree with you. What you said.
Who's this ankle biting see you next Tuesday who's producing absolutely no valuable addition to the conversation?
Wait a minute. At the end of the
That's
day,
me, ho.
Get back to the fucking Nissan Altima.
That's irrelevant because everything can be.
I drive a Hyundai.
But that we
I'll take it, brother. I'll take it, brother. She's a bitch. She's a double bitch.
And you can go fuck yourself, you big fucking bitch.
I'll take it, brother. I'll take it, brother. I'll take it.
Oh man, this hurts.
Y'all the intelligent degenerates. But at the same time,
I forgive you, Kendo.
You don't have to, Kendo. I accept it. I don't mind.
I agree with you, brother. But the thing about it is, I like to walk away from a casual conversation and say, oh, I learned something. So in the learning experience of this thing.
We don't need a redlining lesson.
Look, I'm not talking about redlining itself. We were talking strictly about
concrete. You there?
You know what? Fuck what we talking about. I don't even give a damn.
You there?
It's pretty widely known history that Black people were they were prevented from succeeding financially and from mobilizing financially in this country, right? And that was sanctioned by the government, right? It's not just like you're telling us shit that we know, and this is you do it so slowly and it's so.
Well, you know what? Okay, you're right, but you know what? Though knowledge. How about this? I am, and when you heard me talking to Still Guard a while ago, I was basically saying. I don't sit on that crutch anymore. I think we have to become more active, more proactive, and more involved in our demise that we say that we're in, our oppression, our subjugation, and all of this. Now we can say in 2026, it's not the Jim Crow era. But even during that era, remember, our people became very self-sufficient because the pressure was different. America was different. It was like, you can't come to this motherfucking water fountain. You better not walk in this motherfucking front door of this restaurant. So we built our motherfucking own, right? We did that. But then when they say, hey, we're integrated now, you can go anywhere the fuck you want to, we fell the fuck off. We became.
Most of us are poor during Jim Crow. Why do we keep memorializing and celebrating Jim Crow?
This argument that Black folks were better under Jim Crow.
Most of us were poor.
No, wait a minute. Hold up, I didn't say
most blacks were poor under Jim Crow.
Hold up, Mr. Finley.
Most blacks were poor under Jim Crow. They were not only.
Wait a minute.
Wait. You wait a minute, because you're going forever, bro. Not only were they relegated to second class, like to second rate bathrooms, water fountains, facilities.
You missed the message.
Second rate citizenship.
Missed the message.
Look.
I'm going to take responsibility for this off-ramp. I am right now in Martha's Vineyard at my third home, enjoying my generational wealth. We could just move on now. Back to the original conversation. Thank you.
Dude, you're fucking
I'm playing pickleball, brother. We're about to make steaks and put no seasoning on them. Let's go.
Hey, fucking white bread cracker.
What I was really trying to say now is that they were more unified to get something done because of the difference of what you just said. They could not do this shit over here. So they created a faction of their own, which made it not better, but more unified, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
We were also mostly poor and hyper vulnerable.
Not only were like black folks second-class citizens, they had second-class facilities that they had to use, but like the schools were like second-rate. They're like every aspect of life, every conceivable aspect of life was diminished by way of segregation, right?
Yeah, so like all colored people too.
This
it was like a
argument
horrible
that
time.
black people, as soon as integration hit, that's when like it went bad for us. It's retarded. You should stop it.
Okay, wait a minute. Do you remember what Black Wall Street?
Everybody knows about Black Wall Street.
And it's not like during that time they had towns, right, that had businesses. They got messed over by white people anyway, right? That didn't happen, right?
Okay,
it's not like
wait a minute.
They were
Why
like
did that happen? Why did white people fuck over that?
Oh, I don't know, because
it was legal. And the law was
because they didn't have the same rights.
Right.
They didn't have the same rights.
No, how about this? How about this? How about look at it like this? I just look.
This is just like rage bait, bro. This is rage bait or like.
No, it's not. Ray ain't nobody mad. But what I'm saying is that
education system at large.
How about this? When they were doing that at Black Wall, there were thousands of Black Wall Streets in America that don't get talked about. They were doing this all over the map. We just know about that one from Georgia that they talk about and they kind of highlight. But do you know that there were many communities doing that across America that got burnt down by white people during that time? Because why? They did not want to see black people with their own fucking money.
We're aware of that. We're aware of that, We're aware of that, Seven. But I'm saying I was pushing back against this idea that we celebrate like pre-civil rights like it was this just golden area for black people. Yes, we were more united because we had no choice. We were for these boxes, and so we became self-sufficient. But the majority of us were poor. Right? And so when we integrated, and this is where people get it wrong because they want to say that King was bad for integrating. Yes, black businesses died. There was an unintended consequence of integration. However, King was saying that he was afraid that we integrated to a burning house, but he was referring to the three sins of white America: militarism, extreme materialism, and extreme racism. Those are the things. He said that white America was morally corrupt, and he was afraid that black people would adapt that moral corruption, and we freaking did. That was the problem. We adapted that same thing. This is why you'll have blacks in 2026 endorsing imperialism, endorsing the things that freaking shackled us, figuratively and literally. This is what he was talking about. Because King, the Baptist preacher, understood the morality as well. He understood, yes. He understood the economics, yes, but he also understood the morality. This is why he drew enemies with LBJ, because he wouldn't endorse an immoral war. You know what blacks are doing right now? They endorse moral wars under the name of freaking American imperialism. Why? Because USA.
I agree. But he said, I have done my people a disservice. And all I was trying to basically say, not better. And even though they were poor, they had a system where they took care of one. Hey, bro, Philly, I grew up in the project.
It was called community. It was called community.
Right. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yes, ma'am.
It's called community, baby.
Yes, and yes, ma'am. Miss Fifi, you are most definitely right. Because what I was just
it still exists in a micro level, but it doesn't exist in the macro level like it used to because we're forced to. A lot of us have identity crisis. My thesis, have identity crisis. We do. We just do.
People are allowed to have tight-knit communities like that, all right, where they can like support each other and make sure that like the help that they're putting out goes to like people of their own group. Our Jewish people, right? Sorry, I just had to say that. I wanna summon line. Anybody? I need 2 more Jewish representatives right now.
Hey, Miss Fifi, I loved it. I grew up in it. I grew up in one of the biggest projects, and I didn't know I was poor. I didn't know I was poor till a white kid pointed out that I was poor in school one day, in middle school.
So did I.
You know, Yeah, I didn't know I was fucking poor. I knew that. Yeah, I knew all these black people in this project. We loved each other. We looked out for each other. Everybody didn't get along. We fought, but at the same time, that was a community where if my mama needed something and didn't have it, well, that's wrong for me because my damn whole family lived over there. So we get anything fuck we wanted. I could go from house to house and eat. But even the one that wasn't no kin, hey, what you doing? We go to my little friend's house. Y'all come on in here and get you a sandwich and get the fuck outside. And you know, it was that type of environment, but we missed that. Gone now, right? Why is it gone? And I ain't even gonna go down that rabbit hole. Our communities don't exist.
They exist in a micro. It just don't exist in a macro because they definitely still exist. I live in that community.
About Iran?
I live in that community today, and I grew up in that community, and I moved back into that community. They exist. They just don't exist in the macro as like they used to.
That's another problem. We get money, and we move out of these communities, and we go live with the white people at. We go move right next door to goddamn Jane and Brad. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, why did you leave? You know what I mean?
To prison, so why are you throwing my name in there?
Here we go. Ain't your wife dead? Leave me the fuck alone. I wasn't talking to you, white boy. There you go. And this is why I get upset, y'all. You see, he automatically attacked my prison sentence. Motherfucker, I don't do houses, motherfucker, and 4 cars. I live.
In fairness, Brad is a good.
My bank account is big.
Don't take the.
I don't know a black.
Nah, I'm cool, but I'm just saying. Hey, Brad, Seven Son. I got 2 fucking houses in Colorado. I got 4 fucking cars. My bank.
I got 2.
And my wife works for.
Thank you for that.
Oh, he's got another career.
You can't say the big. We know you were speaking, generally speaking, having to say his name, but he decided to swing anyways.
No, he didn't have to. No, he didn't have to.
He didn't. He wasn't talking. He wasn't swinging at Brad specifically.
I know he could have used another name.
Right. But Brad knew he wasn't swinging at him. It wasn't even an insult.
Brad only asked a question. He didn't have to.
I'm saying he
did. You know, you got beef with the person.
I'm saying he didn't do it. He wasn't swinging as an insult, fam. He just said his name. The first name came to his mind was Brad. Jane and Brad. He wasn't being malicious. But Brad decided to swing back, even though he knew he wasn't being malicious. And then we got to go to this hell. Like, let's call it what it is.
Call what it is.
He wasn't being malicious when he said Jane and Brad. It wasn't an insult.
In poverty.
It wasn't an insult.
And he's like,
right? He said move next to Jane and Brad. He was talking about white people. He wasn't insulting.
No, you said Brad, bro. You said Brad.
So this is how great it is. Like, first off, you got a guy who lives in an HOA who wants like control over who gets allowed to move into the.
And here we go with the.
So again, you guys screaming about
y'all.
Anybody here watch the Bill Clinton deposition?
I didn't watch on.
I haven't had that.
Oh, Bill testified too?
So here, I'll just talk louder and louder until I actually just fit me while he's talking about Virgin Airlines increases, because again, we don't have to have conversations. Again, here I can interrupt him all the time. He can talk about how he wants to go. I can actually go ahead and discuss how, HOAs lock out people of opportunity, don't provide houses, and that Finley supports that kind of thing because they actually take over massive amounts of tracts of land, refuse to put affordable housing in there, and he supports that way. He wants to be, and he wants to continue to go ahead and have this like moral rant about how he gets to live in the privacy, and then you want to like give this other guy who's like talking about community and doesn't have it. So again, like both of these guys are the worst people to actually discuss on anything. And you know what? You can cry. So again, like I mean, you got one guy who's screaming about privilege,
and somebody who couldn't get community service.
Right?
And I give back to my community like a mother.
Yeah, I know you. I I'm sure you do. And he pays gas cruising around on Friday night.
I'm a real one. But I'm like this.
You ain't real. You're breath already.
Nobody in here, right?
You're out of breath already.
Nobody don't even know why I did time. But it all
yes, we do. You changed your story 6 times. So like since you've been in this room, you've changed careers 4 times. You're a Hollywood exec. You write movies. You write music. You're a gospel singer. Your wife's a well-known gospel singer. All of those things. I mean, you pretty much do all of that. You are the bullshit. You cry a lot, man. You just said you're a victim. You're constantly a victim. You constantly cry about it. You constantly brag about how much you have. I have 2 houses, but meantime you left your daughter to die in a vine. I mean, come on. Those are your words. I mean, you had no problem going after my family, so now, I'm going.
Come on, y'all know the rules, man. Chill the fuck out with this shit. What y'all got going on, man?
I was just trying this weekend, though, and then Finley, and then this idiot wanted 2 12
And when I fight back, I get thrown to the goo.
Oh, man.
I didn't say shit to that man.
I know. All right, everybody relax.
But y'all
can we just relax?
Shit.
Yeah, let's
just to throw my prison shit up. I was talking about houses and movements and shit. And then he want to come and attack my daughter, and then say something about me being in prison, and I can't say shit back. Like motherfucking hell, that's some bullshit, y'all. I can't.
No, you can. You just can't break the rules. Nobody can break the rules.
Look, I don't give a fuck about no rules with that for no fucking reason.
Listen, I get it.
No, evidently everybody else don't get it that's got a badge. Oh, let's throw 7 Son in the goo because he said something about Brad fucking dead white, but he want to attack me.
See, then you cry when I go back at you. And you cry, dude. You cried. You're down, packed up. You're a little suspect, I bet you. Yes, you did. You brought up my...
All right, look. This ain't
better when he's dead. Let's just be honest.
No, come on, it'll be better when you laying beside you know who. How about that?
Oh man, yo,
motherfucker.
Let's talk about the deposition.
Like he the only motherfucking president.
You got nothing.
Who got the information on?
He's the first brand on this motherfucking earth. You can't say
that. I am. I'm the one that stood between you and locked you up. I should have kept you there longer.
Motherfucker, I don't even know a Jane and Brad in real life. You the only motherfucking
Brad. I know, because you lived in isolation in prison for the entire 15 years of your life. Of course, that time always changes. It goes from 6 months, 6 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. It always changes. How's the recording studio thing? Yeah, I mean, you're a movie writer. You ain't gonna do nothing, dude. That oxygen tank ain't gonna allow you to get up. That hover around isn't faster than me. Dude, you gotta wear the scooter. You're driving a scooter. You're a hover around guy. I bet you're one of those guys that rides the scooters in the stores with the baskets on it. You're probably the idiot that leaves it in the parking lot because God forbid you actually put it back where it goes, so I have to move it every time I find a parking spot. You ain't doing nothing. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything, dude. Everything out of your mouth is just crap. Your wife, now you got locked up for this, you got locked up for that, you got all this. You ain't gonna do shit, dude. You don't know that. You ain't gonna do nothing.
Motherfucker put something down your motherfucking throat and go boom. That's when you would know it. I'm not nobody to play with, Brad, so go play with somebody. Go play with your daughters. Go play with them. Don't play with me.
Yeah. I know you guys like talking about that. Didn't you have a problem with that with your daughter? Didn't your wife have to send you away because you were playing?
All right. Looks like we're talking about Bill Clinton. Looks like
what mercy? That was so terrible.
It was, and Anna. Wait, because we need to. No. I don't know. Look, y'all. Come on now. Don't incite this shit, right? Because
we can't have it go to this. We devolving into a whole different sphere right now. So let's just talk about the Bill Clinton shit. Who had the information on it? Was that Oleg?
Yeah,
It was Tim.
Oh, it was Tim.
Yeah, I was only listening to the first 10 minutes before I came in to tell you guys. You guys, I mean, so first of all, it's about 2 hours long, so I don't know if it's like the right space to just play it. But if anyone wants to listen, just give it 5 minutes because they do the whole rules and everything. And once Bill Clinton starts introducing, well, they introduce themselves as lawyers, that's when the questioning starts. But yeah, I haven't listened to only the first question before I came to tell you guys, so I don't really have.
All right. Well, I mean, if it's all right with the room, we can play a little bit of that shit. I think it's a good time for a little, like, you know, intermission, recording audio type shit.
Play it at 1.5 speed, you know?
Yeah. And make sure that they're not talking about, like, the 2008 financial crisis, please.
All right. That's a.
Yeah, the link's in the chat if anyone want to watch it. I won't be able to play it because I got the baby and I won't be able to leave my phone open. But that'd be cool to listen. Like I said,
where the link? Oh, it's up there.
Yeah. And it starts off so it's on Fox News Nation's YouTube. So when you open the link, it's already playing because technically they're releasing it live, even though it's recorded. So you just have to like literally move the red bar back to the beginning and then skip ahead, like I said, 3 to 5 minutes while they're just introducing lawyers and shit.
Well, let's put it at the top.
You're doing it live?
No, they released it live, but it was recorded. So like Fox News is like they're like, okay, we have it, and they're playing it live, but it's not actually.
Okay, that's pretty based. Pretty cool. That's nice.
Play it if you want. I can play it if you give me a few minutes. Because I'm cooking, but I can play it and put it on for you guys. It's if you want. Just let.
Yo, where is Monica? What the hell, man?
Bro, she got banished to the Shadow Realm, bro. She's in and out. Committing the deadly sin of not paying your bets. And although we have examples like that, you know, they usually have to be banned for a 6-month period, you know? And then they can, like, come back, you know, like stragglers. Say they were still right, to kind of, like, you know, slowly fade away, right? And I don't know if Monica's going to take the path of the begotten straw man, bro. I don't know. She definitely didn't pay up that bet.
It's definitely unrighteous in some kind of way, but yeah, while we let after, you know, Dawn done making her empanadas, hopefully she can bless us with
Dawn's sitting there scrubbing the email because he mentioned something, so she's probably going through and redacting her name.
Because I'm interested to hear how he shuffle out of some of these questions, because I know it's finna be a shuffle.
I did not have sexual relationship with that child.
But Dawn, you are correct.
Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it. Come on.
At 1.5 speed, because he is very old now. He's old. Arkansas country.
Yeah, he's like,
can't believe no one had
barely standing. Poor Bill.
I mean,
look at that. His hair ain't even gray.
With Monica Lewinsky, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if he just let the fifth the whole hearing.
Exactly. That's what I'm expecting. Little fifth. I don't recall. Hillary Clinton did that same shit too. Oh, I don't recall actually being around Epstein and sucking his dick. Like you know what I'm saying? Like she deflected that whole shit to where it was damn near no point of watching it.
That's good. What they get trained to do.
Yeah, I was just only watching it for like reactions and shit, but other than that, like
Samoa had said that this is a big nothing burger, you know, everything, that it's a hoax. So I don't know, man. Right, bro? Maybe it's just a big hoax. Maybe they never do anything that like Jeffrey Epstein later doing, no one knew about it. No one's like really Maybe just did that like
is the what's it called? The set up top? That's going on right now?
Yeah, that's what's going on. Also, what's going on is
what's the word?
Yeah, so this is the testimony, the probe of Bill Clinton.
I said hella like Luca. I'm trying to be a LA nigga now.
Oh yeah. And then shout out to Luca and the multiple different white women that
That's why you and Luca talking
I support that, Kendo. That has been rough. That has been rough for me. I think he needs to go back to Sexy Ladies instead of Pam Bondi. It's killing me.
Oh my God, that's Pam. I was wondering, yo.
Wait, you just thought it was just random white ladies?
No, the other one was Pam. I didn't know this one. She kind of looked like somebody that's from the movie Mean Girls. So I don't know. Like, I mean, fuck it.
I mean, if she walks like a duck, I guess she's a mean girl.
Mean Girls is actually a really good movie. I've seen it recently.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Tina Fey is really, she's a great writer.
A great writer. I couldn't agree with you more.
And y'all know what?
Writer too, yeah.
Mean Girls,
she's a great white woman.
Absolutely real. Junior high school. During the whole movie, I thought of junior high school.
What was that, Miss Lucy?
I said, Mean Girls. Yeah. Very, very true. I thought of like middle school, like junior high and in high school. You know, it gave me that feel. But it was good.
Yeah.
Excellent film. Because I could relate. That's what I was trying to say.
No. You was a mean girl. You was a mean girl in high school.
No, I get along with everybody. That's the thing.
Miss Fifi's like a piler, bro.
I got along with Eddie because I sang, so, and I was like very, very active.
Everybody likes a singer. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Bust a note right now.
All like that.
She's not your toy, nigga. You gotta pay. Fuck.
Oh damn. Well, how much? I should have had $20.
I mean, you gotta have to speak to me if you want her to perform. You gotta talk to me. I'm her agent. I'm passing the card virtually to you. It's a nice black matte black card. Business card has my name.
Wait, Louis, you said Alessandro Luca is from LA?
Is that Alessandro? Oh,
if I had to guess, I'd say he's from LA.
Oh, you were guessing. I thought you were like, you knew.
I'm telling you. Hey, just get his way into trouble with everybody.
I was like, there's no way.
Wait, he don't have a vibe.
He sounds like he's Canadian.
Nah, dude, he has the vibe of like an LA guy. What are you talking about? He's the most LA probably in the room.
I
think Dominic is more.
Bro, it's just how
I think Dominic is more like Dominic is from LA.
You guys are not that with like dialect.
Dominic does not speak like Canadian at all, dude.
Some other place before, but I thought he was trolling.
Yo, the gay part about it.
Dominic lives in Northern California.
I think he's pretty private about himself, but like,
yeah, but he's from Los Angeles.
California.
Like it's just clear. It's clear that he's a nigga from LA.
Dominic's from.
How you guys don't know that automatically is kind of crazy.
Yeah, no.
Dominic's from Los Angeles.
I can hear both of their accents.
He's from Haight and Ashbury.
He's from Los Angeles. He just lives.
You're
Indian ass would be a Mexican here in LA. Your Indian ass would be a Mexican here in LA. Stop it.
Yeah, well, I don't talk like this, homie.
They would Red,
you're Mexican.
I'm talking about the Americanized.
Give me like a little like warning before.
I'm talking about Oleg knows what I'm talking about. Like you sound like those Americanized Mexicans.
Oh damn! It's almost like I've lived in America.
Red said you'd be a Mexican with a proper
Indian accent.
Adding some spice to my voice, I say.
He said you'd be a Mexican with a proper education.
Self-esteem.
Deals.
Yo, Bill Clinton is old as
disrespecting me.
This nigga looked like the Night King from the Game of Thrones.
He's like the prime age to be American president, bro.
Makes me
You know how
feel
the
worse
Night
for
King
those
had
girls.
wrinkles, like hella wrinkles in his face and shit? Like, this nigga looks
Louis, that
Kendall
that
Zone,
fool-
Night King, we
he about to perish.
Louis, that fool stuck a cigar in her, and then went and tell the American
We've
people
heard the story.
when they asked. So I can't call people to do it, right?
You can say whatever the fuck you want. I'm saying it's gross.
No. I want to hear it. I ain't never heard it.
First of all, I was already past the cigar pop when you said that, which is retarded of her.
Wait, Tim, I can't hear you. Can you start all over for me?
I couldn't unmic fast enough, Tim. Sorry.
What I was saying was he stuck a cigar in it and then went on TV to say it depends what the word sex is. But anyways,
He's a fucking liar,
Still does.
politician, nasty fuck.
And did that detail accompany you on all trips that you took with Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
For this trip from Miami to Westchester, first, just do you recall the circumstances of the trip?
No, I was down there coming home.
Oh, this is down here. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Who was present on the flight, and we'll do this exercise with the other trips as well. Are you able to make out from the initials here, maybe who is who? In other words, I can see your name, and I can see 4 Secret Service. And then from there, we have 2 males, 1 female, I think Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell, and then SK and AP. Do you have any recollection of who any of those folks may have been?
No.
Easy. Nope. Like, yeah, actually, yeah, that was, yeah, of course he doesn't remember. What the fuck?
Why would he remember?
Record from yours. This is their record.
Yeah.
That's damning
In
here.
February in 2002, so the same month as this flight, it was reported that you and Miss Maxwell were seated together at some type of charity gala in New York. I don't know what the charity was or where exactly the event occurred. Do you have any recollection of what I'm referring to?
Could you state the date again, sir?
In the same month, February 2002, and I don't have an exact date.
What was it reported?
Simply that you and Ms. Maxwell were seated together at a charity gala in New York.
Wow. I have no recollection of it, but it could have happened.
Heading into March of 2002, so the following month, we have a series of international travel, and the first of those trips indicates that on March 19th and 21st of 2002, you flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from JFK to London and back with Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and some others. We will introduce those flight logs as Minority Exhibit E and go through the same exercise.
What a weirdo, bro. His voice is so weird, too. That would be exactly what like a parent sound like.
Alright, this is I mean, like, mind you, they're asking him about shit that happened like 24 years ago. Like, remember sitting next to Jillian Maxwell at this thing
That's
24 years ago.
Yeah.
It's like I don't recall. Like he's kind of like smug. He like has this like kind of like I don't know. He's just flipping like smug, kind of like he's like smiling. He's smiling people across the room.
So I guess just to start with, do you recall the circumstances and for this trip?
This was when?
This was March of 2002.
I don't, but keep in mind that there was a lot of stuff going on. India, in the late January, 4 days after I left office, had a horrible earthquake. And lots of people died. And I called the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Vajpayee, who belongs to the current leader's party, but was much less uber nationalist. And I asked him if I could help.
And he said, yes. He said, I have the money and organization to fix the big cities, but not the smaller towns. And we need schools, we need hospitals, we need all the stuff rebuilt when you help. So that's the first thing I undertook to do, even before the AIDS thing, after I left the White House. So I was there. So by March of 2002, the next year, we were still working on that, and then the South Asian tsunami hit in December. So I was doing all this stuff with, and also trying to get set up at home too. So that's why it sounds unusual for me to have 10 Secret Service agents, but I must have been going to several stops.
And is it the same for you when you look at some of these names? I can make out the name Naomi Campbell. Do you have any recollection of Naomi Campbell being on this flight?
Naomi, when we went to Europe once, I think she went on one. She was a friend of Doug's, and that's what I remember. Let me see.
Bro, you fucked the shit out of Naomi Campbell. Stop playing.
At TMS and a junk truck, we can remove your thing.
Fucking sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving to May 2002, just 2 months after the one we just looked at, flight logs show a series of flights around Asia. Got 5 flights, including Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and Thailand. I'll introduce the flight logs for that trip. Just take a look at it together. As Minority Exhibit F. Right.
We do need it. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you very much. You said
So those are from the 22nd to the 25th.
Let me just tell you. 22nd. And you're saying each one till the 25th?
Yeah, so the first one lists the former president, and then 4 in a row after that lists same as above. So it's the same group of folks for about 5 flights.
Yeah.
So same question, this trip to Asia, do you have a recollection of the circumstances, how the trip came about?
Yeah, that was 2002, right?
Yes.
So we, and when was the tsunami? Was it at the end of 2002 or the end of 2001?
That I'm not sure of.
Just to the best of your memory, you have to share what you know.
Anyway, to the best of my memory, this was to raise funds to organize our health network in Asia, which was basically designed to deal with AIDS, but also was heavily involved in the reconstruction of India after the earthquake there. And that was asked to do it by the Prime Minister and later by the UN. So I was involved with that.
And do you have any recollection of who these individuals on the flight were? For example, there are a few female names. I think one is Janice, one is Jessica. When you look at the log, do you have any recollection of who's who?
No. She may have been a flight attendant, I don't know.
Do you have any recollection of the flights themselves?
Of this particular flight?
This group of flights.
I remember we made several stops and you mentioned them. We're going there, but that's all I know.
To the best of your recollection, whether with respect to the flights or the trip itself, Did you ever witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
No.
We then have logs showing 2 flights in July of 2002, and I will introduce those as Minorities Exhibit G. Give you a moment to receive those.
What was the prior one?
Prior one would have been F.
And that was the May 2002 flight log.
What is F?
Y'all still want to listen to this shit?
On that, but I thought that was.
Y'all still want to listen to this?
Not really, because you're gonna get the highlights on the readout.
Well, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's up to you.
I'm just playing. I'm just watching it. I'll watch it on mute. But if you guys want to listen to, then I'll be off mute. If you guys want to talk me to shit,
bro, I'm waiting for somebody to cite this shit. We want some citing shit, bro. Wait till some shit falls in the United States. That's what we want to hear.
I mean, they're asking them pretty like straightforward questions. They're like, "Yo, you were on the." There's these random chicks on the manifest for a flight you were on. Like, who are these people? Do you remember the flight? Like, and he's just like, deny. I don't know. I don't recall. Which is, it's like, what do you expect? Like, they're asking, to the best of your recollection, do you remember this? No. Actually, it's like they're like, these are saying softball deposition. It's like, oh, this is like nothing. Nothing's like hard hitting. At least not yet. But let's see.
That way,
They're not going out and hurt or nothing. They're not stressing nothing like that. Yeah.
Do you recall attending the King of Morocco's wedding?
Absolutely, I did.
Do you recall whether Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell also attended that wedding?
We find those who wield power,
Like, what?
And
why would you choose then to fucking play that goddamn commercial?
it was a long time ago. I don't know if this was it. But I did go to Morocco more than once.
Do you recall attending the King of Morocco's wedding?
Absolutely, I did.
Do you recall whether Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell also attended that wedding?
Of course
not. I don't. I remember, I think Chelsea went with me. And I remember because my late mother-in-law loved Morocco, and Chelsea was there with her once, and she wanted to go, so we went, and it was really nice. I was very close to the king's father, and I marched in his funeral when he died, and so they had this wedding, and we were invited.
Can you pause it there for a second, Louis?
I very much wanted to go. Hillary was working and didn't go.
Yeah, what's up?
So Clinton's lying right here because the King of Morocco, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were Bill Clinton's personal +1 guests. And it was King Mohammed VI of Morocco, and the New York Post circulated that multiple times, and he was caught interacting with the kings and other dignitaries at that time, and being introduced to multiple people.
That's what he said, though. He said he was good friends with the king's father.
No, but Epstein himself was a private guest. He was the personal guest of Bill Clinton. So him saying that he didn't know if he attended in Ghislaine Maxwell is a lie.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that is. Yeah, I'm sure that is. Yeah, every time he's asked about Jeffrey Epstein, he gets like, I don't know, there's like a weird 1,000-yard stare, and like he fidgets, and then he just says, "No, I don't recall." It's like, yeah, sure, Bill. But yeah.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
What?
How y'all doing?
Doing all right. How you doing, White?
Chilling, man. Just proud to be here, man. That's all.
Happy to see you. Happy to see you, brother. We're watching Bill Clinton getting grilled right now by the House of Reps.
Oh, the other day when he was on, you talking about the other day, right? Last week?
No, it's happening right now. This is actually live.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Fill me in, pause. Hey, yo!
Yeah, we're listening. Yeah, we're listening.
There's been some reporting that you may have invited Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell to the King's wedding. It sounds like, but please you tell me, do you have any specific recollections of that?
I don't remember.
Do you have any specific recollection of these two flights, which may or may not have been part of the King's wedding? They're from Morocco to Portugal and Portugal to JFK. Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell were on flights as well as yourself.
When I was coming home.
He's just asking you about these two legs, and he's asking you, do you have any recollection of these two legs of the flight?
No, I did. I remember the wedding very well and all the stuff that happened, but that's all. I don't know the coming or the going.
Thank you. In September of that year, we have a trip that I think a lot of folks are aware of. This is a trip to Africa in September of 2002. The trip started at JFK, ended in London, stopped in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Mozambique, and South Africa. Some high-profile figures were on board, including actor Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker, as well as Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. I will introduce those flight logs as Minority Exhibit H.
3 out of 4 of those people are Cheetos, by the way. Holy shit. 3 out of 4 of those people that he just mentioned are pedos.
So this is a two-sided document, and the flights are at the bottom half of the first page and one flight at the top of the second page.
Starting at the 21st?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll just ask you generally before we look at the log specifically. What is your recollection of how this trip to Africa came about?
Well, this is where most of our work was going to be done. And what month is this?
This is, I believe, September of 2002.
Yeah, nothing really. This isn't.
And the
Seems like this is like one of those things where, like, we get all like the good shit, like in clips when it's over. There's a lot of like in between. Unless you guys want to watch it.
Clinton's going to do his typical stance like he did with the Lewinsky and other things. He's going to be like, he's just going to try to carve out of that.
He's going to lie to America.
No, he's going to be like, I don't recollect that, and you can't really prove it, and they're just getting groundwork. He's probably going to get in trouble, but who knows?
I don't know. Yeah, like we know the play. This is actually it's actually more ballsy than what Pam Bondi did, which was like evade question. He's just saying, "Oh, I don't remember."
The S&P and
we
500 is up.
We know it. We know it's bullshit. He knows it's bullshit, but like he's at least like
with the decorum that America used to have when I lie to your face.
Like I don't recall. Of course, I don't
like what politicians used to do when they were full of shit, but then like we knew they were full of shit, but they didn't think you were stupid. You know, they knew that this was like they were threading the thin line of like have to have like some plausible deniability, but like can't like overstretch the truth to the point where you're like, bro, like you're obviously trying to distract me, right? Like I don't recall, I don't know, like Anthony Weiner style, you know, like that is a harken back to that era.
There is like a nastiness about like him just like smiling and like it's just trying to be a politician. He's trying to politician his way out of it. Do we want to watch still? Do we move on? We want to get a topic going?
Just continue to play this African trip one, because this is one for sure we know he's about to lie, because this African trip is the most famous picture where the girl's giving him a massage. There's no way he can say that he doesn't recall. Like, this is
okay. Let me rewind it because it's been playing on mute. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're in Africa trip, Tim.
And the countries we were going to represented places where we had operations.
Not gonna lie, this is not doing shit for the stock market right now.
And the flights are the bottom half first page and one flight at the top of the second page.
Starting May 1st?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
And I'll just ask you generally before we look at the log specifically. What is your recollection of how this trip to Africa came about?
Well, this is where most of our work was going to be done. And what month is this?
This is, I believe, September of 2002.
So, and the countries we were going to represented places where we had operations. Monday, for example, had a big AIDS problem and we were trying to help. And there was, so that's what I know. But we, in South Africa, we spent quite a bit of time because I wanted to go see Mandela. He was still in good shape then. And we did things together. And then Charlene Hunterdahl, who was one of the black women that integrated the University of Georgia and became then a very well-known international television commentator for PBS. And her husband, Ron, had moved down to South Africa. And they were longtime friends of mine. We had celebrated the 150th birthday of Arkansas together in Little Rock. So we were longtime friends. And so we went to visit them. And she threw a big cookout for us. And it was a funny time. Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey imitated me.
So a lot of these names on the laws are hard to make out. Do you have any specific recollection of who was on board those flights?
He's not asking you to review and try and see if you can read their names. He's asking you what your recollection is.
It says Shante Davis was, and she worked for Jeffrey.
And I think it was discussed in the previous round, but that well-known photograph of yourself and Miss Davies, what is your recollection of the extent of your interactions with Miss Davies on that trip?
Where were we?
In Africa.
No, where was the photograph?
I think it was at the airport.
Oh.
On the way to.
That's it. I mean, we had a good relationship, but it was entirely profit. I never had any personal contact with her. That's what you imply.
And am I right that while on that trip, whether the trip or the flight, did you ever?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. We have a series of questions from some of the members in the minority. And so I'll be calling them up as we go through. Thank you. Just want to again thank you for being here and answering all the questions. We appreciate that and for your service. Just two clarifying questions. One that was asked during the Republican hour, and I just want to have you reiterate it for the record. Either during or after your presidency, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any kind of relationship directly or indirectly, a foreign intelligence agency or service? And I asked, we've received a lot of interest and communication about that topic. And so I wanted to give you a chance to answer that again if there's any.
Wasn't, and I understood why when you showed me the passport, but I didn't know anything about that.
And then second, of course, this deposition also sets a pretty new precedent, I think, which is something that we've been discussing and folks in across the country are discussing as well. So we're thankful that you're here. We believe in the minority that President Trump should also answer this committee's questions. He's someone that is mentioned almost more than any other person beside Ghislaine Maxwell in the Epstein documents. And so to get more information for this investigation, was wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
That's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and I once had a discussion with him about it.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer. With that, I'm going to go to Mr. Watkins' show, and we'll go down a series of questions.
I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression, since there was no follow-up question, the president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't. He just said we were friends, and then we had a falling out over a land deal, property deal. That's all.
Thank you. Could I ask very briefly, Mr. President,
Sure.
if you recall, what were the circumstances of that conversation, or at least let's start with, when did the conversation occur?
It was on his golf course. And there were a couple of years there when Joe Torre, who had been the manager of the Yankees, and was a friend, and had a tournament, a charity golf tournament, called appropriately for this investigation, the Safe at Home Foundation. And it was designed to combat domestic violence, of which Joe Torre had been a victim as a child. And so I wanted to support it. And so Donald Trump gave him the golf course in New York to have a tournament on, and I played in it a couple of times. And the day I was there, he would typically, Donald Trump would come out and play a few holes with us. And he somehow knew I had flown in Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft, and he said, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out all because of a real estate deal. And he said, I'm sorry it happened. That's all.
Do you recall whether President Trump was the first one to affirmatively bring up the subject of Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but I'd be shocked if I did. I just don't do that.
Do you recall whether President Trump elaborated at all on the great times that he had with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, and at the time, I didn't put any, sexual spin on it.
And as far as you recall, President Trump characterized the nature of the ending of their friendship as being solely due to the real estate.
That's what he said. But I didn't think much about it at the time. And, it was 2 minutes and then we were gone.
As far as you recall, have you had any other conversations with President Trump related to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
No.
And your best recollection, if you have one, of the year that this conversation occurred?
Maybe 2002 or 2003.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I want to focus again on Ghislaine Maxwell. First, I'll ask you just to reiterate, did you ever at any point during your interactions with Ms. Maxwell know about the sexual abuse she committed and facilitated against minors and women?
No.
When did you learn that she had engaged in crimes against girls and young women?
When the first evidence came out, when was it in 2019?
Okay. And have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Ghislaine Maxwell? No. You're aware that she was convicted of crimes, as we discussed, and you're aware that she's currently incarcerated as a result of her federal conviction?
Yes.
Maxwell received a 20-year sentence for her crimes. Are you aware that she has repeatedly called on President Trump to grant her clemency, and that she has said that you and President Trump are not guilty of any wrongdoing with respect to Epstein?
I know that now, yes.
In your opinion, does she deserve or should she be granted by President Trump?
I don't think I should comment on that. I don't know anything about President Trump other than what I've already told. And I thought that was a mistake to pardon everybody in the January 6th case. And this thing was really hard for me when it came out because we had been friendly with Glenn. I was sad, but it was terrible what she did. And she had punished somebody besides me should make a decision on what it is. So she got 20 years.
Okay. Mr. President, on July 24, 2025, the Deputy Attorney General and President Trump's former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, conducted a closed-door interview of Ms. Maxwell at her then low-security prison. On August 1st, 2025, just a few days after that interview, she was transferred to a lower security prison where she's afforded a list of amenities, personalized meals, playtime with puppies, a transfer that I think most Americans agree is inconsistent with a very serious crime she was convicted of. Do you have any opinion on her transfer to that lower security prison and the amenities she's been granted? It seems strange to you when you learned of that.
I think you're in a better position to find out what happened than I am.
Okay. When you were president of the institute, was it common for your deputy attorney general directly conduct interviews of witnesses and or federal inmates?
You were there.
You have to testify what you know.
He's
What
asking,
you recall.
he's asking, did you ever send the deputy attorney general to
To the best of my knowledge, I did not do that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does he have Parkinson's? He was like hand tremors.
I asked her a question. Linda Foster, you still the youngest person in Congress?
Look at him trying to be a politician, but it's like
I
hands
think
are
he
trembling. It's like, is it just like being old as fuck, or is that like Parkinson's?
I think he might have something like that, yeah.
It's kind of hard to
No, at his age, like having some level of tremor is like fairly normal.
Okay. Yeah, his hands are like he can't hold his hands still at all.
Also,
No,
like
I don't think
Parkinson's has a very specific kind of tremor called a pill rolling tremor, which is a tremor of the thumb and the index finger like going back and forth rhythmically. So I'm not watching the video. Is that what you're seeing in the video?
Sugar Belly, why do you know about that, Sugar Belly?
You said the
I
thumb and the
know
what's the
about
most? How do you describe the motion again?
It's called a pill rolling tremor. If you have like your hand flat, right? It's like the index finger going to the thumb, and then the thumb rolling back and like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's the classic Parkinsonian tremor.
Like only his thumb and index finger should be.
It would be so it doesn't mean the whole hand cannot shake, but it means that the primary like area of the tremor is going to be focused.
No, it's just kind of like he's just kind of like shaking.
Like the old man people that shake.
That's more essential tremor. So essential tremor is like a postural tremor that basically you get it whenever the person has to hold their muscles against gravity.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it does seem like
concrete.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We need to clarify why Sugar Belly knows this. Go ahead, Sugar.
The reason why I knew this is because my grandfather was a heart surgeon, my grandmother was a registered nurse in the UK, my aunt is a doctor, my other aunt is a doctor. My family tried to force me to go to medical school. I didn't want to go to medical school. They tried to force me to be a plastic surgeon. I didn't want to be a plastic surgeon.
Plastic surgeon? Wow, they didn't have that. That's like insulting. Did you feel like, damn, you didn't like a
No,
plastic
it
surgeon?
wasn't that. Like they literally like when I was done with boarding school and it was time to go to university and I was trying to do my whole application thing. They literally told me we're not going to pay for university if you don't like become a plastic surgeon. And I was like, I don't like why are you guys trying to force me? So there was like lots of back and forth and stuff, and eventually I refused and I went to study something else.
But still, why do you know is it through osmosis?
They forced me to study for the stuff.
My dad wouldn't pay for any other degree than a computer science degree.
What
damn. Yo, you remember when you asked me, what do you think the Bitcoin's gonna do tomorrow? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when the market opens, remember? And I was like, it's gonna go up. And you're like, bro, you're crazy. Remember?
Well, I wasn't talking about the short term. I was talking about the long term.
Anyway, I told Sugar Belly the same thing, and she said she already knew. So I'm pretty sure she would have been profitable today and made like $6,000 on a fucking $6,000 move that happened today, bro. First thing in the morning, go check the chart, bro. Your boy was right. Bro.
No, look.
And I just want to say,
I'm not doubting, your prediction. I'm just saying, in the long term scheme, Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme, and I think that the economy is getting worse, and I think there's no such thing as like a dead cat bounce. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know what it looks like. I don't know the reasons why. When the market rebounds, but it just comes right back down.
A dead cat bounce is typically like a downward trending stock, and what happens is because the short sellers have to cover their positions, they end up buying into the stock. So when you short sell, you borrow stocks, they either go up or down, and then after you either won or lost, you have to buy the stocks in order to cover your positions. And when you buy and win, you make money. You buy and lose, you spend money. But either way, you have to buy. That doesn't mean that what that does is that looks like it's going up, right? But still a overall downward trend. And that's why they call it a dead cat bounce.
No, you're describing a short squeeze as a dead cat bounce. But you're partially correct.
No, he's not describing a door. I know that's not a short squeeze.
He's partially.
Jesus Christ, go ahead.
Hang on, he's partially correct in the sense that a dead cat bounce is basically when you have an overall downtrend, right? But there's a slight, basically you have a very sharp drop, and then people think the drop is over, so they start to buy in thinking they've caught the bottom. It goes up a little bit, but then the overall trend is still downwards, and so they think that it's going up, but they just caught the bounce, and then it starts going down again. That's a dead cat bounce.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay. But a different reason.
The reasons of why they're buying it back.
They're buying, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But anyway, Sugar Belly, just want to say, you asked yesterday, you could have listened to me, could have made $6,000. Pretty sure you did. You didn't take it personal. And was
if I don't make $6,000 today, I can always make $6,000 another day. Like
Okay, then you should definitely watch out for what's going to happen tomorrow, because it's almost guaranteed what's going to happen tomorrow.
So what do you think? What's the guarantee that you think is guaranteed to happen?
See concrete. See concrete.
No,
once you start beating cars, people want to know their future concrete. That's all I wanted, bro. That's all I wanted to hear.
The only reason why I even have any interest is because you're claiming it's guaranteed. Like, do you understand?
I know. I'm joking. I'm joking, obviously. But look, I think that we're really close. We've got all the way up to 69 today. And there is a huge, if you go to Point Glass and you see where the liquidity is, there's a huge fucking dense as fuck liquidity block at 71K, right? And it's just beneath what should be the line of resistance that's going to fight this off from being overturn it from being a bearish market to a bull market. And historically, what has always happened is that there's a bounce, and then there's a real drop, right? So we drop dramatically after we go over the Gaussian line 1 week, 40%. Then we range, right? We range in like starting from halfway of what that bounce of that like drop was, right? And then we have like a rise, and then there's the real drop, right, where we hit bottom. And I think that just because of the way the market moves, it seems like what it's hunting for is liquidity, right? So I think that they're going to do a liquidity hunt. It's going to get a 71, and it's going to drop. I don't know if that's going to be tomorrow, but if you look at the triangle that has been forming, right, it's just put a 4-hour chart on, look at the triangle, look at the lines of resistance there. It's already back above it. I think this is the break that's going to happen. And I think that at that point, you could, if it goes over 70, if it goes over like 70, like 73, I have already a buy order for it. And I have a sell order at 71, like 71, 300. I think that's going to happen. I think that's something very reasonable. But I think March is where we're going to start seeing like gold number. I think that March is going to have a number that has 70, that starts with 7, and also a number that starts with 5. Yeah, my bad. I don't want to kill the room, but hopefully people can make some money.
I mean, like, fuck. Hey, Lou's on the phone. Lou, are you there? Are you on the phone? He's on the phone.
Press 10 more on that South Africa trip, because like I talk about the most famous picture. It's not that it's just the most famous picture. She's also featured in the Filthy Rich documentary about Epstein. She's 22 during that picture. She had already been sexually assaulted by Epstein at that point that she goes on that trip, and she introduces her 17-year-old sister to Epstein, which then Epstein and Maxwell pay for her 17-year-old sister to go to college in, I believe, either France or Italy. And then she comes back with an eating disorder, and that's when the sister finds out, like, oh shit,
yeah, she was definitely in France.
Yeah, it's fucking, like, it's insane.
Have you seen Adam Sandler's wife?
Yeah, she came back with an eating disorder. That's some French shit.
Yeah, it is. Yo, have you seen Adam Sandler's wife? Her father is the agent that was the agent for Ivanka Trump. Sorry, not for Ivanka. Yeah, Trump's wife. My bad. For his wife, right? Also, very deep ties to Epstein, bro. They were friends, same jet, same type of shit, bro.
Ivana Trump?
No, the wife, the wife of Trump. I don't know what her name is.
Melania?
The one who said "piss on the world." Yes, Melania. There you go. Yes, look into that. That's fucking crazy. How deeply interconnected all that shit is. But I think what we saw is that Bill Clinton's gonna give the most milquetoast response. So obviously, some Democrats think that he's gonna say something pressing against Trump, and he's definitely not. This is just the elites taking care of the elites, right?
Well, the other thing too is
Tim, he's working the room and shit.
Yeah, dude, he's a fucking pervert. There is no doubt. He's always bullshitter. Yeah. But the part that I said to skip in the beginning, that's when they're reading the rules. I mean, it's not interesting, but there's rules. So if he remembers anything about anything, he has to tell them. The I do bullshit is, you can tell because, keep in mind, all of a sudden when they ask him about the president of India or whoever, the prime minister, remember how he's like, oh, I remember everything about that.
Yeah, everything is so, there's memory so clear with certain.
And then they say, was Epstein
everything with Epstein? I don't recall.
Oh yeah, even when they asked him about the guy, remember when they asked him about the guy from India? He was like, yeah, I was with him. Although he isn't as much of a nationalist as he is nowadays. What the fuck, man? You're supposed to have you're supposed to look at the world with glassy eyes, not be all the way there. How do you remember all these small nuances and shit, right? But you can't remember
it's the same shit
Major Peter.
Pam Bondi did when when like all the fucking Republicans fucking like massaged her boobs and said, gave her all these softball questions. What? Tell us about when you did this and this and how you're doing this and this day. Oh yes, blah 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 blah. Whenever someone asks her, yeah, like, so like, what's with this case that you dropped with this guy that was in the Epstein files? Fucking filibuster, da 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 da, like blah blah blah, fucking yeah. It's just like she was like more like, I guess like slippery about it. Like Bill Clinton is just lying. He's just flat out lying.
And if you listen
I just don't remember.
If you listen to the Hillary Clinton fucks up in a way during her deposition, so we can assume that Bill Clinton got the same treatment. So Hillary Clinton's asked a question, and she goes, "Oh, I was prepped on this. I forget what it was. If she had ever been in the same room with him," and she replies, "Yeah, like the White House Historical Foundation invited Epstein." So she prepped beforehand of like the things that are going to be asked. So when he's saying he doesn't recall, especially about the South African trip, which is, like I said, the most, like everyone knows about this. There's tons of pictures. Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, they've all come out and talked about this. For him to pretend like he doesn't remember or recall is complete bullshit, because they're prepped on this shit.
He mentioned, he was like, oh yeah, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker did a impression of me and that was funny. It was a funny time. That's what he said about that. But yo, Tim, watch them come in tomorrow or whenever, even today, and say, oh look, even Bill Clinton said Trump did nothing wrong and Trump's not implicated, right? Yeah, like he's clearly bullshitting. He's a bullshitter. He's implicated too. Of course, he's like covering for. He's not gonna dime on his bro.
Well, the other thing too, Louise, if you remember,
I'm surprised he kind of tried to throw him under the bus a little bit. I felt like yeah, a little bit. I think I really feel like he did.
Well, he did not at all. He treats like he didn't. They didn't even ask him anything. He's like, I just want to make it clear.
Kind of, Louis.
At no point during the proceedings.
Yeah. He even said, I don't want to make it. He said, I don't want it to seem like. He even said, I know y'all didn't. You didn't ask me a follow-up question, so I don't seem like.
It was completely impromptu.
At no point did he tell me that. To do that, he just had to answer questions. He went out of his way. He gave an answer to a question that wasn't even made, right? So just to be clear, right? They didn't ask me about it, but I don't want there to be a bad a misunderstanding. He never asked him that. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, but
I need to do that.
Yeah, but keep in mind too that so either it could be that he's just old and doesn't remember the exact year, but he did kind of throw him on the bus in terms of when they asked him when that conversation took place at the golf course when they were playing golf together. I believe it was 2002 or 3, right? No,
he said 22 or 3. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so which means we know from the files that supposedly Trump so-called calls the Palm Beach in 2006, right? So what were they talking about in 2002? They were clearly talking about this guy then. So, yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
But then he also feigned he used his being old as fuck to his advantage, and he feigned my memory is shot. I'm an old man. What year was that? What was it that year?
He looks like he's in the prime age to be the president of the United States.
I'm old as fuck and I'm going to use it to my advantage. So.
Yeah, until they ask him about the wedding, that he's like, oh yeah, I have the perfect memory. Until they ask about that one trip to South Africa that everyone knows about, where he's like, oh yeah, they're doing it, bro. So you remember all this, but then as soon as I've seen it,
I did not have relationships with that child.
Do you guys even want to keep listening to
No, not really, man. He's kind of dumb. All this guy's going to do is give the classical freaking...
Well, keep in mind too, if you guys want to watch it,
he doesn't remember.
The reason why it's a couple hours is because each side gets an hour. When I say each side, I mean the Republicans essentially. I don't mean the Republicans have this list of questions, but Comer goes to the event. In the beginning, they introduce who's in the room, and Comer's there, so he gets the question. So they get an hour each in terms of
an hour.
Yeah, an hour.
People are questioning him.
Yo, is that Samoa? Is that Samoa back from the dead? Nah, man, I'm sorry I had to do you like that yesterday, Samoa. My bad, bro.
Samoa's
I
not
did
here.
not mean to cook you, bro.
Samoa's
I did
not
not
here.
mean to cook you, bro.
Wait, Louis, who was here? Louis.
Oh, wait, I thought that was Samoa right now. Oh,
I don't understand why
Yo,
Hillary Clinton
Luffy.
is being deposed
Chairman
as
Luffy.
well.
Yo,
I thought it was only Bill that went,
did,
to Epstein on his, I don't know, his excursions. Why is Hillary being deposed?
Yeah, what's the word? Who was speaking on the video?
Because she's guilty too.
Former President Bill Clinton. He's being deposed.
No, I know Clinton is. I know Bill was
by
being
the
deposed. But why is Hillary
the House
being
Oversight Committee in relation to his
know about
name
what Bill was
being linked to Jeffrey Epstein. He's being questioned about Epstein. Why is
He sounds about right.
association
About
with Epstein?
Okay, thanks, Louis. When was that video released?
This is live, actually.
Oh, like I said, Louis, it's technically live. It's technically not live. Fox News Nation is playing it live, but it's technically was recorded.
Well, yes. But the House committee just released it. Yeah, it was a private, it was a closed door hearing, and they released it.
So the reason why Hillary's getting questioned is the simple answer is because she's married to Bill Clinton. But the secondary answer is she was, and they asked about her in her deposition too, is like, have you ever been around them? And there was at least one occasion that she can recall that they were in the same room together, but she doesn't recall ever like meeting him per se. And then they ask her like, did anyone tell you what he does? And she's like, why would anyone? But yeah.
Let's see. I feel like Hillary has more like wiggle room though.
Yeah,
to be right.
But then, okay. So another thing that when these questions are getting asked, the Republicans are setting up is because you can. We're talking about ethno, but they've always the Clinton Foundation. That's why he keeps talking about the AIDS.
Right. Yeah. I'm so philanthropic. Look at me.
Yeah, that's when I went for that big earthquake they had, and then the HIV. Man, bro.
Yeah, the whole thing's just like, oh yeah, like by the way,
so
I'm super philanthropic. I do a lot of humanitarian work all over the world. That's why I'm on this. That's why I'm on the pedophiles jet, going from country to country, because I'm doing all this humanitarian work.
Bro, Hillary.
Joe Torre's name, right?
That's crazy. Joe Torre got called out. That's crazy. But,
like, what the fuck are you doing to my boy Joe Torre, man? I was pissed.
As a race.
Yeah, I wanted to donate to, domestic violence and all that. Like, the fuck you're up.
We're not supposed to be focusing on the Epstein files. We're supposed to be focusing on the, the Dow and how the Dow's low. Hey, focus on that Dow.
The Dow is up 500.
The Dow. How dare you? Yeah. And y'all want to be talking about the Epstein files.
You missed it.
Sorry, I've been working. I just got off. I'm on my way home now.
We did, and we're trying to skip over.
Yeah.
I don't have a headphone at work anymore, so.
Did you not hear the that Jim Carrey video? It wasn't him apparently. It was some other actor wearing a face of him, impersonating him.
Wait, what?
People have debunked
I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you
He's
mean?
got work done.
I knew of Ashley. Damn.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, Alessandro, be nice to Ashley.
Louis, don't you call me that. I'll mod abuse you. Don't you dare fucking call me his name.
I'll mod abuse you.
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Louis, you didn't see that video of where everyone was like freaking out? They're like, that's not Jim Carrey. Like he looks.
There's a lot of police in here.
Oh yeah, I was hearing someone say some dumb shit like, yeah, man, like a bunch of people who are just not themselves. They're like trading souls, like Selena Gomez isn't really Selena Gomez anymore.
That's what
what the fuck am I listening to right now?
But also that could be related to the Epstein files because of all the genetic research and all this
shades of ears, bro. I be hearing y'all say it's like what Selena Gomez
AIDS of the ears. Wow, Louis.
That's what it is, bro.
Louis, did you?
I predicted it in 20. I predicted in 20 years that's gonna be a real thing, Louis. Right now, the roles out of service, right, for AI creators, for YouTubers, or people who are personalities on Twitch and all these things. so an AI can learn about them, right? And then if they are sick and can't go or they die, the AI can still generate content and act exactly like they would. That's a real thing, Lee. It's a real service, just like the Black Mirror episode about like, oh, I'm talking to Mima, even though she's dead or an app. That's a real thing now, by the way. That's a real thing that you can go download on the app.
Black is the only show that makes me feel depressed after. I feel like, fuck. This is like a world. You should watch Love, Death, Robot. It does the same thing similarly to an extent. But I had a question. Did you see that crash of Hillary Clinton and someone named Lauren Bobbitt? Did I say Bobbitt? Bobbitt. Lauren Bobbitt. What is she?
Bobbitt.
Yeah, Bobbitt.
Bobbitt. She annoying.
What was that? Can someone explain this to me? She's a fucking liar. Can someone explain this to me real quick?
There are photos that are being released of the secretary who's testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how? I'm done with this. If you guys are tired, John, you can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is typical behavior. Oh, for heaven's sake. So I would like to understand how that's permissible. Before the hearing was. It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules. I will take that down. Yeah, well. I would like to take a break at this point. Yeah, I'd like to. I'm done for now.
I know there's a clip, but like people are like cheering Hillary Clinton on for that action. Like, whoa, what was all that about? So I can explain briefly.
Those are people you don't want to be associated with.
All these entitled. It's annoying. They treat the whole process like it's an inconvenience to them, right? It's just annoying. Like that's why I can't watch none of this stuff because they're not serious. Why? Because there's no consequences. Like back in the day when they had these hearings, you know, the Oliver North days, you knew somebody was going to jail. Somebody knew they was going to jail. So they were serious. They had their water. They spoke calmly. They weren't condescending. They answered questions. Now it's, I'll answer questions. You're annoying me with your investigation and your legal jargon. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you going to do to me? You're not going to send me to jail. You know what I'm saying?
The veil that like going before Congress used to be like being called up for something like negative, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's like, oh dang, it's gone, bro. Like
you guys are voicing the same opinion
to watch them get like reproached. I don't think there's gonna be some justice that comes out of it.
Someone said these people are going to get away with it. One set of rules of the people and one set of power of the rich. We as Americans need to wake up. Money equals power and freedom to do as they will. So, I mean, you're kind of echoing what the comments are saying, but people are cheering Hillary on as well with the same breath. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, her voters are gonna cheer her on. Like her detractors are gonna say she needs to be held accountable. And then when the partisan person switches seats, they're gonna do the same thing, except the opinions are gonna switch. This is why it's a joke. It's a freaking joke.
Yeah, it's like a reality comedy show at this point.
Even the Trump was like, well, Obama didn't release the files. Trump released them. Like, but you're sitting there asking for him to be held accountable. You're trying to get him to do the pat on the back as he released the files, and he's freaking implicated 11,000 times.
That's crazy.
It's terrible. So this is why when the same conservatives are talking about law and order, I'm like, dude, y'all full of crap. Y'all only want law and order for poor people. That's it. Law and order for poor people.
What are you talking about, conservatives? Like, what are you talking about? Shit.
Here go Red Round.
Shit is he talking about? Run his mouth. Like, you're saying some dumb shit right now.
Just Red Room. Did you guys hear about Trump's administration allegedly closing down an investigation into Epstein's Zorro Ranch?
Yes.
When was this? Crazy. If that's true, that's crazy.
When was this?
That's hard to believe. It would have been like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I read it, yes.
That the news hit. But the reason why I saw that one, and this is one of those times that I said to myself, you know what? Don't even look it up. That's too crazy to believe because the state was supposed to go into Zorro Ranch, and then which means we know the FBI went, which means they would have had to literally go there. Like this is like some X-File shit. They went there and said, "This is our scene," and state of New Mexico was like, "Cool." And then they were like, no, nothing even. We're not even gonna dig where it's possible that there's like, that's all they had to do is find bodies or not find bodies, and they could actually shut it down. It's insane, dude. That's why I didn't even look up the Distrct, to be honest with you. In my mind, I'm like, if they, what are we doing? But
yo, Finley, I love the way you were saying that both sides are equal. and Reverend pulled
That's
out
not what
his
he
baton.
said. That's not what he said.
Hold on, brother. Don't beat me down.
Yeah, because you're
he
lying.
pulled out his,
I got the video camera concrete. I got you back.
Yeah, if you want to argue, conquer. You want to fight,
please forgive me.
I always defend you.
Please forgive me.
I'm not gonna bribe me.
You're not gonna bribe me.
Right.
You're not gonna bribe me. Just do your job, bro.
Bribe me for what?
Do your job.
I am doing my job. Right.
Just do your
right. Crash out like you do.
Damn, man. Shit.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm not allowing gaslighting in this room at something.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Gaslighting's allowed, bro. Do your job, bro. Stop. Let me have my rights. Free speech. All voices matter. Non-mod voices matter. Yo, Finley, this nigga, it's almost like, it's like, Red Room, did you see that you did exactly what he fucking accused you of in the moment that he was accusing y'all of it? You did the same shit. I mean, do you realize that? Like, bro, you abuse your authority. You abuse your authority. You abuse your authority like blatantly. You flaunt your skirting of the law. You just said, don't call me Alessandro or I'm a mod abuser.
Oh, I was talking to Ink and that's a joke. Shut up. Like,
no, nigga, we know you will mod abuse because you're doing it now. You can say, it was tongue in cheek. But no, shut up. Listen, all right, bro, my bad.
Just shut up.
Okay, all right, don't beat me. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, man, you definitely mod abuse. You take advantage of your privileged authority.
Yeah.
And that's sad, right? Because, all right. Sorry. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me.
Give it to you.
Don't tase me, bro. Come on, Normo. Come on, Normo, chill, El Normo.
Right?
Chill, El Normo, chill.
I do that, but
chill, bro, chill. I'll be your slave, bro. Give me a second. I'll be your slave. I'll bow down to you, bro. Hold on, bro. My bad. God damn. Anyway, so yeah, you are the perfect embodiment of the hypocritical right. And guess what? You're no different than the hypocritical left. Because we know that them niggas, as soon as they get some power, they doing the same exact shit. You know why? Because humans be humaning. And the one thing humans love to do is abuse their authority. It's intoxicating. I'm susceptible to it. So when I talk about you, I'm also talking about me. But guess what? If something brings me to my fucking senses, I can de-escalate it. You know why? Because I don't take this shit that seriously. You shouldn't take it that seriously. But it's unfortunate that you do. And you wield your power like an asshole. But guess what? I guess I'm supposed to bow down to you because you've moderated on my behalf. Nigga, that's your fucking job. The fuck? Stop fucking looking for slaves, you fucking weirdo. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Is he done crashing out? Yeah, clearly he didn't hear what Finley said at the end. So I don't know why he's making shit up.
I mean, I'd like to hear what Finley actually said that made you so upset. Because
what he said was conservatives only want to police and put law and order against poor people, which is fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard. Anyway.
I mean, they do love the rich.
Let him say that again. Anyone say that, and I'll fucking come off mic. I don't give a fuck. How's that mod abusing? I can't question or I can't have a conversation. You know, Finley can never have a conversation. He's always gonna be right. But it's all good.
But you got
and
the
Concrete
baton,
making shit up. He just making shit up out of his ass just to defend Finley. That's all he does.
But you got the
Crash
baton,
out.
so yeah, you got the baton. So
I have the baton, but I didn't do anything
you
to
got
him.
the baton.
I just said,
Yeah.
All I said was that some
all right. I'm not trying to. Okay, all right, officer. All right,
No,
officer.
you're not listening to me.
All right, officer. All right,
Stop
officer. So you won't stop. You won't be quiet during my turn.
My
so
turn.
I don't know what else to do.
Wait, Jessica.
No, I didn't. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. I waited till you were done. I waited till you were done. I waited till you were done. You're a fucking liar. Go ahead then. And you know what? Next time, don't just stop speaking. Say, I'm done. That way you can't fucking lie anymore. Go.
Somebody said, tell Concrete, shut the fuck up or I'm gonna slap you in the face.
So if my recipe calls for 2 large eggs and I only have small, can I just add 3 and it'll be okay? Don?
No. Hey, and I stand 10 toes down on what I said, right around. What I said was facts.
You're talking out of your ass.
You never, fam, you never for, they make excuses. They like, we were having a conversation about, I was in another room having a conversation about the immigration problem and how they come over to work. And I was saying, like, if you go after the employers, like, you can stem down a lot of this, right? And somebody said, well, you can't go after the CEOs. And I'm like, why you can't go after the CEOs? They would never do that. That's the problem. And conservatives don't advocate for going after the big wigs. They don't. They only want to get tough for poor people. That's it. Poor people.
Poor people. Tell Mr. Finley.
Yo, Lion, what are you talking about?
I haven't seen it in real time with Epstein stuff.
Oh, hey, Miss Fifi, I didn't see you there. I like your PTR.
Yo, Finley, you know what's so crazy, bro? I saw a video last night on TikTok. TikTok is awesome. Where, I don't know if it's true or not, homeboy had some old-ass newspapers from the 1800 where they said, I think it was 18 or maybe early 19. They said Tesla had created a wireless electricity system, and they were saying he's gonna solve electricity. I don't know if it was real or not, but
isn't that just solar wireless? I don't know. Maybe
I don't know why you always over talking to say shit.
I was trying to listen to understand.
No, you don't. You just like the fight. Like,
I literally was curious. Like, you always take me wrong, Concrete. What is that?
I read you perfectly. I read you perfectly. No different than like 99% of like a certain type of person. You like you're not fucking unique. Just like entitled.
I literally never said that I was.
Entitled.
Like, can we stop now?
Entitled half listener who's always trying to like one up. Like, that's fucking A, bro.
See, that's your perspective.
Like,
I was asking a genuine question and you took it as a threat.
I just dealt wrong. Red rum. I just dealt with it like 5 seconds ago. Entitled listener who's always trying to be right.
Is he crashing out again? What's happening?
Uh-oh.
Are you crashing out again?
Sorry, officer. Sorry, officer.
If you heard Mr. Finley that he stands 10
Don't beat me, officer. Don't beat me, officer.
He doesn't want to even hear me.
Don't mind abusing me, officer.
You don't even want to hear it. Yeah, shut up. I don't waste my time dealing with you. You're like a man child.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're a man child.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Don't shoot.
Hey, Concrete.
What's up? What's up, Seth?
I got a question, bro. So, in chillism, the rule that I be breaking, what is it that called? You can't talk about people, family.
You know what it is, stupid motherfucker.
Jacobus. What do you want, bro? You another one.
Don't take the bait, bro. Don't take the bait. Chill, Jacobus. Let that man rock, bro.
I'm good. But he another one. That when I do go the fuck off, which is not often because I don't be in here that much, Because it's usually because somebody's just fucking with me for no. Y'all know this. Me and that dude do not like each other. Period. Right? He got a quarrel with me because I done been to prison. But all this, I guess he
got a quarrel with everybody. 7th.
I feel you, but I feel like it's just like I've been to prison. He feel like
Brad. Brad's just angry. He always just want to be
talking
angry.
about Brad?
Yeah, he's want to be angry all the time. Yeah, he's talking about Brad.
Yeah, like he just want to fuck with.
I thought you were talking about Jacobus.
I did too. I was like,
I'm gonna tell you, Jacobus don't know. He don't know. I'll come to Jersey and find him over there in them apartments and catch his ass in the stairwell. And catch his ass smoking weed in the stairwell and hit him in the head with a bat.
Oh shit!
Yo, this nigga sound like a jailbird.
Yeah, but Jacobus has that protection on top of his head, though. He has that helmet on the top of his head. That
It
protects
don't
him.
matter.
Oh, the yarmulke. Yeah, the yarmulke.
I would knock that yarmulke across the parking lot. But
I am dying, man.
You fucking jailbird, tweet.
I would knock the tweet out your motherfucking face, nigga. Shut up.
Hey yo, Jacobus, if he keeps on treating you like this, you better talk to his PO officer, bro.
I would not.
You better talk to his PO, Jacobus.
I would not the ish out your Jew. Keep it up.
Your old ass can't do shit except chew no teeth, nigga.
I can shoot a gun. My fingers work.
Not with them diabetic fingers.
My fingers work.
Not with them diabetic fingers, nigga.
My fingers work
Yo,
good.
that finger gonna fall off. Pull that trigger.
My fingers work good, but I bet you what, I can swing a bat. One of them little small Louisville sluggers you can get out the goddamn sports and goods store. And you know, when you hit somebody with that, it go bing. I would knock the sense into your ass.
You gonna have to catch me, nigga.
Get your ass in the stairwell. I know what apartment building to come to. You just don't know what I know. You don't think I don't research my enemies? I always do. You're an enemy of the state. I'll come through that apartment building and catch your ass in the stairwell.
Hold on, 7, because now,
all right.
You're talking about, hold on, because you got to hunt somebody else down. And I don't know if you want to do that.
Hey, put it like this.
So let's be fair.
Hold up, let's be fair. My wife worked for the federal government, so don't play with me. I know what to do and how to do if I really
Come on, bro. All right. You proved your gangster. All right. He proved it. He proved his gangster. Let it go.
Because all I'll do, I'll call Brad. He's scared of Brad.
Gangster.
That white boy put that fucking jigaboo in this place so fast, that nigga
I'll call him. I got some guy got 42 shots for his motherfucking ass. But anyway,
You're on a talking app telling on yourself right now. Like,
I don't care about, because can't nobody do nothing about it. So I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I'm calling your PO right now.
I think the mods should go over the rules because it sounds like maybe 7's
No
not
credible
quite
threats of
sure.
violence is one of them.
But you know what?
but I think they said
He
credible.
goes here, he knows the rules, and those are listed in the house.
But if you really know me,
do we really need to do that? I don't think.
Y'all really know me, right? So cool. Y'all know 7 Son is what you know. You know what you know. But know this, I don't start shit with nobody, right? I do react to it because I feel like I don't fuck with nobody.
Because you a reactionary nigga.
I am. I really am. In real life,
Anybody can trick you out your game.
Yeah.
Because you a sucker. You a sucker, jigaboo ass nigga.
I am. But guess what?
You just wish you ain't have the boo because you wish you would have been a jigger.
And you know,
stupid nigga.
I don't fuck with nobody, Jacobus. In real life, I don't bother people. I stay in my own lane.
The jailbird song go tweet. What the fat nigga go do on me?
I'm not
What?
fat, but guess what? But you know what?
All right, man. This is a low tier, man. Let's get out of this downward spiral of niggatry, please.
What I was getting at is that I'm apologizing. Let me get to that part. I apologize for y'all when I go to fuck off in here.
I forgive you, bitch.
But it's just that I am a peaceful person. I don't bother y'all. Y'all know that. I've been here about a year or two now. I don't start nothing with nobody in here. It's all some attack hit me about my prison time or my child. Somebody might have told, but I shouldn't have told shit. But I felt like I was talking to grown people I could share with that. This is supposed to be a cool group. And so this shit pisses me off, right? It does. Because I'm like, what the fuck is your problem that I got to be talking to you about cock? What? Yeah,
Yo, 7, you got to stop taking the bait, fam. Because Brad gonna swing at you. Brad gonna swing at you no matter what.
Yeah,
this dude
when
find
I
reason.
swing back, I get those to the goo.
Seven son eating with his eyes closed.
Seven, we just don't know you, bro. You gotta open up.
You gotta let us know. Yeah, don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
We do know Seven. He opened up enough.
Right.
No, I'm saying when I swing back, I get thrown in the group, out the goo and all shit. And
cause you don't know how to fight, nigga. You don't know how to fight with class.
I don't. Ain't no such thing where I'm from.
You need to know how to be a gladiator. Entertain niggas when you fight, nigga.
Where I'm from, if you smack me and I run you over with a car, I'm just
called in Sparta.
Did you hear me, Jacoby? You heard I say Jacoby? Where I'm from, if you smack me or punch me in my face and I run over your ass with a car,
nigga, I'm Gannicus, bitch. When I fight, niggas see me and be like, "That's the champ, bitch." Fuck you talking about?
I can fight.
Warrior, nigga. They just use you.
I know 52 blocks.
Nigga.
I will fuck a nigga up, just straight up. But
I'll cut your belly, kick you in your knee, then cut the head off, nigga.
Hey, Jacobus, what you know about 52 block? Can you fight?
Nigga, I do a 52 block dash, nigga, then pull that trigger and be like, catch me if you can, nigga.
52 block dash and then pull the trigger.
Can somebody get us out of this downward spiral of nigga tree?
You started it.
It's just it was just about to finish.
Yo, Red Room, you're Red Room. Wake up, Red Room. Wake up, Red Room. Wake up, Red Room.
You gotta wake up.
Wake up, Red Room. Wake up, Red Room. You're sleeping.
Concrete, I'm gonna get out of it.
Yeah, nigga, I'm Gannicus, bitch.
I apologize to y'all, but y'all need to control your boy.
Ain't no controlling dude. He has no morals. He don't care, fam.
The moderators.
Oh, yeah, that too.
The moderators.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do nothing. And he's not. Listen.
Yo, Philly,
and Red crash out more than anybody. Red crash out more than any mod. You crash out more than any mod on the stage, fam.
No,
you don't. You're afraid to use. You're afraid to use your gun. Listen. You're afraid to use your gun. You only use it on men.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You only use it on men. You only use it on men. You gotta be pushed and pushed and pushed.
How I use it so normal earlier.
Fam, if you were a cop,
17 days.
If you were a cop, you'd be sweet chucks. You'd be sweet chucks, fam. Please carry you serious.
Because he always cuts people off.
That's why I started calling you, fam, sweet chuck.
Yeah.
Hey, who do I need to pay for verbal protection?
Nobody will save you here.
Somebody don't need to be paying his bets, bro. Gangito is still got a meal, bro.
I need to pay for verbal protection. How much is it a month?
Bro, you can't even pay for the Gangito shit.
I charge $500 monthly fee for verbal protection.
$500 monthly.
$500.
Gangito never got his money. Hey, yo, Gangito never got his money.
I got you for free.
I know Seven's not like offering to pay people when he hasn't paid his debt with Gangito. He said he's giving some meal. That hasn't happened yet, huh?
Shit, you owe my nigga money?
Yeah, justice for Gangito, bro. First it was like $700. And like people got neuromelon.
Now,
I'm here for a couple of
Man, you're a rat, right? You're just real fucking
now he's
rat.
offering to pay people. Nah, son.
Look at this rat.
And you know what? He can.
No, I don't want to know what, sir.
Well, okay, fine. I like when people tell a story. They don't tell it right. They don't tell it right.
They don't tell it right.
You said the wrong number and everything, but guess what?
Didn't you tell that to Howard, Seven? Didn't you tell Howard that?
When I told that man,
not Gangito. Didn't you tell Howard that?
What did I tell him?
No, you don't remember Howard?
I don't remember him. What did I tell him?
No, Howard, not Gangito, not any of the people that were there that day. This happened another day. Howard.
Who the fuck is Howard?
Howard, these nuts in your mouth. Think.
Oh my God! Look at Inky. Oh my God!
See, I didn't say Howard who. I didn't say Howard who. See, so that's dumb.
Yo, Inky, that nigga like Wendy's.
I said, who the fuck is Howard? And then you said that
nigga like Wendy's. That nigga eat
so that did not fit because you lost that one, bro. You said some dumb shit. Yeah, you did. It didn't matter.
How did I lose now? Can you explain to me?
How? See, you said how, right?
No, I said Howard.
And you said Howard these motherfucking nuts, right?
In your mouth, yeah.
What he's saying is that he never said the magic words, and you just
He did. He did. He's like, who the fuck is that? He
did.
No, he said, I don't know Howard.
And I'm like, what?
Look, Iggy, look. It was a great setup, but he was supposed to say the magic words, and then you would have had a flawless victory. But what
He
you
did
did
say,
was,
who the fuck is Howard, bro? He said, who is Howard?
it happens. Look, it happens in movies where there's supposed to be like a logical build-up to an ending, but because they can't get there or whatever due to time constraints or lack of creativity, they just cheat and they get to the conclusion without having the proper build-up, and they call that like a plot hole.
Looking for
And
me.
that's
You mean
basically
like a Deus Ex Machina?
Yeah, so you
I don't know what that is.
That's the game. He was looking for me to say Howard who.
You did. You said Howard multiple times, bro. You did. You did say that. What are you talking about?
No, I did say Howard who.
Bro, I don't know.
If I would walk it back. If I would have said Howard who.
You know, in Seven Son, the work deep in, he probably trying to like, you know.
Great, but I said who the fuck
back
is
it
Howard?
up too.
See, that nigga ain't say knock knock, nigga. You stupid. Hey, Jacob. You need some pills. What you want? You need some drugs.
Yo, Himothy, let me ask you a question.
For your protection.
Your nigga.
Y'all heard what he said. He said, I didn't say Howard who. I said who was Howard.
No,
Exactly. Thank you. Thank
He
you.
just said that.
Thank you.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I said who was
Howard.
Howard.
Yeah.
It's nuts in your mouth.
It doesn't work unless you say it in a specific order. Howard who?
Oh, okay.
Howard who these nuts in your mouth, right?
No.
That's the way it works. You can't. I don't. Who is this gentleman? I don't know this gentleman named Howard. Okay, that works. It works that way as well, right? If you were to say it in Spanish, ¿Cómo estás? Es Howardito. Okay, it works that way too. No, it doesn't.
Howardito is nuts in your mouth. That's what I would say.
Anyway, let me ask you a question. Why would you say some shit like that to me anyway? For what?
What? I don't know. I thought you'd be familiar with nuts in your mouth.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what would you say that for?
I'm sorry.
That was a good setup. That was a good.
Yo, let me ask Himothy a question real quick. Y'all can get back to this.
I don't want to
adjudication on whether or not his gotcha.
You're on my tree talking, man. Forget.
What's going on, Don? How you doing? You good? We good? Okay, cool. Where was I? Yeah, Himothy. You think that online power structures, like mods and chillers in a room or any room, do you think that that's like a microcosm for society?
No.
And how people would behave if they were like police officers? Huh?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. If someone abuses their power as a monk, they'd likely abuse their power if they were a police officer.
What were you saying no to then?
Oh, I thought you were saying, is it a microcosm as in the people who are in authority online would be authorities in real life?
Oh, no, come on. Anyway, No, just
probably
behavior.
more of the opposite. The ones that would even want to have the green bean, like there's kind of like this higher idea to me that tells me, kind of like the short guy that wants to be a cop.
Yeah, thanks.
That's kind of like, not all of them, but like that's kind of.
I don't think that goes for Matt.
Also, people just be online. Like the way you get authority in these places is just be online all the time, and it's like in real life it doesn't work like that.
I think it's beyond that. I think there's ideological alignment too. That is besides being online, I think ideological alignment is like the deciding factor.
Especially if you're like good at it too. Like if you're smart and you like line up with someone, like you can't just gotta line up with that guy even all the time. Just builds a stronger force.
But like you know people like Haiti and shit. Like the way they got their authority was just literally never leaving. And then remember back in the day, like if you block someone, it actually mattered. So now people are afraid to get blocked by the person who's in room 24/7.
Yeah, that is true.
Like where her power came from.
That's true.
But you know what, guys? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
I was just going to say, on this app, I have a lot of followers. I don't make any rooms or anything like that. And when I am celebrity modded, I kind of move like I move in real life. meaning I don't be, I mean, you guys are, they're like my cheers, but I do go to other rooms. So, yeah, I think some people, it goes to some people's head because some mods I don't like the way they mod. You know what I'm saying? I'm on stage, I'm like, oh shit, So.
Who are you attacking, Concrete?
I think it's something. It is more of a analysis, and it was Red Room, and he wasn't here, and I wish he was here because earlier today, Inke was joking with him, and he said that he called him Alessandro, and he said, "Don't call me that, or I'll mod abuse you." And then we could take it as tongue in cheek.
Wait, who said that, Matt?
No, Red Room. And then
it's garbage. Like, what the fuck is why? What the fuck is why? Why do you want him?
Listen.
Is it just because he's Hagop's cousin or some shit?
Listen. Besides that, motivations. Let's talk about whether or not you think he would, if he had power, would he behave similarly? And I think we all agree. Yeah.
No, but he's just like retarded. Like, why? I'm not trying to get him deposed. Why though? Like, why did he get it in the first place? Like, who is he?
I don't know. I can't speak on that, but no need to delve into those particulars. I'm just talking about
it's kind of important though, because it's like
it's not though.
I could tell you how he got the mob badge.
Why, nigga?
I could tell you how that nigga got the mob badge.
Go on.
In the nighttime, right? There was a lot of niggas that to stay up. Me, I was working the overnight, so Kendall would be on there, and certain niggas would pop up while we was talking. So when Kendall made it like a show that, the night crew this, the night crew that, a lot of niggas took it for real. That's why when you said the term real life, I wanted y'all to really question that. What do we mean by real life? Because they took that as a real thing. They said, no, we want to be a part of that crew. We are the night crew. So when the moderators heard of this, they modded certain niggas that was in the night, not realizing they was just like the pick-me's.
Remember when you were mod, Jacobus?
No, I stole that shit.
You did. That was the best. This fool stole it from Toxic, the worst mod ever.
Yo, Mike, you ever seen the movie Police Academy?
Of course.
You ever seen Chuck, don't you?
Classic.
Not by name. Can you describe the character?
He was, I forget which one he was in. I like that freaking movie. But anyway, he was very small, wore glasses, nerdy.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Red Rum, fam. That's Red Rum. Red Rum is Sweet Chuck, fam. He's Sweet Chuck all day.
He's just gonna have to go around me.
But he's like, he's like so triggered, like.
I remember when, and I like Red Rum, so I'm not talking shit about why.
Why?
He's like, because he's cool. I have no beef with him. But when
he's cool, but he's a trash mod.
No, when he's never done anything to me. So I'll just wait for that to happen. But when he's like, I'll drag you. He's like, what the fuck? What kind of guy says, I'll drag you? Remember when you guys were arguing? And he's like, I'll drag you. And I was like, yeah, he was telling you I'll drag you, and you're like, what the fuck? What kind of guy says I'll drag you? I think because that's like isn't that like a gay thing? Or
yeah, that's like it was like a girl, like a chick could say that to like.
The only time I heard somebody say that was Galaxy.
Yeah, 100%.
Red Rum's the training.
No, but he gets so triggered. Like he came into a room one time. We're talking about Trump. He's like, not Trump again. Stop. Like it's like, bro, this is not. This is not.
Say that shit when he's
He wasn't always like that.
Not too much. We won't stop talking about because I want
Are you trying to trigger me? Like you think I'm
2 days
afraid to tell Red Rum he's an actual cock?
If you say race, if you say certain words around Red Rum, he loses his crap. Just like say race.
And you
or say
too,
black people, he loses his mind. He loses his mind. I don't care, Brad.
Virgin
I don't care, Brad.
wanted to be with like moral police wants to sit there.
I'm supposed to be afraid of Brad?
He's like a massive cop.
No, why you calling like Brad? I'm not afraid of Brad.
Yeah, you are. You're afraid of your own shadow.
You're afraid of you, fam.
Yeah, you are. Everybody's afraid of you. I mean, you're just this like whole moral police thing. You ain't nothing in real life. You're
We lost
you don't even have a job. You're a housewife trying to pretend you're a man. You're just some fake guy. I'm a lawyer. I'm a cop. I'm an airline pilot. But meanwhile, dude, you can't even make president of the HOA. What are you talking about? You had an argument. We had to listen for 6 hours about you complain about getting a basketball court put up.
Oh my God!
Like, what are you talking about? And everyone's listened to you on this app. You've had no training as a lawyer. You've had no education on it. You don't sound like a police officer. You may have done security. Maybe you were Paul Blart. I'm going to start calling you Paul Blart because I think you were a mall cop. But that's about the extent of it. I don't think you are who you say you are. I think you're fake. I think a lot of the shit you make up. I mean, again, every time you turn around, it's all trash. I don't vote. It's all trash. It's all trash. You offer no insight on policies. You offer no legal theories. You offer no perspective. You've never even cited a legal precedent in your entire time on here while bragging you've been a lawyer. You've never actually even you got caught up on which fucking constitutional amendment was what, which is what? You're a lawyer. You didn't even know certain police procedures when a cop was on stage with his own PTR on there. You got confused and then you left the room because you wanted to be dismissive, Paul Blart Mall cop. So I get you. I get you. I got you, dude. So like, you want to talk trash when I'm not there, then go ahead and do it. But I stand right here. You can reach that moral authority. But again, when you cry about your HOA more than anything else on this app, and then you want to go, oh, black people are oppressed. No one wants to do housing. But I want to make sure that your neighborhood is safe, secure, so you can determine who can and can't move in it, because that's the point of an HOA. And you went on for 4 hours today crying about redlining, but you had no problem with your HOA keeping out certain classes of people, making sure that they didn't move in and disrupt how the hydrangeas look in front of your fucking yard. Spare me. Spare me that shit, dumbass.
I call that to Brad. I call that to Brad. So, Mike, are you there? Mike, are you there?
I'm right here.
Yo, Mike, so we were earlier talking about Iran, and I have a theory, and I'm going to share with you my theory, and then tell me what you think, and then tell me if you would still support this like excursion under these conditions, like if the theory was true. So I didn't know that Iran, and I could be wrong about this, but I think they recently got admitted into BRICS. And
into what?
If that's the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, economic collective. Okay. Yeah. And then they just submitted some other countries, and Iran, as far as I could tell, because it was a quick little scan.
I already mentioned that, Concrete. I made that.
It's true, Aiken? It's true?
I think that they are. I have to double check because I just been like watching finance videos.
Hold on, don't let that distract. I want to hear what your point is.
Part of it, and they were targeting countries that are part of that.
Yeah. So BRICS is like an economic collective and agreement, moving away from the dollar, but it's not like NATO where we agree to defend your borders because you're the homie, right? So that's different than the military alliance. But if it is true, and I'm gonna double check, I'm driving right now, well, that if Iran was like a part of BRICS, I think that would be great for them financially, obviously, right? Having India, China, Russia as your big homie is gonna do well for your economics. And so my theory, and this is not like corroborated by anything else, it's my pure speculation. So like I'm not forwarding it as concrete. Pause. No pun intended. Is that this excursion is really to hobble Iran and not let them get the fruits of this alliance in tokenomics, because that in and of itself was a threat to Israel, right? Their economic strength is obviously a detriment to Israel, and that's really what it's all about. Not saying that they were really threatening them, but you just don't want a big dog like that in the region, especially in like 20 to 30 years, where who knows what the regime will decide, and then by that time it'll be too late. So that's my theory. What do you think about that? And if it were true, would you support it?
Okay, so I don't know much about like what you said, right? But I'll just go by a concept. So the concept of Iran being like further established to where they have like financial power would basically catapult them to be more relevant in the world. So that is something.
At least in the region. At least in the region.
At least in the region. So it would just basically elevate them to some degree based off of some metric, whether it's power or whatever, right? So I hear that. Now here's the thing. Like, I'm not for this war thing. I'm not for this concept of going into like other people's parts. But I hate the fucking authority of that country. I don't know which one I hate more.
I'm right.
I don't know which one. So when I say like the women like taking off their things and like, you know, and then that guy's fucking, the guy that they just killed with that fucking shit on his face, you know, my mom in a weird, she's happy. Like, I hate those motherfuckers. Like, I hate them, bro. Like, you have no idea. So to me,
which ones? The ones that's taking
the fucking, the people in power, or the people that were in power. So when I see when I see those people fucking celebrating because those people are done, it's kind of like, was it done disingenuously? Okay, like, let me point my finger and say, okay, but like, I don't like those fucking type of Muslims.
No, but you can.
I don't like them.
Mike, you can, to quote Mehdi Hassan, you can walk and chew gum like.
I want them to suffer, bro. I love like when Pete Hegseth's like, we're doing this violently. I want to rip this shit out. I want to put my foot on their neck. I want them to suffer.
180 schoolgirls died. Like,
yeah, that was from them. Yeah, that was their misfiring. That was their misfiring. They misfired, and they shot their own shit. We had three Americans die by fucking friendly fire. I think there's going to be casualties.
Is that like new information? Because that's not.
No, it's not new. It's actually a couple days old. You can look it up. They shot their own shit down. They're done. Look, and let's just say that is the case. It's like, it does suck, right? But that guy.
I'm confused. Wait. You're saying that the Iranians have confirmed that they struck their own school?
Yeah, look it up. It was their fucking. They fired and it fucking boom. It's like
okay, everything else says the airstrike on the school. These 153 people, including children, have died in a reported airstrike hit a school in southern Iran. Iran has blamed the U.S. and Israel.
But that school was 200 meters from the naval base that was heavily fortified.
Wait, Mike, why did you say that?
But no, even if
it's 200. Wait, hold on. It's 200 meters. That school was 200 meters away from a naval fortification. Actual weapons, and they launched that and hit that.
I'll find it right now.
So again, you guys are like missing the point. Like, you can't actually control that.
U.S. Military Central Command said it was looking into reports of the incidents, while Israel said it was not aware of any idea for sure.
Mike, you think he know your people more than you?
My argument is, even if it was a self-inflicted wound, it's still in the hands of America. That's my argument. It doesn't matter.
The local reports are saying the account suggests that school was hit by an Iranian missile misfire from a nearby IRGC base.
Yeah, and I'll still say, no matter what. It's still, even if it was misfire, it's still on America's hands. Guess what? Those people weren't bothering anybody. So in response to the preemptive attack from America that they ended up sustaining some.
What do you mean they weren't bothering anybody? Fucking Iran is responsible for 60,000, 70,000 attacks from fucking various terrorist cells since 9/11. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so we might as well wait to get bombed on then.
What the fuck? You just shut up, Humphrey. You don't read anything. Like, for a guy who gets his news from TikTok and from freaking Clubhouse, you should be like,
who Iran's look? So Israel is directly responsible for starting conflict in that region and bombing every single one of their neighbors directly, no proxies. What are Iran guilty of? Allegedly, and I'll grant it to you. Obviously, they are the nexus of this axis of resistance. But what? So they're guilty of funding the Houthis. They're guilty of funding Hezbollah. They're guilty of funding Hamas. Okay, all three are what exactly? These are resistance fucking fucking movement.
No, they're not.
Who? They're fighting who?
So wait. Why would they stop and attack a Chinese shipping? Why would they attack Saudi Arabia? Why Dubai? Why not Turkey? France or any of these other entities? The common denominator is just your anti-Semitism. That's the common denominator because they've sponsored attacks globally all over. San Bernardino freaking attacks were sponsored by those. Let me see. You had other ones. So I mean, you got the
white privilege, Timothy.
You have the subway bombing in England, in London. You had the Russian attacks. You had the attacks
all the whites
in India. You had the attacks in China. You had the attacks in Indonesia, Micronesia, Polynesia. You had the attacks in Egypt. You had Saudi Arabia. You had Jakarta. You had Jordan.
White privilege is encouraged by non-whites.
Nigeria. You had
That's what this shows you, Timothy.
You didn't realize it. South Africa. So you have a whole list that Iran has been actually responsible for attacking. So while you're sitting there saying they're the resistance, they attack a lot of countries that had nothing to do with them, on whole groups of people that had nothing to do with. And most of those countries didn't freaking invade them, didn't shoot at them, didn't centralize and freaking provide economic sanctions. So you're just freaking wrong. And your anti-Semitism, just because you want to blame Israel and you're somehow rubbing each other off on it, doesn't mean you're actually right. You should actually look at what they've done before you come up on stage and just say stupid shit, because you're really retarded. You're worse than concrete, because at least I expect you to know better. Concrete's just dumb, period.
Yeah, facts, thank you. And Timothy is definitely not an anti-Semite, not to the degree that I would be accused. So that means you don't know what Timothy's saying. And again, Timothy, you don't have to fight this battle because they're still responsible, giving the dismissal in retaliation. Oh, you left? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
He got packed.
Oh, look.
Hey, Lens.
Miss you,
What's up, Lens? How you doing?
So anyways, that would be my response.
Concrete.
Concrete. I don't know if I got lost in all that shit. But
Yeah, I got your response, but the idea is, all right, fine. That's granted, right? I'll give you that. But are you willing to say that I'm okay bombing my people into the Stone Ages and like basically, if you think about
those aren't my people, dude.
Okay, I mean,
did you hear when you go on social media? I'm learning about quote unquote my people right now, at least to a certain degree. So like when they talk about the flag, like the Iranian flag, right?
Just because you don't know about the people.
So like, yeah. So like basically, if you look at the current flag versus the previous flag when the administration changed, right? You see some fucking lion and a sword, the previous flag, and then you see it after the regime change. It's saying like something in Arabic, which is God is great. Arabic is not the fundamental language of the Iranians or the Persians, right? And then on that, they changed the national anthem to where it's like part Arabic, part Farsi. So they basically kind of integrated some shit. I'm like, whoa, I didn't even know this. Like I'm hearing people speak about this shit now. And so you see this uprising. And then now you're seeing these people where like these civilians, these females that don't want to wear all that shit. And then you see these other people that wear those headscarves and they're trying to like fucking wave their finger at them. Then there's an internal fight. And I'm like, dude, fucking get these motherfuckers. Like, look, be who you want to be, but like at the end of the day, give them the choice. But these motherfuckers, they would like punish you if you didn't do that shit. So now it's closer to that being done. I don't have any interest ever going anywhere in the world, especially over there, right? But if I were to, right, it would be cool. But right now it's like, I'm a homebody. I don't even like going outside of my routine. I would never, ever want to bring my fucking family there or anything like that, right? But now if I ever decided to, at least it's kind of, and then you see like, remember, I think I was talking to you about it, like when you see previous videos of how it was before versus how it is now. I'm not saying it was all perfect then either, because I heard some bad shit about that too. But it's like, what the fuck, dude? So I'm just like, bro.
Everything was good under the Shah.
No, I don't think so. I heard some shit. I don't think so. I heard like some people were saying like this prince that wants to come in, like his father built the prisons. There's some shit going on. But I'll say this. When I just see like certain people fighting back, especially against these fucking Muslim terrorists, I'm not gonna lie, bro, it feels good. It's very satisfying.
No, but Mike, so when you were talking about
hold on, who said that?
Me.
Who's you?
The Muslims said it.
Yeah,
Well,
the
let me
Cavaliers.
let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. I didn't say that you all are, and I'll tell you this right now. Well, I don't know
It
who
was
you are.
just joking, Mike.
Oh, is that you? Oh, okay, yeah. Both of my parents are like Muslim.
She's
Both of my parents are.
I'm a dumb girl.
No, I didn't say that either. But like,
No,
I don't.
Mike, I'm kidding.
White people
No,
can't be Muslim.
I don't. No, it's all good. I wasn't referring to you.
on it.
It's just those people. It's the people over there that like make
White people
fucking
can't be
do that.
Muslims.
Are you Christian today?
No, I'm not
Are you
anything.
Jewish?
I'm a full on.
No, Jacobus. He's a
Oh
sheep.
yeah, no,
I don't
Jacobus.
trust.
Well, white people can't be Muslim. You know that.
The fuck
No,
have
but
I done?
Mike, when you said that those were your people, I hear you speaking about the leadership.
Yes.
And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the populace, right?
Yes.
And so, if the leader, all right, you're decapitating the leadership.
Yeah.
But the expense is the economic future, I would think, for decades and the lives of the populace. And you're saying...
No, I think it's the opposite. I think from there, right, like you have more potential to grow when you can be friends with the United States, which is what it was before. And that's why if you hear the Prince speak, he's speaking about that. Now, this is something that like probably you would have a better understanding than, no, not probably, you absolutely would have a better understanding than I would, because like you understand the economics far greater than I even have the potential to do. So if you listen to how they are, like the idea of what they have in sight, maybe that's something like you can be like, nah, they're unrealistic, whatever the case is, right? But I just think like an inclusive Iran that can integrate with the world because they're not trying to fucking say death to America or death to Israel or whatever the fuck, right? Probably has more potential to interact with people. And so like to me, that in itself, just from the nothing that I know, has a better potential to at least bring, not only that too, look, dude, Persians are smart fucking people. They're smart fucking people. There's just no chance for them to even fucking exercise their smartness, right? Because they have such little options. Why do you think I think statistically it was like 80% of the population wants this shit to go. Not because they're fucking like eating fucking and sucking their fingers off the steak. No, it's because they don't have money. They're suffering too, and they just want more potential the way we do over here, right? When they fucking killed that guy and then everyone's celebrating, right? Especially even the men, right? It's kind of like, you wonder why. So I don't know, like to me, like I said, bro, I'm just a guy. This is the only thing I know. America is the only thing I know. So I can't act like I'm like some foreign expert by any means or like an economic expert. But I have heard things from my parents. I do know why my parents are here. I do know why my mom would never go back. And from that, like, that's kind of the information that I've been provided with. And I'm very, very, very pro-American. So to me, I'm like, fuck it, let's go.
Hey, Mike, why do you think that they support the Iranians support this?
Because the people in power, like basically making them suffer. Thank you, baby. And now they're gone.
So on the news, and again, I'm not reading polls, but on the news, they're showing like thousands of people gathered in the streets saying "Death to America."
No, yeah, that's like, of course I'm going to say that, but like California, LA, no. Throughout the country, no, it's not.
I'm talking about in Iran.
Yeah, no, they're finding micro areas of it. The majority of Iran, 80% of it, fucking.
That's not even the majority. That's not even. It's a small clip, and they're like recycling shit from older. That's not happening.
Correct, Brad.
Majority of the people are all cheering and being thankful. There's dancing on the street. They're like taking off their burqas,
Bro, I'm
throwing
here in
them their.
LA, bro. Like, you should see what's going on in LA. You got hundreds of thousands of people that left, or their families left. They're celebrating. It's like throughout the world. I think I saw some shit in Germany. Like, the world is celebrating. The Persian throughout the world is celebrating. Like, now again, if somebody's like, nah, fuck them, like, you know, it's none of our business. I understand that, right? Like, so I'm not going to sit there and be like, nah, but we should. The way like the left was talking about Ukraine. I'm not going to be the Ukrainian fucking person. I'm going to sit back and be quiet and let people fucking express their shit and just say, you know what, I get it. But silently in my head, when I see fucking those women taking off that fucking, those headscarves, when I see them fucking, this guy lighting a fucking cigar off the burning picture of that guy that gets fucking decapitated, destroyed, I'm like, good.
That's Was that a black woman?
Yeah, there are 60th plus regime change. They're going to put somebody in power that we don't like again, and it's just going to be business as usual.
You don't even know that. You're just throwing shit out there again and spouting bullshit. You didn't even, you just said the vast majority of Iranians were celebrating or anti-American. You were proven wrong. You don't even bother to read up your own bullshit, and then you cry when people call you out on it. You did say that. Mike even told you. Like, again, you're just full of shit. You're always full of shit on this. Now, even further, you're like, oh, the U.S. just going to install a dictator until, and then it's going to go to shit, and then we're going to do this. That's not even the plan that they have. That's nothing. You didn't even read Trump's plan. You didn't read the objectives. You didn't read the Security Council memos that were out there. You didn't get the councils, which have been public for a while. You don't even bother reading those legislatives. No, what the problem is that I hate people like you, weak ass, dumb ass people, fake bullshit, crybaby guys who offer no context, don't even know the rules, don't even opt from a language that they understand. I am not a mod, dude. I don't do shit to you. You know why? Because you know what? I'm better than you. I don't cry like you do. I don't ask people to fight. I don't ask mods to sit there because you can't do shit. You can't offer anything. You're fake. You're wearing a pink moo-moo, bunny slippers, and hair curlers, crying like you're something. You have nothing. You're a fake attorney. You're a fake cop. You're a fake pilot. I don't believe you do shit. I think you worked once at a law council. I think you served subpoenas. That's what you did. You might have actually served those. You might have even taken a class. And as far as the cop part, I think you're fake as hell. You just don't read the things. You don't read knowledge. You don't read legislation. You don't offer.
He's got to defend it. And you can't defend it intellectually. He just has to like do this bullshit.
HOA, and then you cry about oppression and how bad it is for you and how much it was this. But you know what you did? You had no problem playing up the cop. You had no problem. You're right. I got it. That's white privilege is over you. But you cry all the time. You just constantly. You didn't beat me on any points. You have never beat anybody in a debate. It's like you and Concrete live in an alternative reality. Like you guys live on Fraggle Rock and think somehow think you can actually own on it. You haven't offered a debating point. All you do is offer this. It's all trash. It's all trash. It's all trash. I tell you. I tells you.
Just so you can like booty clap for America.
You can. Concrete over here. When you have
America the perfect.
When you have Concrete who says penis pics to women on all the stages,
he knows America's full of shit.
But he has to like a fact because a lot of women
his anxiety by like booty clapping for violent
things. So again, you've got booty clapping here. You've got the fucking Tootsie Roll kid that can't fucking figure out. So you guys are just fucking bored. Dumb.
You don't even have to.
You didn't even read one policy. You haven't read one.
You didn't believe what Trump said? Remember when Trump said he wasn't going to do 2025? Remember when Trump said he wasn't going to do Project 2025? I don't know anything about that.
Trump said.
So you didn't even read his policy.
Quote it, dude. Starbucks boy. Come on,
Brad. This is boring, bro.
Dude, you ain't got nothing.
This is why you're weak, bro.
This is why
you take advantage of your privilege.
You know what?
You're weak, Brad.
I'm perfect with
You're
society.
weak.
I'm on top. You're still on the bottom.
You're weak.
I'm on top.
You are a fragile white man taking advantage of fucking white privilege. And everybody just lets you do it.
I don't get it.
You're weak.
I don't actually talk on here.
You can't stand in the paint, Brad.
I can. I'm standing in the paint, Brad. Out of that.
Stand in the paint intellectually, Brad.
All that shit. Are you getting the curlers done? What is that guy from Friday? Who's that big fucking little fat guy? That's what you remind me of. I mean, you're just obese, weird ass that always constantly goes off, bloviates somewhere, has no point, and just does this philosophical Martin Luther Queen bullshit speeches. Like you and Finley, that's the same fucking rhetoric over and over again. Martin Luther Queer, that's all you fucking got. And you can't even quote him right. Jesus Christ, at least get your fucking parts right. You don't know anything about Malcolm X. You don't know anything about your Bible. Your fake Christianity is bullshit at best. I've seen you in arguments and debates, and you guys can't even hold up to the best of scrutiny. That's why GOAT kicks you off the fucking stages, because even that twat waffle recognizes that you're too dumb to actually hold space in there. And the only one that feels sorry for you is Patty, because she's like, oh, poor Concrete, poor Finley. I remember them from the old days. They weren't that bad. They were nice to me. And they give you the Special Olympics medal place that you can have. So you get to sit on the podium and clap and go, ooh, I'm Concrete. I did something. Yay. Somebody listened to me for 20 seconds. And they don't even want to hear you. They make fun of you in all those rooms. They kick you out of those rooms. That's why you're over here trying to bloviate. Same thing with you, Finley. You got packed up, sent on your ass, and told to shut up by your own side. Pathetic, weak-ass fucks.
Is he done? All right, cool. Hey, Finley, where do you think the centrists can get a fair fade and not have this dumbass team sport bullshit?
Clubhouse? I don't know if it exists.
Yeah,
I legit don't know if it exists.
Go to other rooms and it's leaning fucking left. You come here, it's leaning all the way fucking right. And it's like, damn, can't get a fair fade nowhere. Bunch of bitches everywhere. Fucking A. Viking, you're no different than Ben.
Dude,
Ben
you
has
can't
black
even
privilege.
fucking fight.
Ben has black privilege.
You hide behind
you
the
have
women.
white privilege. Two
You
bitch ass niggas that can't
you
fight
hide
fair.
behind the women.
Two
You're
bitch
the
ass
guy
niggas that can't
curls
fight
up with
fair.
a wig. You're the fucking fake fucking woman in the boat of the
I'll be
Titanic.
back.
You're the guy that cried, oh my God, I gotta save my ass. But you couldn't be the one that's fighting. Nobody looks to you as a pillar in the community to protect them. Nobody's coming to you. Nobody gives a damn what your opinion is. You know why? Because we all know you're full of shit. We all know you work for $7.25 an hour, cry about oppression, but won't get off your fat fucking ass, put down this Coca-Cola and the Cheetos, and actually go apply yourself. You know why? Because you're a loser. Because you're pathetic. Because you cry all the time. Because employers like me don't want to hire guys like you. We don't. We just do not hire people like you. Why? Because we don't have the time, the energy, or the patience to do what your mommy and daddy should have done, was smacked your ass and made you into a man. But unfortunately, you want everybody to hand you everything on a silver platter, and you have nothing to offer anybody else. So you are better off being in the corner, crying, and thanking the men that actually built society, provide the protection, and actually pay for your fucking bills, and develop everything you...
All right, Finley, you there?
I'm still here.
Okay, so I'm just looking this up just for my own self, because again, so I was just like, I was asking, what percentage of Iran wants the regime to change? It says recent public opinion data, whatever it says. Okay. So it says 60 to 80 or more oppose a continuation of the Islamic Republic and want significant political change. And this is from the Iranian International. And then this one right here, about 40% explicitly favor outright regime change, overthrow, or precondition. This is also Iranian International as well. Some earlier polls from international activist context, let me see here, over 80% expressing support for regime change. I don't even understand, it's in a different language. See here, this one, I don't know if you guys are gonna accept this.
No, that's
Jerusalem
great.
Post.
You gave
I'm learning this shit. Hey, I don't know this myself, brother.
And we got the cards, and the kids love them. The kids are super excited.
But did you get the audio though?
All right, let me see. So this is the Jerusalem Post. Should I even read that?
No, I don't read it. I don't trust them.
And then what's?
I trust the Iranian one because that's
hey.
That sounds like Iran, like an Iranian.
Hold on, check this out. It says independent anonymous surveys. It says GAMAAN. Yeah, 60% of Iran wants transition from Islamic Republic. Let's see this one right here, University of something. Let's see here. It says other surveys reports. It says Voice of America, VOA covering polls. 84% claims of leaked, unverified leaked sources. That's the Jerusalem Post analysis. Let me see here. I'm gonna ask for a message.
You can also look at the 46 years that they've been actually going to UN, various other countries, the European Union. They've gone to the United States multiple times. They have spoken, you've had witnesses actually speak on the internal conditions on there, not just from multiple sectors, but multiple regions, because I know maybe some of these idiots today learned that Tehran is actually a city there. So hats off to you guys for getting a geography lesson like Concrete, who didn't know one fucking city earlier that existed in Iran, but he wanted to complain about the strategic packages that were deployed. You guys, when you look and say, hey, for all these years, every refugee, they literally are coming on every news network. If there was some kind of controversy or crying about it, you wouldn't have a whole bunch of, guess who, wannabe Hebrew Israelites, HOA fucking pieces of shit, or EB vectors, and a whole bunch of white people who have no clue because they have purple and septum nose rings, all screaming about, oh yes, what we're doing is horrible, and they have no idea about what was going on there. But for 50 years almost, we've known about what was going on and still tried to work with them. We gave them plane loads of cash. They have conducted so many terrorist activities and supports that you guys make no sense. You should be ashamed of yourself. You guys are cowards. You can't even be men. Fucking rise up.
All right, so
what the fuck's wrong with you?
This is a meta-analysis. Give me a meta-analysis, right? And then it just says right here, it says conclusions, primary meta conclusion, a clear majority of Iranian respondents in independent surveys typically on the order of 70-80% or more expressed opposition to the continued rule of the Islamic Republic, support for active, 68%, depending on how the question is phrased, for regime change. And then it has on the bottom, it has sources, and it pulls from all sources. I even see YouTube, Reddit, Instagram.
It'll even confirm with Al Jazeera, which we can't trust that. But I mean, people will say, I trust it.
I'm just saying,
which is weird.
From my understanding, not just from what I see throughout, on my social media, but just from, the general understanding, just living, there's a fucking funny joke they call, Los Angeles Tehrangeles, because it's, fucking an extension of, Iran, because all the Persians that live there, they don't, the vast majority of the people, I've never met anybody that likes it. So that's just my experience with it.
Mike, I finally got to ask.
Yeah.
BB, what does she think about what's going on over there? What are the questions in it? Yeah, no, look. Her opinion was fucking clear. She said she think what's happening is fucking good. That this regime has been dishonest the whole fucking time, and she can't wait for the freedom of her people.
Yeah.
BB is Iranian?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You know, she was bro.
Yeah.
Why do you think she drunk all the time?
Like you
She got the traumatic experience of the regime.
You should ask your ChatGPT.
Oh, wait, hang on. You're here, bro. You're in LA, bro. Tell me you don't see that shit.
Of course, but you should ask for the trend in the last 15 years. This is a young's revolution.
How do you
why this has happened. I'll ask for the trend in the data for the past 15. Has it been positive or negative? I'll give you a good breakdown. Their economic crisis started in 2018.
Are you talking about the fact, how the young people are now saying, the Iranian government to give them subsidies to the people, give them $10 a month?
No, the difference is that the older generation was quite...
Yes.
Because they're more conservative.
Correct.
With very different lives. In 2007...
I think you have to go earlier.
2000 what?
2007, when Iranians were allowed to travel through Europe, right? Comfortably, right? When visa restrictions were made a little bit loosened.
Yeah.
You had a lot of young people who were citizens of Iran going to school in Europe, coming
So
back.
that they experience like
Yes,
how to be a
and they
normal person.
realized. Yes, and they realize what Western democracy is.
Yeah.
And this is why you have a young youth revolution.
My
That's why
dad
they were
used to say
blowing
that
up
as
the
a kid.
universities.
You know that?
Oh, that's how the Muslims took over too. It was
My
college
dad
kids.
used to say that as a kid. He goes, if you want to like basically like free the country, let them live a day in a life the way we do.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I never like, I don't, so I looked it up. It says 2009, 2025. It says limited consistent data on regime change preference through dissatisfaction. That's through 2009 to 2014. 2014 to 2017, government polling indicated significant
increase probably.
I think you're looking at the 96 Schengen. Was it 96 or?
No, he just created a table, and then it says 2018. It says post-protest. It says polls 2000. So protests show widespread dissatisfaction. 2020, 2021 reports suggest Sisi plus desire with the transition from the Islamic Republic. It says 2022 Masha Amani uprising. What is that?
That was the green one. That was the.
Oh, that's the green one. Okay.
Yeah.
76% or higher expressing desire for regime change. Late 2022, 2023, large independent polls, 80% or more rejecting the Islamic Republic. And then it says 2020. What's GAMAAN?
Gammon?
Yeah, it says GAM.
Oh, it's probably some like governmental or world body. Hold up, let me Google it.
It says 20% want the continuation of the current regime. So that's like
mostly that's forced, I would say, because you can't really trust the stats on that. But I'm in the other list.
Yeah. I mean, but even if it's true, I'm just saying, to me, I'm just fucking.
You can follow the trend, right? You can follow the economic downturn and the increase in volatility in that country, right? In 2012, you had the nuclear deal that fell out with Europe, so they had really bad stability, like internal market stability, because a lot of their export and industry was on engineering, the nuclear program, things like that, weapon manufacturing. And then in 2018, at a complete collapse, well, not a complete collapse, it was pointing to the vision of complete collapse, which took 4 years to happen. And in 23, 24, and 25, like, their currency was so devalued that people weren't making any money in their country. Like, it became a barter system.
Yeah, that's when the IRGC gave like the $10 subsidies from the oil revenues that they nationalized, which was like 3 shekels. Like, it wasn't fucking shit, and that was per month over there, or some crazy shit. Like,
yeah.
What do you think? Because I was talking to Congress, I didn't know. Do you think, like, if this thing goes through, and like, let's just say Trump gets what he wants, you think it helps the economy of Iran?
I think what it
I think
does.
that they could have opened up their economy in 20. When did October 7 happen? Was that 3 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, so 3 years ago, they were plated, or they were on the precipice of becoming the biggest arms manufacturer in the world. Their military arms embargo was supposed to be lifted. The sanctions and the SWIFT sanctions were supposed to be lifted off of Iran. And Hamas just so happened to start the attack 2 weeks prior to that happening. If that attack didn't happen against Israel, Iran would have been economically good. It was bad planning, or it could have been some ulterior conspiracy theory motive, whatever it is. Now, that country is ripe, full of engineers and intellectuals. So it's very possible that they could completely, they're already industrialized as fuck. They can just start selling shit to Europe.
Well,
like,
no,
Persian
it goes
goods are
further.
very good, man.
It goes further than that, Haga, because you got China, who builds 70% of the commercial shipping over there. You've got imports galore. You have all of the major big 3 oil companies sitting at the bit going, we don't even care about the refineries over there. We don't care about the drill sites. We're going to rebuild them anyway. They don't even use them. They always rebuild them anyway when they go over there. So they're like sitting here, jobs galore. They're already ordering parts for Iran. They're getting set for exploratories. Iranians like can chart their own course. I imagine 5-10 years.
Oh no, I disagree right there. I don't think the Iranians are going to have any say. I don't think so. I think Turkey is going to control the Hormuz, and I think that Israel and Turkey have to decide who takes control. I don't think that the Iranian people are going to get to do whatever they want. That's not how these regime changes work in the modern age, bro. Foreign influence will still be a big deal in that country and will decide who
You're
gets
still
elected
basing
and
it
who
off
remains
of
in
the
power.
Andrew Newland policy. Trump is leveraging the free market capitalists. He's using civilian entities to help subsidize that infrastructure projects, and he's allowing those to go through, which is a different take from like the Bolton-esque and fucking Cheney bills that the Republicans used to grip towards. And then you had the new ones on the Democrat side that were like, you know, even fucking just as bad. So, like, all
We
of
didn't
these
do that
players.
with Jolani, though, brother. We didn't do any of that with Syria. Syria
Well,
was
I mean,
also
Trump
rife
could do
with a
that,
good
but this
economy.
is a different take. It's a rebranding of what the foreign policy is going to be. And if he's going to private, I will give that because there's tax subsidies that go into that. But for the most part, if he's going to leverage private contracts from private businesses to help boost the economy, you're looking at a good one.
No, businesses will be privatized. That's not the point. We're talking about the overall economic state, Iran. It's not going to, the oil industry in Iran and the trade industry and Hormuz specifically, right? The Strait of Hormuz, which is extremely vital to oil movement all throughout the region and for the world, right? That is the big deal. They're not going to allow the new Iranian government, right? Even it be.
Oh, no, they're not going to give them the complete control
No, it's
of that.
Turkey
Yeah,
and
you're right.
Israel.
I
Turkey
don't
and
know
Israel
if
have
Turkey
to
and Israel
decide.
will get it. I think if Trump stays in power,
We lost
Turkey,
you, bro.
allow Turkey and Israel to fight over that or to have control of that, I think he's going to maintain that pressure. And what he wants is a kind of a balanced approach. And it'll be up to the next two administrations. Now, I will agree with you. From there, it depends on what fucking libtard fucking presidency comes in here that like reneges and redoes and goes back to the Newland approach on foreign policy. I agree with you. Then it'll become a shit show and it'll be Israel versus Turkey. And I don't know what happens to the Iranian people. But if Trump's plan holds, they got a 3-year start. Maybe they can make the most of it. And maybe somebody after will say, you know what? It's not a bad approach. It can work. And it can provide balance between these two fucking moronic, Turkey and Israel, at least in their diplomatic pressures to keep them balanced. And we can have a three-way economic race where it's not involved in bloodshed.
I don't know. I don't think that Trump is going to be able to handle the indigenous ethnic conflicts that are about to erupt. People forget 30% of Iran is Azeri Turkic.
What does that mean?
The population, they call themselves South Azerbaijan, right? There's a country, Azerbaijan,
Yeah.
and the Azerbaijani people are Indo-Persian, right? They originate from the region, so a lot of them still live in Iran. And then you have other ethnic groups that live in Iran, right? The Kurds are there, the Turkmens are there. You have other small, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, gypsy people, right? People without lands. It's like a direct Armenian to English transition. It's not meant to be a pejorative.
No, I got my friend. Like my friend's like, he refers to his grandma as like a fucking real gypsy. My friend that
there's
fights.
a lot of
That's what I call Haga.
Yeah, no, my friend that fights. He's like, he talks about his grandma.
There's nothing wrong with being a gypsy. There's fine.
I know what you were talking about, Sek. I couldn't see that. But those peoples are going to have to decide who they side with, right? And if you have Azerbaijan having some sort of influence there, if you have Turkey having some sort of influence there.
Well, where do they currently stand?
They're negated right now. Well, they were
it's
negated
weird,
under
bro.
the IRGC. They didn't have a lot of power under the IRGC.
So the president of Iran
It's like the Jews and the Romans.
is very, very much like that. The president of Iran is ethnically Azeri, the current president, who's pro-Mullah, right? Pro-IRGC. He's probably either dead or going to be deposed, Pershishkian or whatever his name is.
They got some new guy I saw.
Yeah, he's a younger mullah, young mullah baby. He's a younger dude, but they're diplomatic.
Young mullah, baby.
Their diplomatic relations with Azerbaijan are tense, right? Like Azerbaijan has Israeli missile bases that launch missiles into Iran, but at the same time, they realize that there's like 4+ million of their own ethnic group there, so they have to keep this relationship going. The Shias, they're both Shia, but like they disagree on certain things. One is way more secular, one is way more religious. So a secular government, Iran, might mean a better relationship with its Shia brothers in Azerbaijan, which would probably mean a better relationships with their big brothers, the Sunni Turks. This whole pan-Turkic idea will keep growing, and like trade and all of that will be controlled by Turkey. Israel wouldn't want that. Israel wants its foothold.
Like, how do you know so much of this?
Oh, I'm Armenian, bro. I'm your neighbor.
You're putting a lot of stock. Yeah, but Oleg and Haga,
Your country's
It's impressive. I don't know.
Your country's well-being protects the demarcation and delimitation of mine and Oleg and Red Rum's borders, because Iran was the only true security guarantor of Armenia in the region. Russia was a paper bear that supplied Azerbaijan and Turkey. Turkey, obviously, to the other side, wants to continue to eradicate our people off the face of the earth.
Turkey don't like Armenians?
No,
they hate us.
And then Iran and
What's
Armenia
the
have
beef?
fought
Like,
multiple wars for 1,000 years, but we
that's centuries
had
old.
each other's back.
Wait, why? What's the beef though? Like,
It's a long story, bro. They genocided our people, then they deny it, and then they said, "Hey, we're gonna do it again." Like it's the Turks.
You want to go back to the Crusades?
I was gonna say allegedly.
Goes that far back, huh?
Allegedly, allegedly we did it, but if we wanted to, we'd do it again, is the Turkish statement on the Armenian genocide.
So you're throwing a lot of cultural things out there
let me ask you a
and
question.
clashes that just, I mean, I don't know if they're going to come to fruition because, again, it's a lot of...
You think you know about your ethnicity more than I do mine?
Hell no, I don't know anything about it.
Nah, I think you do.
I know nothing about it.
I heard you roll the accent sometimes and shit. I think me and Knowledge are the same people, bro. We have no identity.
He's faking it, bro. He's faking it. I've heard him
not.
speak
I can
Spanish.
tell he's not. I can tell.
I think he's lying, bro.
That's funny. People think I lie too, and I hate that because, like, I'm not. They think that, like, I speak the language low key, and I just don't.
You just keep it a secret?
Yeah, and then they think that I have a different name. Like,
It's like I learned how to speak Spanish because I work in construction. I didn't learn it because I grew up speaking Spanish. I learned it because of construction.
Yeah, no, I don't. Like, when I hear you talk sometimes, I can tell. I'm like, oh, what is that? No identity.
I just got off work. I just wanted to say, viewing the hypersonic missiles in action is
insane, bro.
Insane, bro. Every video I see, I'm like, I don't know if this is AI, so I'm just gonna wait a little. So, but from what I'm seeing, the verified ones, the fucking speed at which these missiles come in is out of this world.
Is it the one that shot down the jets?
No, they're the ones that just fucking fly in half a second and hit the fucking ground target.
Yeah, so crazy. We get to fucking watch a war now.
Hey, it come in like a football pass too. Boom! Like what the fuck? Like it look like just like something drop out the sky and it's like real quick. Boom! Like what the fuck?
It's scary. The greatest air defense can't stop those fucking bombs. The greatest air defense in the world can't stop that bomb.
Oleg is a geek.
Who is that?
And America doesn't have any of those.
We don't have any of what?
I was doing air quotes, you can't see. America constantly says that we're in development of hypersonic missiles so we can catch up with Iran and Russia and China. But there's no way we don't have fucking hypersonic missiles.
Hey, look at how cool the U.S. has supersonic ray guns.
Dude, we have lasers.
I know who that is.
We actually have lasers that are mounted out at sea.
We do have lasers.
It's crazy. I will just say the OPSEC is crazy in terms of what we have and capabilities, and we see mere glimpses of it, and then we're like, oh, look at what China's doing. But I point to Venezuela. The best air defenses that China can offer, they got shut down in a blink of an eye. Hats off to those Space Force guys, because apparently they're some badass motherfuckers. I keep saying it. I'm not going to make fun of them anymore.
You know what's crazy, Brad? I told Samoa, look, I think that what we did in Venezuela was like awesome, and I think that like the efficiency of it, right? I think that we're using the AI, right? I think that's what's helping the efficiency, not in the sense that we're asking ChatGPT, be like, how do I make Venezuela for a really fat victory with minimum casualties, right? But the ability now, right? If you think about the surveillance that we can launch, right? The limitation isn't in our ability to hack like the cameras or like government installations. It's not that. It's the processing power. We don't have enough people, right, to look at screens for every single camera, right? But now with AI, we can pick that up. Not only that, but we can pick up patterns. It can make connections through thousands of videos to understand what's happening. What are there? If you look, the person who won the Medal of Honor, this guy flew a goddamn fucking Chinook right onto that base. Do you think that we just do that? Did we just like fly helicopters into enemy bases like for no fucking reason? No.
Yes.
That right there was done at a specific like timing, bro. Like when it would have been beneficial for them to do so.
Correct. We do. That intelligence is like astronomical. I wish we would have had it in my days because it would have probably saved a lot of work. But I mean,
yes,
you're right on. It would have made operations a lot cleaner, a lot less gruesome, a lot less. We wouldn't have as many engagements, so to speak. We wouldn't swap rounds as much. Our targeting would have been on point. So all of these things are like exponentially much more better, and it's safer for our men and women. So I'm proud of the military.
Yeah. One thing that like Democrats are talking about that I don't agree with them are like now they're saying, oh look, we're treating they say this in a negative way, right? And then like I think that it's a good comparison, but like they're saying it negatively. I don't think it's a negative comparison. The fact that like Trump is like blacklisting the Anthropics, I think the surface, the average person, that looks like, oh, look at this like regime to like control companies and whatnot. But I think that both of them are like grown adults and they know exactly what's happening, right? Like they're not competing. So who can like do an open Claude and make a website? They know that at the highest level, this is the future of war, right? This is it. Whatever country has access to this is going to be the one that like dominates the future. And investment in that technology and control of whose hands that's in is extremely important, right? And the fact that Anthropics didn't want to give the U.S. the ability to do that isn't. It's weird because it's a private company telling a superpower like, no, we don't want to give you this power.